It's rolled around, but the cricket never stops here on ECN, and with 11 teams vying for 4 spots, you know that there's going to be plenty of competition here in Germany. A few teams struggling. They need to make their move sooner rather than later. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the European Cricket Series Germany Krefeld, and it starts right now. Good morning to you, good morning wherever you're watching from around the world. Welcome to another huge day in European cricket. It is day 6 here in Krefeld as part of the European Cricket Series. It's our 3rd week out of 4 in Germany. Of course, we already had a fantastic tournament in Dresden, both a domestic tournament, ECS, and an international tournament, ECI. So we are rolling into day 6 now. We have 5 more matches today. Rico, well, he has certainly earned his weekend, so I'll be covering for him this weekend, and we are going to start the first of 5 matches very, very shortly. It's match number 26. It's going to be the Düsseldorf Black Caps who are taking on PSV Aachen. Let's see what happens at the coin toss. Tyrone Peters has the 2 captains.
Wakas is going to call this morning. Head is the call. That's Ed. They're going to bat.
So Wakas Tahir of PSV Aachen has won the toss, and he's elected to bat first. So I like that he wants to get runs on the board. I don't think that's a bad move at all. Don't think it really matters too much. I think whatever you do, batting first or batting second, you better bat well, because I think you do need runs. We still yet to see double digits that have been defended on this surface. It's pretty consistent. I think it's pretty batter friendly. I know that sometimes the outfield can be a little bit slower than some other outfields around Europe, but I still think we're going to see some pretty big runs today. Now, PSV Aachen, they're in their first ever European Cricket Series, and they're having a dream start, really. 4-1 at the moment, so they can really kind of nail down a spot towards the top of the ladder at the conclusion of the day if they have some good results here. They just seem to have a good knack of getting themselves out of a tight spot, don't they? I think that Muaz has been very, very good for PSV. In fact, he's the leading run scorer at this point in the tournament. You know who's second? Jamshed Khan, and he plays for the Black Caps. And of course, yeah, the Black Caps are a team, they've topped their group the last 2 years, but they've never quite made it to the deciding match in the European Cricket Series. They'll want to do something about that. Now, they've only played 3 matches, the Black Caps. They are 1-1-1, which means they have a win, loss, and a no result. They're a little bit unlucky, I think, in that no result game, that they couldn't get to the 3-over minimum in the second innings, and I think they were probably in the box seat to take the points there against VfB Gelsenkirchen. Well, let's talk about the conditions today right now, and I can tell you there is some cloud cover. I know we had some issues with the rain yesterday, but hopefully we don't have any of those kind of issues today. Very, very slight chance of a shower this morning, but hopefully it stays away. Currently it's about 17 degrees, heading for a maximum temperature of 24, and on the forecast it's saying a little bit like yesterday, the sun hopefully will come out by the end of the day. Okay, well, let's get ready for the first ball. It is match 26 on the way, and the news from the toss is that PSV Aachen, they've won the toss and they've elected to bat. Let's get ready as we go over to the central commentary position. And once again, good morning from the Cube. It's Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. Great to have your company. The weekend is here, but the cricket, it rarely stops on ECN, doesn't it? And in fact, we still got 4 completed matches yesterday, despite the torrential rain that was suffered in the area. Let's have a look back to yesterday. It was day 5, and starting with a 10-over match between Rhine Sports and Bond Blue Stars in match 21. Rhine Sports just struggled with the bat. It is their first tournament. They're not having as much luck as some of the other debutants in this series. They were only able to manage 74. Bond Blue Stars chased it down quite easily with plenty of time to spare. And then we had a 3-over match because of the rain, which had caused quite a lengthy delay. But Rhine Sports got 46 in the 3 overs. So they were looking pretty good. Samir Ahmed with 26 off 10 and Anoop with 16 off 7. But again, it wasn't enough as they would lose in the 3rd over in the end. Bayer Boosters 159 against Bayer Spartans 106. This, of course, was the big Bayer Udingen derby, wasn't it? Sunny Rathore with 77 off 31. Didn't he bat very, very well, despite the efforts of Mohamed Asif, who's always having a good tournament, it seems, for the Spartans. He scored 52, but it was in vain. Issue there, I think Shazab Khan probably should have come in a little bit earlier. Wakas just didn't get going in that one. Then, the last match of the day, Bayer Boosters 151, proved to be a winning score, beating Rhine Sports by 100. And that kind of just summed it up, really, with Raja Kulasingham having a pretty good game, not only with the 46, but of course yesterday he took a very, very good catch on the boundary. It was an absolute stunner, a right-handed job out on the deep square leg boundary. So this is how the standings are looking at the moment. Boosters, they're top of the table, they're undefeated. VfB Gelsenkirchen, they're the only other team that have not lost a game yet, but they've only played the 2. And one of them was a no result. So we'll see plenty more of them in the next few days. Most of the teams have played 5 games there. A couple have a bit of catch-up to do, but it's a top 4 format here in Krefeld, so only the top 4 teams will make it through to the semi-finals, which will be on Friday. And straight knockout, 1 versus 4, 2 versus 3. And then we'll have the bronze final and the final. So this is what we've got coming up this morning. Dusseldorf Black Caps, like I said, at the toss. 1 and 1 and 1. Jamshid Khan, watch out for him. Also, I think Abdul Ahmadzai is a very good player for them, left-hander. So left-hand, right-hand combination at the top, most likely. Although Abdul Majid would probably like to score a few more runs than he has so far. Mohamed Rahil, I think he's probably underachieved in the first part of this tournament as well. So watch out for him. For BSV Aachen, though, we know that Muaz Hassan, he leads the run scoring after 25 matches of this tournament. And you've also got a guy like Fahad Khan. He's a very useful cricketer in there. Wahas Tahir took one of the catches of the year at slip the other day as well. So he's more than handy. So look, they've got a lot of good performers. That's why PSV are 4 and 1. So I think it's kind of a battle of a team that's been a form team over the last couple of years in the Black Caps to the new they're taking on the new kids on the block, basically. PSV Aachen in their first ever series. They've taken to it like a duck to water. And actually saw Derek having a bit of a swim on the covers yesterday at one point. Interesting. Aachen 5-run favourites over the Black Caps, who are kind of missing their very experienced Venkat Ganesan, who we've seen in the last couple of European Cricket Series, but he's not featuring this year. Yeah, I'm not so sure I would have PSV favourites just yet. They're still a team that have only played 5 games on the network. Black Caps have done it for a couple of years, despite going missing in the finals a couple of times. So players out there, like we said, no rain. And the conditions still a little bit slippery underfoot, especially first game of the day. I think there's a lot of this surface water. But as we've talked about multiple times, this field handles the rain better than I think any field I've ever seen. That's a natural turf field. Maybe you could argue some artificial fields handle it very, very well. But yeah, the pitch just seems to be able to suck it up. It stays very tactile. It stays very grippy. We're almost ready to go. In fact, we are ready to go. Aaron set up to get us going on day 6, and he starts with a wide. Sada asking if I'll be doing the duck voice and the ballet ballet. Well, the ballet I can do. The duck voice, not so good. Leave it to the expert, I think. Yeah, but good morning. I'd love to get some interaction going. Oh, short. And this hits, looks like it hit his glove and went back onto his body. Let's try and see what happened here. Yeah, actually, it always comes back onto his grill, doesn't it? We certainly saw yesterday a couple of issues with this. In fact, it was Noop, I think, that copped one. As this will be the first boundary of the day. It's all the way along the carpet. And this is Yasir Hussain, who just stands and delivers, keeps it all the way along the ground. Clears that front legs, pretty front on with that, but gets plenty on it. This outfield, despite being very, very lush, and despite being a bit damp as well, because it's a professional football training ground, so it really does run away. It trains very, very well. Wasn't the worst ball. This one doesn't really swing out, just holds its line, and Hussain misses out. So got the Hussain-Hassan combination first up. There's been a lot of swing around, I've noticed that. I mean, there is some cloud cover this morning. Currently about 17 degrees, heading for 24, so it should be quite a nice day, I think. And maybe the sun might even make an appearance later on. Charges and goes for it. Doesn't quite get it, but he gets enough. Maximo! The first one of the day, or as Sada was requesting, balle, balle, balle. Manos arriba, arbitro, porque eso es 6 carreras. If you're missing Rico, I'll chip in now and then with some of your favourites. Oh, it goes for this again. Now this is higher than it is long. It's going a long way back to the line. It's going to plug, and quite intelligently they let it bounce rather than kind of charge the ball and kick it over the line. They kind of just leave it alone once it hits the turf. That's Abdul Majid Ahmedzai that went back there. Raheel just bowls it in. Raheel's a good player. Watch out for him with the ball in a little while. Now this one he has got, and he's just smacked it, basically swatted it over long on. Maximo, 6 carreras más. Again, doesn't really care about the line. He plays on length, doesn't he? And so that will take us to the end of the first over. Pretty productive one for PSV. They are 19 without loss. 23 days to go until the European Cricket Championship, which is the Euros of cricket. Yeah, we know we're really excited. So, yeah, just a tick over 3 weeks to go now. That's going to be absolutely brilliant. 31 teams. It'll be the biggest ever. We'll get to see 10 teams making their debut in the ECC. Some of them we have seen when we've had some ECIs during the year. So, yeah, that's some very good experience. But some will be completely fresh when they hit the ECC. Start a new over. And this is not Raheel. It is Kashif Shahab, who is bowling. So it's called wide again. It's pretty close. Yeah, just might have got, yeah, it's a good call. That's a really good call. I like Kashif's action. It's quite whippy at the critical moment. Now a little bit short, pulled away, but it's fielded down there. And will just be a single. Good morning, everyone in the chat. Hello to Kroom, who's saying 24th comment. Well, Kevin, I know you were telling me that you decided to go Peacock Saturday as it's your end of season function with your cricket club there in London. So if you want to send through a few photos, would be appreciated. Can Peacock any day, really. This one bounces a bit too much for Hussain, who misses out. Chahel Ahmed in the chat saying, this cricket just seems to have much more entertainment. Yeah, you're not wrong there. Pound for pound, it's the most entertaining cricket in the world. now. It's a little under edge, rolling away. This won't quite make it. Stops by itself. Yeah, Clever saying good morning, everyone, on a blessed Saturday. Yeah, good morning to you, Clever. And because I am here solo this weekend, I'm relying on the wonderful viewers to keep us company. What an interesting matchup this is, though. The Black Cups, like I said, they topped their group in the last 2 years versus the new kids on the block, PSV. They've been having some good success. This time they just get one. So no boundaries this over at least, although it has been semi-productive over, I suppose. I was just going to look up what the average run rate is over the last 5 days. Well, this is in the air, and it's catching opportunity, and it's taken. It's easy as you like. Gaurav Gupta, the captain, is able to take the catch. And that's a big wicket. Moaz Hassan, who's having a very, very good week so far, but he was starved of the strike early, wasn't he? Only faced one ball in the first 10. And the second ball he faces, he hits straight down the throat of the skipper of the Black Caps, Gaurav Gupta. So Shahab chips in with the wicket. It's been a pretty good over. And that will be the first wicket of the day, 25 for 1. New batter out there is Fahad Khan for PSV Aachen. And swings straight past it. End of the over. What a good over that is from Shahab. Well, I counted that as 6 off the over. He's only been credited with 5. I don't know what that's all about, but it will be 25 for 1 after 2. Yeah, I had wide 1.21 wicket dot, which would have been 6 off the over, but he's only got 5. He's gotten away with it then, hasn't he? Looking at the table, only the top 4 will make it through. Now we are going to get Raheel in over number 3. And keeper up to the stumps. Pretty attacking move as Rahul Srinivas back there. The first one does come back a little bit. Full toss, but gets away with it. Shahab down at long on. Ooh, pretty close. It's coming back enough, it is, according to the umpire. So another wicket goes down. It's going to be a duck for Fahad Khan. Yeah, I mean, look, is it swinging back enough? I mean, the natural angle, you'd think that it'd be touching over. It's come back and hit the off stump. Well, there's Derek. Good morning, Derek. Again, pretty handy conditions for Derek. As Fahad goes, and the score's 26 for 2. Yeah, it was. Let's have a look. Oh, yeah. For me, I had it just missing. And to be honest, you can actually see that the off stump there. I don't necessarily think it's coming back enough. But I suppose don't miss the ball. You don't have those kind of problems. Raheel gets the call. This one is spot on. And it won't be a run. I mean, the umpire has to make a split-second decision. I mean, obviously, it was very, very close, wasn't it? And he does get a little bit of shape back in, Raheel, but yeah, for me, probably not quite certain that would have hit the off stump. Putting the brakes on after an expensive first over. Black Caps, as this is in the air as well. Another catching opportunity and another catch. And Shahab is an absolute lockdown there. Don't you worry about that. He's got a very good pair of hands. And just like that, there's 3 down. And another duck. Shoaib Rahman now goes for a second baller. So that's 3 of the top 4 for PSV Aachen that have been out second ball. Derek with a curtain call. And unfortunately for PSV, that's 3 of the top 4 in the shed. It's 26 for 3. Still a ball to go in the third over. Raheel with a double strike. Well, there was certainly no doubt about that one. Saiful Rahman, hello to you. Saying, is it raining here? It is not raining here. And we're not expecting any rain. Maybe a slight chance of a light shower, but I'll be happy if we don't get one on a cricket day. Here's Nadeem coming in at 5. And he's forced to pay respect to this one. So 2 wickets for 1 run in the third. For Mohamed Raheel, what an over that is. And that power play gets shut down in the end. It's 26 for 3. Remember, there were 19 off the first over. I will say, though, Hussain is still there. Yeah, that shows it, doesn't it? 19 and 6, then 1. But the 3 wickets in the power play. Three overs down then. And this is going to be Puneet Kumar to bowl. Yes, Ardo was asking the chat, Vinny, I really want to know if Hussain has ever played a defensive shot. Well, rarely. Maybe in an emergency. So field can go back now. Up to 5 outfielders are allowed. They do have 5. Some good swing first up. Excellent wicket keeping from Srinivas as well. Have a look at the footwork here. See, I mean, the foot comes after the body, but basically it's all about getting the head across and try and keep that as close to in front of your eyes as you can. This one doesn't really swing, but just a single. Yeah, just a little Black Caps. They'll be eyeing this as a very winnable game. They're 1 and 1 and 1, like I said. 1 and 1 with no result. Even the game that got washed out, they were 1 over away from it being a completed game. And Black Caps were on top of that game. Anyway, they set VFB 106 overs. But VFB had made a decent start. Only 2 overs were completed in that second innings. It's probably a wide. Yeah, it is. Good hands again. Really liking the keeping of Rahul Srinivas here. Of course, ECN cricket. When the ball passes the popping crease, must be wholly inside that tram line. He's just getting this really good movement, isn't he? But he's not really controlling it. Probably as an outswing bowler, what I would say to him is, look, start your run up a little bit wider, and then don't change anything. Have your body angle just a little bit closer to the batter, and that way you'll retain the characteristics that are creating the swing. This is pretty well bowled and dug out. Well, there you go. You want to see if Hussein's ever played a defensive stroke? There you go. He's played one. Might be the only one he plays this year. Again, boundaries have dried up, haven't they? And now he knocks him over. So Kumar, he's swinging the ball like a banana, wasn't he? This one just does enough, and Hussein's gone for 23. And PSV, they lose the man that's done most of the damage this morning now for 23. It's 31 for 4. And good bowling. Some were swinging, some weren't. It was creating uncertainty in the batter's mind. And the Black Caps, they've got some unfinished business, you feel, in the European Cricket Series. A team, they're too good to have not made a final, never mind not have won a European Cricket Series. Right now, they're well on top. It's 31 for 4. They've lost 19 for 4 since the end of the first over. Rashid, the new batter. Mohammad Rashid. Kumar has been handy here. And just played fairly defensively down to the mid-on region. They'll get one. Kashif does the fielding. And cricket's a momentum game, isn't it? And right now, you can just feel the Black Caps have all the momentum. And they've got lots of bowling options. I mean, I'd probably go straight back to Raheel, get him while he's hot. Same thing with Puneet here. You can get another 2 overs out of them and really try and choke this innings at the source. Pretty well played, just whipped off the pads by Nadeem. Times it pretty well, but straight at the field, end of the over. Another good one for Düsseldorf Black Caps. Just 7 coming off that one. And get 4 overs in, 33 for 4. You can really see how that run rate's taken a dive, hasn't it? Since that good first over, they're up at 19. They're being pegged back, and you can see the 4 wickets in the last 3 overs. Interesting, they're changing the bowling here. Gaurav Gupta is taking the opportunity to get on. The captain probably would have gone straight back to Raheel. But Gupta can do a good job as well, as he shows there. Again, this ball's really swinging at the moment. Close. Well, I think probably it's just a wide. That's a bit much. Just too much swing. And I think it is wide. I think it's not completely inside the line. It's almost completely inside the line, but probably not completely inside. Now this is high, and Shahab's got a very good pair of hands. It'll take this as well. He's got buckets, doesn't he? And it's such a key position as he returns the favour. It was Gupta that took a catch there earlier. Now Gupta with the ball. Kashif takes the catch, and the rout continues here in the first match of the day. As Nadeem departs for 2, and it's 34 for 5. Well, they've really wrecked this innings. That would mean it's 5 for 15 in the last 20 balls. Dramatic stuff. Raheem Mohammed to come out at number 7. I bet he wasn't expecting to bat so quickly. Oh, well bowled and good keeping. It's been pretty professional. Okay, yeah. I know they got whacked around the first over, but they've stuck to the task. They fielded well. I think that Srinivas has provided a really good presence behind the stumps, and all the bowlers, okay, occasionally have swung it a bit too far. It's gone for a wide, but many more have swung past the bat for dots. And there's another one. So swing and a miss again. It'll be a wide. It's kind of an acceptable wide, you know. It's only one run. The batter doesn't feel bad on ball. Nah, a little bit short for the first time in a while, and it gets the treatment. Good counter-attack there from Raheem Mohammed. Maximo. Badly needed. You see the first ball in ages that's been too short. Everything's been pitched up. Things have been moving around. Very handy runs. Last ball of the over. Push and run. So you always feel better after a 6, don't you? So he retains the strike, Raheem, as we get to the end of 5. Pretty interesting first 5 overs of the day. It's 42 for 5. Just a reminder of the groups for that ECC, the Euros of Cricket, starting in just 23 days. Which group am I going to focus on here? How about Group B? Because I think that's pretty interesting. Belgium, they'll be here for a final hit out before their ECC because they're part of the ECI at the end of this 2-week adventure in Krefeld. Belgium, Netherlands 11 and Germany playing in that tournament. But Belgium will have to contend with Jersey and Guernsey and also Croatia and Bulgaria. And Croatia and Bulgaria are places that we visit on the European Cricket Series Tour. Jersey and Guernsey, not as yet. It's the first chance to see them play T10 internationals. As we start a new over, and Abdul Majid Ahmedzai coming onto bowl. So interesting they keep changing the bowler despite being on top. I would have thought maybe you'd bowl some guys out. But I suppose the Black Caps are just super confident that everybody can do the job. Miss hit. And miss it so well that it won't get anywhere. Yeah, it's been very, very tough going. I think that might have just jarred his hands, actually. That can happen. The vibrations go down the bat. Wow, a little bit of length on this one, and Raheem's going to turn on it. Maximo! It's just that length, isn't it? And that length that is not really as full as some of the other bowlers were bowling. And it gets sent. Yeah, so, I mean, obviously these are all good bowlers they're bringing on, but would have been pretty keen to keep things going the way things were going. Got to say, Abdul Majid Ahmedzai rocking the cornrows this year. Good look. Oh, he has to pull out the the last moment. I think they just weren't quite set in the field. That's why they had to pull out. This one's called a wide. You say what you like, but the umpires have been really consistent on those, haven't they? Super consistent on those wides. This is all you're asking for. That one just grabbed a tiny bit of the tram line. Pitched up and just a hint of away movement there. Takes it past the outside edge. Yeah. Now this one comes back. This may have just got a bit of the line as well, but first time the call's gone to the bowler. Full toss, and that's going to be 4. Crashes into the banner. 4 carreras. I mean, he's more than a pretty face. He's a very good cricketer. At the moment, he hasn't quite got that last one right, and he gets whacked away to the boundary. Cops a bit of punishment, and it's 53 for 5 after 6. Brings up the 50. Raheem flying the flag for PSV Aachen. All right, Raheel, he's back for over number 7. Remember, he took 2 for 1 as his first over. And straight away, he's right up there and swing it. And look at that, the difference in length.
We have a conflict here. I say he's a loving family guy. Marta says he looks like a fuckboy, so we need to stalk his Instagram.
This is down the ground. It'll just be 1. Kashif, known for a couple of things, having a very good pair of hands and some of the shortest trousers relative to his leg length in European cricket. His ankles certainly get a bit of breeze when he's out there. That's out. There's more out in the other one. Yep. Spoiler alert, that was always hitting the stumps, and Raheem Mohammed becomes Raheel's 3rd victim. This one certainly just straightens down the line, hits him more or less on the foot in front of middle and leg. And it is good night, Charlene. Raheem batted well. Well, I guess it's one Raheem getting another, actually. Raheem Mohammed going to Mohammed Raheel. And so PSV lose a 6-wicket, 54 for 6. I mean, that kind of illustrates why I would have had Raheel back on straight away. I mean, he was too good to leave on the shelf, but still, they bring him back, and it's effective. As we'll see, the captain, Wakasta here, coming out at number 8. Yeah, again, it's that dangerous shape. This time just strays a little bit on leg stump. He's good enough to get some bat on it. Remember I said before the toss, PSV Aachen 5-run favourites over Düsseldorf Black Caps, but they've had some good performances, PSV. I think the Black Caps are a lot more experienced. I would have had them slight favourites going into this game. At the moment, they've turned it on, 55 for 6. It's a slower ball. Grunts as he bowls it. Raheel. Yes, now, I mean, what's your best case scenario? Maybe could get, say, 2 a ball from here. What's that? 19 balls left in the innings. 93. Still seems a bit light on, doesn't it? Black Caps got some good players in there. Jamshed Khan's having a very good week for them. Slow ball again. Now this could be another wicket, and it will be. So 4 for Raheel as he gets Rashid, and he's had a really good morning. Gets a brace in each over. That was the little variation. So he rolled his fingers on that. That's the kind of attempted off-cutter, just slows things down a bit. So, yeah, Rashid trying to go over the top, but he couldn't get over the captain, Gaurav Gupta. So 55 for 7 after 7. And after a good first over that brought 19 runs, the last 6 overs, it's 36 for 7. So, yeah, really good job from the Black Caps. I mean, you've got to give credit to them. I think their bowling and their fielding's been very good. A lot of people focus on the fact that the batting might have been a little bit below the mark. But I think you have to say, yeah, credit to them. So that's Tahir that gets a single. It's over to Rajat Mubashir, coming in at number 9.
The most close-ups a player has had in this tournament.
Nice length there from Shahab as he sneaks that Yorker past Mubashir. Oh, edged away, that'll be 4. And Mubashir gets off the mark. That's more good luck than good management, but they'll take it. Yeah. Crashes into the fixtures here. Just trying to get back into the chat. Things happening a little bit slowly here for me, but yeah, it's hard to say that LBW was plump. Sure was. Kroom saying the scoreboard's been under attack. Yeah, it has been. Square of the wicket, hasn't it, on the leg side. Takes it on again. He's almost caught. Very good effort there. And there's Abdul Majid Ahmedzai. Yeah, he's got that teen heartthrob look about him, doesn't he, Abdul Majid Ahmedzai? Comes up smiling. $1 million smile. He'll be sending a few hearts aflutter, I'm sure, all around the world. And now, well, almost has his teeth knocked out. That would have been a disaster. And Raheel, he just can't do anything wrong. He stops it with the boot. Well, it wasn't the heel, but it was the foot, I think. Yeah, there he is. Well, I mean, the camera seems fixed on Abdul Majid Ahmedzai at the moment. Like I say, he might not have been as good looking if that ball had reared up and hit him upstairs. They just had to pull up there. I think there was a minor disturbance at the ground, and so they just had to pull out of that. Well, we're good to go now. Here's Kashif. And he gets hit straight and high. Well, guess who? It's Majid, and he drops it. Wow. He's still smiling. He might be smiling the other side of his face there. He had plenty of time to get under that as well, didn't he? As, he's a magnet for attention and a magnet for the ball at the moment, Abdul Majid Ahmedzai. Really the first blemish we've seen from the Black Caps in the field. The ball almost burst another cornrow into that beautifully manicured set of cornrows at the top. Can you count them? There you go. They love him. Yeah. Tell you what, even I think I might be starting to get a bit of a crush on Abdul Majid. You know, he's been shown so much. All right, here we go with over number 9. It's going to be Jamshed Khan. to bowl the ninth. As we say, it all happens in the ninth. That's if it hasn't all happened already. 64 for 7. Tahir gets a strike back and he's going to use it. There's 6. Maximo. Well, Jamshed's using an angle that we haven't seen really used much today. Right arm around. This is a really good shot by Tahir through the line of the ball. Excellent strike. Can they just get to something serviceable? Now he'll get what I think was going to be 4. It doesn't quite get there. They'll get a couple. As Jamshed strays on to the pads. Oh, there's a big appeal. I can't say that I was expecting anything. Raja Mubashir. Let's just have a check here. Well, he had to go back to touch his bat a second time, and then he hardly hustles. Is he in? Yeah, he's in. No problem. Back to live action. I'll give you that one again. Yeah, must admit I took my eyes off the play there for a second. And Jamshed gets this one past to here for a dot.
I think I don't have it because
This is just going to be a single. So Black Caps keeping their tails up. Look to be chasing under 100 here, you'd imagine. This is going to sneak to the rope. That's going to be 4. So, yeah, like I said, it's more good luck than good management. But they'll have to take it. 77 for 7. We've got the slot machine now. Out, but has he hit it? Yeah, he's gone. He gets given, and yeah, the bat looks a little bit confused. But I'm telling you something right now. That well, where's it hit him? Yeah, I had this as out straight away if there's no bat in it. But where's the actual impact? Let's have a look. Yeah. Yeah. I think that's hitting in line with leg. Yeah. I think it hits him on the toe, and the toe seems like it's in front of leg stump. So I think that's a fair enough call. I don't think it hits him completely outside the line of leg stump, which case it would have been all right. But end of the over, 77 for 8, walking sticks. And it is time for the batter to take a walk. Mubashir gone for 9 off 5. Had a little contribution though. Last over. Puneet's going to get a second. Oh, and he gets done by the spin here. Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised Puneet didn't get a second over straight away because he was really swinging the ball well. So sometimes you want to have the same bowler bowl with a ball in a similar condition if he's had success with it. Hit hard now. Chance for a run out. This would have been out by a mile. Now they're going to take on the second. Should be getting run out the keeper's end. It will be. I mean, the Black Caps have been pretty pretty polished, haven't they, in the field today? That's probably the word I'd use. The thing is, the overthrow, or the throw came in so quick, and it went to the backup fielder so quick, there never really was an opportunity for an overthrow. It didn't stop them trying. And yet another wicket. So that will be one and a run out. So 78 for 9 with 4 balls remaining. Puneet. Wow, Sher comes out and he gets a boundary. That's a pretty good shot. First up from Mohamed Sher for a number 11 to come out and just basically throw the kitchen sink at it and get a good result. Yeah, excellent work. So can they maybe nurse them to 90? Seems a long way off at the moment. And now they think of a run, but I think with 9 wickets down, you can't really do that. You just got to take your medicine and have another go. Oh, good keeping, but I think he's left his foot in, which is lucky for Sher. I've got to say, really been impressed with Srinivas. Hasn't been as busy in the second half of this innings. Well, this will be skied. And I think this will be gone. I mean, they might want to have a little look at it for height. But it seemed okay. Well, let's have a look on the replay. Yeah, we don't get a great look. Nah, he's fine. So, it is out, no doubt about it. Sher goes 4 and out, and it will be all out 82. In fact, they get there. They get to the 10 overs in the end, bowled out off the very last ball. But yeah, you've got to hand it to the Black Caps. They were pretty ruthless, weren't they? So, as the Black Caps walk off, we'll have a look at the highlights of the first innings of the day. So, welcome Ruturaj Magari, who's popped into the chat. We'll get to your question in a minute, Ruturaj. But right now, I'm going to go to the highlights of the first innings of the day. Match 26. It was PSV Aachen. They won the toss. They elected to bat. They had a really good first over, 19 runs. But after that, the wickets started to fall. That one was touch and go. Given out in the end. Fahad Khan, no luck for him. Raheel picked up 2 in his first over, as they caught very well as well. Really one error, I think, as far as the catching went. Everyone was having a go, really. Puneet Kumar with a nice bit of swing bowling there as well. Kashif Shahab is such a good fielder in the long on part of the ground. Player we've got to know pretty well over the last couple of years. Abdulmajid Ahmedzai, well, his over was just a little bit off, I suppose. The scoreboard was having some pressure applied, literally. This one, there was no doubt about it, I think, from Raheel. He just hit Raheem Mohammed on the foot, pretty much in front of the stumps. Again, the chances kept coming. I think PSV had the right approach, but you can see why they're 4 and 1. They do bat all the way down. As Abdulmajid Ahmedzai, well, he was pretty thrilled for a guy that had just dropped a fairly simple catch. Maybe you know something we don't. Good counter-attacking late in the piece. This is, again, another borderline one as far as where the impact was in front of the stumps or not. Umpire said yes. And Wakasta here, the captain, got run out, attempting an overthrow that wasn't quite there. He had to race the ball back, and normally the ball wins the race. Again, Rahul Srinivas was excellent behind the stumps for the Black Caps. And in the end, although he did hit a 4, he was out off the last ball of the innings, and that was the 10th wicket, so 82. For all 10 wickets lost, 23, Hussain at the top looked good, didn't he? But Puneet ended up bowling him, and he'd lost a few partners by then, and things weren't going to get much better. Raheem fought hard for 17. Wakasta here, the captain, with 15, but he got run out trying to steal the strike back. 9 extras, all wides, but some of those wides, they were acceptable, I suppose. They were outside the off stump. Just losing the battle with the wide line. 82 all out, 4 for 3. Raheel was an absolute uber star, wasn't he? And he didn't go for many, as well as picking up 4 wickets. 2 for Puneet Kumar, singles for Shahab, as well as Gupta and Jamshed Khan. Really, no one had a bad time, probably except for Sinha, who bowled the first over. We'll take a break. We'll be back in just a few minutes, and we'll see if the Black Caps can get their second win of the series. They'll need 83 to do that. Can PSV avoid a second loss? We'll have to find out. Join us in just a few minutes. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Back soon with more European Cricket Series. Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back to Krefeld. It is day 6 of this European Cricket Series. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, with you as we're ready to go for the second innings. So that was quick. Down the leg side and called a wide. The news so far is that PSV Aachen, they're 4-1 and right up towards the top of the table, but they've got a bit of a fight on their hands here. This is Arif getting us going. Starts with a wide. And they're only able to manage 82 off their 10 overs, bowled out off the last ball. So the Black Caps going out there with 83 required for victory. And this is Abdul Majid Ahmadzai, who is opening the batting. So left-hand, right-hand combination. He's out there with Jamshed Khan. These two have formed a pretty solid opening combination. I will say, though, Ahmadzai could probably use a few more runs. Jamshed Khan having a very good series so far with the bat. Goes after this. It's around the tram line. Gets a bit of bat on it. Probably 2 if he wants it. And he does. Want to give a warm welcome to everyone watching on Fan Code, of course, in the Indian subcontinent. And everyone watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. Good to have you with us on a Saturday morning. A few people might be tuning in as part of their weekend ritual, of course. Not everyone works Monday to Friday, but a lot of people do. Might not be able to lurk while they're working. A big hello to all the weekend warriors out there. Rico Full. He's having a very well-deserved rest. That's a really good ball. Yeah, Reef just kind of angles this in. I feel like it left Ahmadzai a little bit. Let's have a look. Yeah, maybe not. Just played the wrong line. Very fine slip in place at the moment. We have seen PSV pull off a pretty ridiculous slips catch. That was Wakastahia that took that catch. This one's wild. Taken down the leg side by Muaz Hassan, who missed out with the bat. He'll be disappointed about that. Hello to the Golden Stars, who are in the chat as well. Golden Stars Bond. Hopefully you're well. Look forward to seeing you shortly. Hello to Chris Smith as well as Kroom. Rujaraj Magare, the Czech international, was in the chat as well, asking what are some of the more interesting places I've done ECS. This one's just inside, according to the umpire. And it's a tight call. Bowler just gets away with it. Well, there's so many places that are interesting. It's hard to pick favourites. I'd probably say there's a couple that always stand out. I mean, Barcelona's one with the high scoring that we see there. I mean, that slip is in such a crazy position. Look at where the slip's standing. I mean, to be honest, the slip is so... I've never seen a slip that fine. If that gets nicked straight at that guy, the keeper's taking it. He can definitely take... he can definitely take another step. Especially because there's no other slips, obviously, in this form of the game. Yeah, Barcelona's one. Probably Switzerland is one that was pretty interesting recently. We had a 203 to 178 game. I mean, high-scoring games tend to... When there's a lot of boundaries, you feel like anything's possible, right? Well, Ahmadzai's had about enough, and he goes for this, and he smacks it. Maximo! Man, looked like getting one in the middle of the bat so far, had he, Majid? But this one he does. And it's the end of the first over as well. So it is 10 without loss after 1. Yeah, PSV, like I said, they're having a pretty good time in their first ever tournament. Some teams just kind of find it easier than others. Only had the one loss so far. That was the Dubai Boosters. They're only able to manage 89. As we look at the golden ball counter, well, I've meant to tell everyone, I've got a plan, all right? My plan is that we have a golden ball on the weekend while Rico's napping, all right? I've got 10 chances. Who's with me? This one, it's not looking great, to be honest, at the moment, but yeah, 228 matches. It's really gotten up there pretty quickly. The last one was in Prague, in fact. Rutaraj, who's in the chat, he was playing in that game. He was playing for United Cricket Club against Brno. Mubashir bowling the second over here. Sivagam Selapan saying he thinks the slips are back up for the keeper. Yeah, I mean, effectively. Kroon loves the purple kits as well. I mean, so do I. Jamshed facing up. It's another wide. Has been good swing, hasn't there? I think part of the reason we're seeing more swing here is that because the ground is nice and soft, the ball doesn't get hacked up as much as normal. So the ball's kind of protected. It stays newer longer. It's despite the fact that there's the moisture in the field as well. But I think there's something in that. I think that when the surface is more forgiving to the ball, that it kind of retains its spherical properties and stays a bit smoother. Another good outswing. I think that one's okay. Yeah, good umpiring. Often you see umpires call this because they look at where the keeper takes it, but you're only interested in where it passes the line. And I think when it passes the line, it's inside the tram line. Yeah, good stuff. Jamshad, he's seen the outswing though. He can play for it a little bit now. Well, this one doesn't really swing, but it is swung by Jamshad, who launches it high and over his teammates. Maximo! 6 in each over so far. This one wasn't quite as pitched up again. You look at the lengths that have been effective this morning, and it's fuller. It's on the full side, isn't it? Even when you get back to a good length, it seems that batters are driving through the ball with a lot of confidence. Jamshed was involved in that dramatic game the other day. Yeah, it was 155 to 149 in the end. That was match 15 against the Bayer Spartans. They separated with only one swing of the bat. And Jamshed got them from an impossible position. I think they needed 108 off the last 5 overs, and they got 102. And I think they only needed something like 9 going into the last, but then he got out, and yeah, the game was on a knife's edge. Very good game that was. Over 300 runs in that game. Hello to Schaefer Harris, who's saying, hi from Australia. Well, what part of Australia are you from, Schaefer? That's originally where I'm from. So it's just leaned on through the offside. Again, I'm not sure it's going to run for 4, but they will get a couple. So both these two, they're just batting at the moment. They're not too worried about the target. I think they're just playing the natural game, which is naturally quite attacking. Yeah, Schaefer. I was just in Australia. It wasn't too long ago, actually. Took a bit of a trip back to visit some family and friends, which I suppose there was a time where I couldn't really do that during the pandemic year or years. Yeah, better length. You see, full is better today. Or any day, actually. It's the end of the second over, and the Black Caps, no wobbles so far. They're 23 without loss after 2. Looking at the table, so PSV, if this plays the way you think it will, then they'll go 4 and 2. Oh, Bayer Boosters up there, they're undefeated. 9 points. Golden Star Bond, you know they're in the chat right now. They're also sporting a very good record. Of course, only the top 4 teams out of the 10, out of the 11, I should say, will be in the finals on Friday. I also think that the Black Caps, they're a team that we haven't seen too much of. They'd only played 3 matches in the first 5 days. We'll see more of them, and I just think they're a team that are going to be around the mark for that finals position. As we see Mohamed Rashid bowling over number 3. He's got a very good slower ball. We saw him have some dramatic control issues the other day. Seems to have sorted himself out now. And this just kind of cramps up Abdulmajid Ahmadzai. Gets him right on the bottom. But he'll be okay. Again, angled in. This time Ahmed's able to get his hands through it and he'll get a boundary. So, yeah, Black Caps just building an opening partnership here. They're doing enough, aren't they, to make sure they stay ahead of the game. Hello to Jules Udebridge. Nice to see you, as always. Watching from the UK. Yeah, last weekend I was in the UK, actually, if you weren't aware. It's a guest of Hornchurch Cricket Club. Of course, we're our ACL club this year from England. Chases a wide one. And this is probably another 2. Or maybe not. They're just happy with the 1. Good chase there from the fielder. Yeah, had a nice time in the UK. Weather was pretty good for the most part. Had a couple of little storms that swept through. Everyone was wonderful. The one place I meant to go to, I didn't get time in the end because I was so busy over the bank holiday weekend. But I want to go to that Sixers. It's like a cricket themed bar where you can have a bat against a bowling machine as well. It's like a bit of a real life video game. I don't know if you've been there, Kroom or Jules, or anyone from the UK. Have you been to Sixers? I was going to have a chat to them about getting the ECC on, or the ECS. But yeah, ran out of time. I'll have to go next time. Last ball of the power play then. That's well bowled from Rashid. Yeah, pretty good over in the end. He only concedes 5. Gets that good natural outswing. Look at that. So it just leaves the batter, Jamshid Khan. So it's the end of the 3rd over. The score's 27 without loss. And yeah, if you compare the power plays, they're just 1 run ahead. The difference is we know that PSV Aachen, they'd lost 3 wickets at this point, and they just continued to lose them as well through the middle overs and towards the end of the innings. PSV had a really good first over, 19, dominated the power play. I suppose it was a good last over from Rashid. The first 2 were both pretty good for the Black Caps, 10 and 12. Just 5 in the 3rd. It's going to be Fahad Khan now to bowl over number 4. First chance to have a look at him here on day 6. Left-hand, right-hand combination I think is pretty handy as well in any form of the game. You see, right on cue, we have a wide first up. So it just forces the bowlers to constantly be readjusting their lines. They can't settle as much as when they're bowling to 2 right-handers or even 2 left-handers. Yeah, he's copped another one on the leg. Ouch. Yeah. It's just a matter of whether you get bat on these or not. And if you don't, it can be painful. Look at that. And I don't think he's wearing a thigh pad at all, Abdul Majid Ahmedzai. So he's using his thigh as the pad. And yeah, he's kind of staggering around a little bit after that. There's a couple of times he's been cramped for him. Oh, this one. Well, it can't be out. I think he's... If he's hit it into the ground. Yeah. He squeezed it, I think, into the ground. Definitely goes into the ground, and then pretty good take by the keeper. Again, cramp for room. Yeah, Ahmedzai is just having a frustrating tournament so far. And I know he's very, very capable of doing a good job at the top, but I think it might get to the point where you say, look, we're going to have to try something different up there. He's 13 off 13 at the moment, which, okay, I know they're only chasing 83, but it's not quite the output they want from their opener. Jamshed, meanwhile, goes for the big shot, and he's going to get 6. Maximo. Well, I know you can't see it, so let me tell you what happened. It actually got caught. It got caught, and it was a pretty good catch. But it's Mohamed Arif down there. He actually stepped over the line as he took it. He went down, looked at his feet, and he saw, oh, I've taken a step over. So he was caught, but 6. Maximo. Jamshed gets just enough. And a good comeback from the bowler. Yeah, bowlers have continued to get good movement. This is kind of the batter's view of it, because it just left him off the pitch. Yeah, well bowled again. Pretty good area. Again, Jamshed may be a little bit more conservative than we've seen him sometimes in this tournament. He's happy just to get the one. He'll retain the strike at the end of 4 overs. The Düsseldorf Black Caps, they're 36 without loss. So I suppose what you're doing here, I mean, just hanging in the game if you're PSV. They haven't been blown away. Black Caps with all 10 wickets in hand, but I suppose now you start to dream. You know, if you can take a wicket or two and a new guy out there, maybe get a little bit of a top order collapse. If you can push it kind of 10 and over and above, keep pumping out the good overs, then you never know your luck. Rashid will get a second over. Outswinger first up, drag down to Fahad Khan. Yeah, a lot of people like these PSV red shirts. Almost look like they've got the abs drawn on. Yeah, we can get a shot of those shirts. On the back as well. Yeah, look at that. What do you think of the pattern? I quite like them, actually. They look like real He-Men. Yeah, well, this sums it up, really. Ahmadzai kind of goes charging. Loses his shape. You know, he's frustrated right now. You can feel it. This is one if he just stayed at home, he would have had a nice, juicy full toss to hit anyway, but moving parts. I want to say a big hello to Zishan Khan. Hello, Zishan. Hopefully you're well. He's looking forward to seeing me in Spain as part of the Maltese national team. Hello, Zishan. Yeah, well, again, we see Ahmadzai get this close to the middle, but he picks out the fielder. He's saying there's a big match today in Sri Lanka. Palakele. Hopefully won't see any rain there. Zishan's having a very good summer for Malta. Good to see him fit again as well. I know he had all sorts of injury issues prior to the summer beginning. All right, goes for this, but sliced it too far up. It's Arif, and he'll take the catch eventually. Well, he fumbled it, and it ended up between his wrists and his chest. But it didn't matter, because he did catch it in the end. So Jamshed, the first one to go, and he'll go for 38. Just watch this bobble around. He's kind of in the way, but you see there it is, and then it ends up kind of wedged. He says a bit of a thank you to the man upstairs, and that one sticks in his hands, or around his hands in the end, as Jamshed has to go. He's the first wicket to fall, and the score is 38 for 1. This will bring Udit Mehta to the crease, but yeah, Jamshed ends up going 18 off 13 with 2 Maximos. Let's see if Mehta has a comfortable start to his innings. Yeah, thanks again for everyone who's thrown a message in. It's really well bowled. Really good bowling by Rashid. He's been right on the money here. It just makes it all the more remarkable when he had that over from Hell, I suppose, where I think it was a 13 ball over. There was balls down the leg side. There were full tosses. There was overstepping. We haven't seen any of that today. He's been right on the money. Now, full toss. And he almost gets a wicket, but instead it's going to be 6. Maximo. Well, you give a guy a wrap, and then the next one is a full toss. Wasn't the worst full toss. It was low. And it did create an opportunity that Mehta he gets away with it. He hits it pretty hard off the fingertips of the fielder. So you're lucky if you're getting that 1 out of 10, I suppose. Shoaib Rahman, the fielder down there, as we get to the end of the over, and it's 44 for 1 after 5. This is where we're at on our ECS adventures, of course. This doesn't include all the cricket this year, but it's our daytime cricket. So our daytime 10-over cricket started in Malta 30th of January, and then we've had the 2 main breaks, of course, that are listed there. The ECL, which is won by Dreux from France, and we'll have the ECC break coming up soon. Our next stop is Italy, where we'll be in Rome, and that means carbonara country. I can't wait. Still some more ECS cricket to come after the ECC as well, to Croatia. Back to Malta, where Zishan is watching from right now, and then, of course, Spain will be in Barcelona. Well, if it was a different kind of a game, I think Ahmadzai would have got the yank by now if they were chasing 130, 140, because he just cannot get going. I suppose he's 1 shot away from form. That's not it. It's going to be a wide. It just misses his body. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been a wide. Hello to John Gray. Good to see you. I think Jules was saying it was his wife's birthday yesterday. So he didn't catch a lot. But happy birthday to your wife, Jules. Hopefully it's well. Hopefully it was a good day. Another mistime pull. Yeah, quite a bit of Australia, South Africa, and the England, New Zealand T20s. Yeah, a lot of international cricket going on at the moment. Mehta. There's a dot and a 6 against him right now. Shoaib Rahman with the ball. Short, mistimed. That's mistimed so much that it doesn't actually get out of the infield at all. This is where a lot of teams, they don't really want a mid-wicket because it means they'll have 5 fielders on the leg side. It can kind of send the wrong message, but yeah, I don't know. I think it's a fielding position where you can take a lot of catches because a lot of balls are attempted in that direction, and if they miss it, that's often where they end up. Better shot, this one, by Ahmadzai. This will be 4. I mean, this is a lot better shot because I think he plays the ball bold to him. He's not kind of charging down. He just stands, he sees it. He actually kind of gets across pretty well to it. And that shot will bring up the 50 for the Black Caps. They bring it up in the 6th over. Much better shot from Majid. Short, wide, punched. Ahmadzai moves to 20. Again, all's well, it ends well. As long as they get to this target, they'll say that it's a job well done. They haven't quite been as dominant with the bat in hand as they were with the ball to sort of Black Caps. Got to try and keep pushing this game as long as possible. Keep that runs required above the balls remaining. Well, short, and he kind of cuts, and it's a bit of a task for the fielder. It'll be a long single, and Mehta will retain the strike at the end of 6 overs. The Black Caps are 53 for 1. Well, we're just talking about England, New Zealand. Of course, New Zealand, their teams call them Black Caps, inspiring a couple of other teams in Europe. Just off Black Caps here. We also have the Black Caps in Cyprus, don't we? Get the scorecard. Plenty of batting still to come. Raheel was outstanding with the ball. 4 for 3 off his 2 overs. And considering their batting hasn't been that convincing, probably a good thing they're not chasing 100 plus here. Start of a new over. Fahad Khan to bowl. And Mehta misses out. Goes between his body and the stumps. So yeah, keep an eye on that gap between runs required and balls remaining. At the moment, it's +7. Well, another swing and a miss. So is there some late drama here? Yeah, Fahad Khan coming back. Starts with a couple of the dots. Another one beats the bat now. Bowler's ends on if he wants to throw, but he doesn't. I think this will be a leg by. Unless there was an inside edge on it. Was there? I don't think so. And that is a leg by. And now it gets signalled. So now they've gone out to 8 in the gap. 30 off 22. Makes 29 off 21, I think, after that leg by. Yep, there it is. Yeah, pushing it at the moment. Ahmedzai is just kind of meandered through this first 6.5 overs. And now he gets knocked over. So, well, PSV Aachen, they believe, and why not? I mean, Fahad probably spotted a little bit of kink in the armour there with Majid, who and missed out a lot of balls that were coming in and cramping him up. This one knocks him over. And that was the second wicket to the fall. So it's 54 for 2 now in the 7th over. And yeah, really frustrating kind of innings. Now he's inadvertently put some pressure on the batters in the middle order. I mean, they'll be pretty comfortable with the situation. I mean, if you're chasing 150 and you needed 29 off 20, you'd say that's easy. But not quite the situation here. Only 54 on the board in the 7th. Well, Jules, nice to see that you had a nice day out yesterday. A bit of shopping and nice for you to spend some time off with your wife. She loves hearing us commentating, apparently. So what's your wife's name, Jules? I'll give her a bit of a shout out. Hope she had a great birthday. A few people have a minor tingle. This is Vagela, Pratik Vagela, who's coming out. And he starts with a dot. All right, so PSV are dealing here. Making a game out of this. And now the run rate required can move pretty dramatically. Okay, it goes up above 9. It'll be closer to 10 if they don't score off this ball. Black Caps are so dominant in the field, but struggled with the stick so far. Last ball of the 7th. Short. Clever bowling. Might be a wide, though. If I can't believe that's been called a wide. I thought it was clever tactics. Yeah, it's probably a wide. He's on his tiptoes, jumping a little bit. Might have grazed the top of his helmet. Hello to Twilight. Sandori, how are you? Good to have you with us. As the sun makes a welcome appearance for the first time today. Last ball of the 7th, take 2. And it's a thick inside edge. They'll get 1. That's all they'll get. Nice clean pickup out there by the skipper. He likes to field out there, doesn't he? Marcus to here. End of the 7th over, 56 for 2. Coming up next, more cricket. As PSV Aachen will take on Bond Blue Star in the second game of the day. The Blue Stars got a wicket. Got a win, I should say, yesterday morning. First game of the day, but then had to eat a no result in the second game of the day. News from the toss that Bond Blue Stars have won the toss and elected to bowl. So let's see PSV Aachen with the bat first up. And yeah, they'll be hoping they can put a few more on the board than they did in this game. Having said that, might be enough at the moment. Stay tuned for that game. Coming up in about 35 minutes' time. Right. Well, they've made things difficult for themselves, the Black Caps. It's going to be a reef to bowl. And this is straight over the stumps. Oh, but it's missed by the keeper. Should just be a bye. I think this is over the stumps. Oh. Yeah, he's saying, hey, what are you talking about? That can't be a... And I have to say, I agree. The card's not a wide. Unless it's for height, which I don't think it was. Yeah, I'm not sure about that. Anyway, the ref will have to eat it. May have been the one for the over. I'm not sure. I didn't see a signal. Oh, he's bowled. It's just flicked the bails this time. And so now Mehta has to go, and the pressure is on. 2 ones and a wicket to start the 8th, and the Black Caps, well, it's not quite Sunday yet, but this innings has been a Sunday stroll. You know, credit to the bowler as well. That was well pitched. Top of the stump length. Just watch it kiss the bail. Off it came, and that's the 3rd wicket to fall. It's 58 for 3. This will bring Raheel to the crease. Well, he's probably a good man for the job. He's having a very, very good game. I think I mentioned him before the start of the game as well. I said he's a player which we may not have seen the best of just yet, because we've only seen the Black Caps play 3 times, and one of those was rain affected. Arif, though, that was a good ball. Raheel's a left-handed bowler himself, but right now he's facing up as a right-hander. Oh, and he almost pops the catch straight back. So this has gotten real now. Got to say that first ball, the overcall, it doesn't hurt him so much for now, but it does give the Black Caps an extra ball, and balls are running out right now. Putting a lot of pressure on this last 2.5 overs. Now, this isn't a good ball, and it's going to get absolutely smashed by Raheel. That does relieve the pressure. Maximo! Just pulled down a little bit from the bowler, Mohammad Arif. And Raheel, you know, credit to him, he's done what his teammates haven't been able to do so far. He's timed one up. So up to 64 now. 19 off 15. Arif just remarking his run. Just didn't feel right with that one. Yeah, Raheel, class act. But now he skies it. Now who wants this? Keeper's ball, and he's gone. So 6 and out for Raheel. There's a lot of discussions about whose that is, but the man with the gloves has to take responsibility, Muaz Hassan, and he did. And so Raheel's caught behind. And just like that, the game takes another turn. It is 64 for 4. I mean, at least he does get the 6. But, yeah, he's gone too soon, really, as far as Raheel's concerned. Again, just fighting the angle, trying to go across the line, trying to pull a ball, which is being angled across him. And he never really got inside of it, did he? Well, maybe we are on golden ball watch here. The Black Caps do have golden ball experience. I don't really want to bring it up, but in the quarterfinal in 2021, they were playing Bayer Boosters, who at that point, they were the lowest ranked team to reach the finals. And the Black Caps were the top ranked team. But it was the Bayer Boosters that beat them on a golden ball. And so the Black Caps do have some experience. Now, Shahab's a very good player to come out number 6. Here he is. But he doesn't really want to fire a shot at this one first up. May have hit him on the glove or maybe the arm. Guess that's the glove because it's given a run. Shahab's off the mark. Meanwhile, that equation, keeping an eye on it, it's +5. So 18 off 13. Just if you get one boundary and over, you're probably okay. But if you don't, that's when you're going to have problems. Oh, now they think of taking off for a bye. They don't. So what a good over that is from Arif. And, yeah. He's gone for 6 one time in it. But the whole over only goes for 9. And the score's 18 off 12 required. The total score is 65 for 4. And have a look at this. They're right on that golden ball line at the moment. But really, yeah, they need 18 off 12. So just 9 and over. 9 and over. I mean, it sounds easy, doesn't it? But then the runs aren't going to make themselves. Low-scoring thriller, says Clever. Sure is. All right, here we go. It's Rahman in over number 9, and there's another dot. Oh, well, the pressure's palpable right now. I mean, the Black Caps, they should have won this easily. They were no wickets down for so long, but the batters were just frustrated. You know, don't take anything away from PSV Aachen and their bowling, which has been excellent. Oh, but now this next one he gets completely wrong. Never mind is the call, Rahman. So 17 off 11. How many will they need in the last over? That's if we get to a last over. The walking woof from Shahab. Trying to hit across the line there. Vagela with some quick words of advice. I mean, Shahab's a very good player, but every ball you go without a boundary, feel your temperature rising. No full toss. Should push for 2 here. Runs have been hard to come by. That's if it doesn't go for 4. They will get 2 in the end. Well run. And pushing ones into 2s becomes even more important now, doesn't it, when the boundaries have dried up. Jump up to 3 in the equation. 15 off 9. What a match. Pretty well struck. Again, can't see you getting more than 1 here with a clean pickup. Excellent fielding from Fahad Khan. Well, PSV, if you thought they were going to go quietly after getting bowled out for 82, you got another thing coming. It's a mixture of good bowling, but also kind of casual batting, I think, which has seen Black Caps get themselves in a bit of a muddle here. Slow ball goes for it, doesn't get it. This should be caught. Fielder's under it, and it's dropped. To here, barely gets a hand on it. It'll only be 1, so it's not a total disaster. But that was a perfectly executed slower ball. Hit straight down the throat of Wakas. And have a look here. Straight through the hands. My word. 70 for 4 now. 13 required off the last 7 balls. They gave away a run when they shouldn't have. Now this will be a wide. Straight over the line. So, drama with a capital D. Jules is planning a trip to Cartman 2024. That's wonderful to hear. Jules, I'll be excited to meet you. You have to bring Mrs. Jules as well. All right, last ball of the over. Thick edge, straight down the throat of the third man. He misses it, and that's gone for, well, it's either 4 or 6. It's a long way from me. I'll have a look at it on the replay. Let's have a look. I think that's 6. It's gone straight through his hands. It is 6. Maximo, that's Yasir Hussain down there. And just like that, they get it down to 6 off the last required at 77 for 4 after 9. Walking 6. Well, if we don't get a boundary in this over, we may have a chance of a golden ball. They need 5 off the over for a golden ball. Of course, we haven't had one since the 22nd of July. So we went the whole month of August without a golden ball. Now we're into September. And don't forget, the golden ball tiebreaker rules state that the batting team will get 1 more ball. And if they get 2 or more, they win. If they don't, they don't. Simple as that. Any batter can face that hasn't been dismissed in the innings. All right. That hurts, doesn't it? I mean, 6-run swing there. 2 drop catches costing PSV in the 9th. Last roll of the dice time. It's going to be Raja Mubashir to bowl. He went for 12 in his first, and the Black Caps can wing it with 1 swing of the bat. They should be gone here, and they are. So Vagela goes, and he doesn't get anything going in his innings. Goes for 2 off 5, and a perfect start for the last. For the PSV fans, it's a low full toss. Just kind of lost his shape, lost his front side, didn't he, there? And so that will make it 77 for 5. I mean, if PSV pull this rabbit out of the hat, it'll be quite remarkable when you consider the 2 drop catches costing 7 runs alone in the last over, and how they'd love to have those 7 runs back now. 6 off 4. New batter comes out, Ubaid Manzoura. I mean, what's your tactics here? Do you go for glory? I mean, you could say, look, got 5 chances to hit a 6, and then we win the game. Got 5 wickets in hand. But if you don't, the pressure builds very, very quickly. Wow, it's a nice looking shot, and it's game over. Maximo! And they'll rue those missed opportunities, PSV Aachen, as Black Caps do get across the line in the end, but they made real hard work of it. Last over finish, first game of the day, and it's Mansoura who comes out. And this is why, I mean, you've got to play your shots. We saw them kind of struggling early on, but not losing wickets, and you got guys down the order that are raring to go. Someone will have a good day. Mansour's day's pretty good. As he faces one ball, he puts it straight over the bowler's head for 6. He says, what's the fuss about? Game over, as the Black Caps do it with 4 balls to spare. But let's have a look back at the highlights. And Jamshed Khan get a lot of the strike early, actually. Ended up just kind of mishitting this. It rattled around in the hands of Mohammad Arif. Eventually, he was able to clutch it to his body. But, yeah, Abdul Majid Ahmadzai just wasn't quite himself, was he? Ended up getting castled, but his 20 off 20 just had that required rate a bit higher than it should have been. And we saw Mehta go swing like a rusty gate. That was after a slightly dubious call the ball before. Raheel came out, looked like he would ice the game. The guy took 4 for 3, but he went 6 and out. Again, there's a lot of discussion about whose this is. It's always got to be the keeper's ball. And bowler eventually says, yeah, you're right, that is yours. But then PSV had really pushed the game. There were 18 required off the last 2, but then Wakas dropped that catch down at deep square leg. And now this really hurts. Even if you don't catch it, you want to keep it in front of you. Don't let it get behind you. It went for 6, and despite the wicket first ball of the 10th, it was Mansoura who came out and said, yeah, this is how I'm going to do it. I've been waiting for my chance, and I'm going to take it. And Black Caps, they do get there in the end. So Abdul Majid Ahmadzai, he ends up top scoring, but it wasn't the most convincing. 20 off 20. Kind of put some pressure on some batters below him. Jamshed with 18. But Sahab, again, it wasn't the most stylish 10 off 6 ever, but he stayed there to the end, and Mansour finished it with a bang. 9.2 overs required to chase the fairly modest target of 83. 2 wickets for Mohammad Arif, 1 for Mubashir, as well as Mohammad Rashid and Fahad Khan. Shoaib Rahman, 9 for 21, not the worst either. So I suppose both teams bowling pretty well and batting a little bit off from both teams. I think maybe the catching made a difference in the end, didn't it? When you think the Black Caps, they just dropped 1 catch. For PSV, they dropped 2 crucial ones in the 9th. We'll take a break and we'll be back in around about 20 minutes, taking you to the second game of the day, and that will be PSV Aachen versus Bob Blue Star. Until then, it's been Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Hope you're having a great day. We'll see you after this break for more European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to the National Performance Centre here in Krefeld. Vinny Sander here. Mr. Maximo with you for the European Cricket Network as we get ready for the second game of the day. It's match number 27. And PSV Aachen, they are going to go back-to-back. They're taking on Bonn Blue Stars in this one. I do have some toss news for you, and we can, in fact, we look at the Fanny's dashboard and you can see all of the players that are about to take part in this game. It's the Bonn Blue Stars. They won the toss and they've elected to bowl first. So, yeah, PSV Aachen didn't really set the world on fire. They were bowled out for 82 in the last game. And they almost defended it, though. Pushed it all the way to the last over. They ended up getting beaten with 4 balls to spare. I do think their batting unit missed out. Watch out for Yasir Hussain and Muaz Hassan at the top. Yasir, he batted a very good first over, but then in his second, he did struggle. And didn't have a lot of help from his teammates, that's for sure. Looking at the expected scores, Bonn Blue Stars, of course, they are former champions in 2021, then had a bit of a shocker last year. But it's nice to see some of those guys again. First time we've seen them live during this tournament. They are 3-run favourites over the more inexperienced PSV Aachen side. At the moment, sport a 4-2 record. But Bonn Blue Stars, they had their own issues, didn't they? Especially on opening day. They have a 1-3 record with no result in there as well. Watch out for Zahir Abbas. He'll be opening the batting. He'll be behind the stumps for Bonn Blue Stars. Also, Harun Khan, I think, is a guy that I always like to see. I think he's done some very good things in the tournament as well. And so, as the players come out, I want to give a warm welcome once again to everyone that's watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, as well as everyone watching on Fancode in India. Happy weekend to everybody. And so, yeah, pretty close game first up, wasn't it? But, yeah, in the end, they ended up getting there, didn't they? Just off Black Caps, but it was a bit of a lackadaisical kind of a chase. But they did get the 83 required in the end. Bonn Blue Stars again, feels like a bit of a crunch game for them, doesn't it? Conditions today, well, we're up to 19 degrees now, expecting maximum temperature of about 24. Bit of cloud cover. We have seen the ball swinging around a fair bit. So we've got Ghulam Ahmadi, who's going to get us going for Bonn Blue Star. And we've got the same opening combination as before. Just waiting for the clock to tick over. We're ready to go. Shake, rattle and roll. Match number 27. It starts with a dot. It just bounces over the bat of Yasir Hussain. Nicely taken behind the stumps by Zahir Abbas. Mentioned him before the game started. Just take a bit of time to get adjusted. Gives me a chance to have a look back in the chat. Looks like Rob Thompson is there. Well, you'll be happy, Rob. The Black Caps got up. Düsseldorf Black Caps, that is. Got up in the last over. Nice to see you. Hello to Kroom again. Hello to Cricket for You, asking how to join a club. Well, it's pretty simple. Be here. Join a club if you need help. Speak to the DCB, which is basically Cricket Germany. Cut away. This should be 4. Nicely done by Hussain. This was a touch fuller from Ahmadi. Almost creates his own line here because it wasn't actually that wide. But keeps his weight leg side of the ball and just snaps the wrists at the right moment. Yeah, I mean, obviously, the thing to realise is you kind of need to be living in Germany to play in German club cricket. I mean, you don't need to, but you'd have to be here. And the other thing is that it's not a professional sport. You've got to realise that on the continent, 99.9% of the time, the players are doing it because they like playing cricket. Same reason that anyone plays club cricket around the world. Well, hit straight, and this is going to be 4 as well. Just opens up that front leg, and Hussein gets another boundary. Well, the more things change, the more they stay the same. They've got 2 good first overs under their belt this morning, PSV Aachen. But can they turn it into something more this time? That's the real question. Yeah, but if you want to play European cricket, be in Europe, play cricket. Simple as that. There's lots of social media pages and all that of different clubs that you can join. Otherwise, you can ask the Federation. I think Amadi can believe that. To be honest, I thought this was probably just okay. Umpire's call. Does the outside of the ball hit the inside of the line? That's the question you got to ask. So he does go straighter. It's a bit of a top edge. Loops over the fine leg in the circle, and that's going to be 4. So a third 4 in the over. And Yasir Hussain can make some most of that. That time he does get inside the ball. Last ball of the over then. He goes after this. It's high. Haroon's after it. Can he get there? Almost. Really good effort. Kind of had a shot to nothing there because as it came down, it plugged. So it was never going to go for 4. And then, yeah, probably lucky it doesn't hit him and knock him over the line. But it'll be the end of the first over. The score is 15 without loss. 23 days to go until the 3rd edition of the Dream 11 European Cricket Championship. It's the annual tournament that we like to call the Euros of Cricket. 31 nations will take part. Over 109 matches. I was doing a lot of planning for it yesterday, actually. Yeah, the Euros of Cricket, 31 nations, up from 21 last year, up from 15 the year before that. So it's just growing and growing and growing. Yeah, there's a lot. There's a lot to do, put it that way. Nisarun Khan. Oh, is there an edge on this? Yeah, well, I mean, this has hit something. Thing is, the batter shouldn't walk away. It may have hit the body. I mean, let's have a look on the replay. It's off the arm. It's not off the glove. It's off the arm. Yeah, see, it's off the arm. But I tell you what, I'll give you a free tip, Muaz. Don't tuck your bat under your arm and start walking away. That's not a good signal to give the umpire because it gives the wrong impression. I think it is a very good decision in the end. Oh, right on the mark. This is knocked towards point. They decide against the run in the end. Yeah, so I was having a much close look yesterday, doing some planning for the European Cricket Championship, just on logistics and working out who's commentating when. And we do have a bit of a plan with Corey and Rico to join me for the ECC, but we'll have the services of Andrew Ryan for the first week while Corey's a little bit busy with the coaching commitments for Spain. All right, absolutely spanked. Well, Maz hasn't really found his touch yet, but that shows you what he can do. He's very quick to get his hands through the ball this time. A bit late on the first ball of the over, but this time absolutely whacked. That's a very, very authoritative strike by Muaz, who was the leading run scorer leading in today. PSV, of course, playing their first European cricket series. Don't think this is hitting. It's just a fraction outside off stump. Maybe some bat in it anyway. So no real decision for the umpire to make. Remember, Haroon was excellent when Bond Blue Stars won. I mean, it was a bit of a rags to riches story, to be honest, in 2021. The first series that Bond Blue Stars ever played. They had a bit of a shocker early on. I think they didn't chase 65 for victory early in the piece. And then ended up finishing third in their group. So they had to essentially beat 3 higher ranked opponents if they were to win the tournament in knockout matches, and they did. And they were able to beat MSC Frankfurt, who were a very good side. I mean, we even saw MSC Frankfurt on one of the classic matches yesterday from the ECL. And Bonn Blue Stars beat MSC Frankfurt in the 2021 final. Yeah, but then last year didn't really go to plan for Bonn Blue Stars in their title defence. Everyone likes this one as well, but this isn't out either, and it's the end of the second over. It's 22 without loss after 2. Yeah, last year Bonn Blue Stars didn't even make the quarters with a 3-5 record. They missed out, and that was a bit of a shock to everyone. So they'll be hoping to go deep in this tournament. They haven't made a great start, 1-3 with a no result. Having a look at this table, top 4 make it through. So I don't think you can really absorb, 4 losses max is what I'm looking at. So if you look at it now, Bonn Blue Stars 1-3 and a no result. It's kind of like 3.5 losses already. Okay, it's a bit of an estimation just based on what we've seen so far, but I think it's pretty tough to get through with less than 12 points. Even then, that's not enough sometimes. They're going to go back to Ghulam Ahmadi, over number 3, last over of the power play. Steps outside off stump and gets 4. Creative batting by Muaz as Ahmadi gets essentially stand-up swept by the PSV opener for 4. And a good start to the third over for PSV Aachen. Yeah, Kroom saying he tucked his bat under his shoulder after he got hit in the arm. Yeah. I suppose what are you meant to do? If you stand there, you look a bit guilty as well. What I would have done, I would have been rubbing that arm pretty quickly. I wouldn't. It's not. It's kind of giving the umpire a clue, but I mean, I'm rubbing your arm because you've just been hit on it. As this is turned square on the wicket, and it'll be 4 as well. So Muaz has made a good start. Remember, he did miss out this morning with the bat. He was out for 1 off 2. Got caught at long on off Kashif Shahab of the Black Caps. Making a much more positive start this time. Now pitched up, and he goes for it. On the power play, there's nobody back there. And it's going to plug, so it doesn't even go for 4. Again, that's the part of the ground I was affectionately calling the sealed section the other day, because it's censored. And,
Or, like in video games, you need to pay to unlock it.
some people saying that it's like a paywall if you need to pay. But unfortunately, we don't have the facility to reveal that part of the ground to you, so I'll just have to watch it with my eyes. I'll let you know. Now that's to the same section, but that is over. I can tell you that much. Maximo! Yeah, Muaz just seems pretty confident with anything that bounces here. It's foolish, but he still goes back and just slams that over mid-wicket for a 6. Now in the same area again, it won't go for 6 this time, but it will go for 4, runs across the line. So it's a bit of bowling machine about Ahmadi, really. He didn't really try anything different there, bowled the same ball, got hit in the same area a few times in a row. This will be the end of the third over, end of the power play, and it is 42 without loss. So a decent power play that for PSV Aachen after being sent in, and that over went magical in the end. The score going from 22 to 42 in the third. Of course, big day of cricket around the world. In the Asia Cup, I know India play Pakistan today. India winning the toss and electing to bat, and Archana is feeling pretty confident in there, but I mean, it's not often those two powerhouses play each other. I'd love for them to play some test cricket against each other. First ball, short of a length. This is Quaid Rahman, who's bowling the fourth. Cricket for you, saying Londoners can't join European cricket. Well, they can. It's got to be here. So you gotta find a club, get in touch. If you can get over, then of course you can. Similar kind of shot, this one from Yasir. He did hit 3 boundaries in the first over. He's a bit of a first over specialist today. And Twilight saying correctly, Hornchurch played the ECL. There will be some ECL qualifiers known this weekend. I know the English club won't be known for another 2 weeks. The dot ball. So, I'm saying, not really reading the room here. If we get to 1, then at least Moaz Hassan, he's hitting him well. Yeah, so I think it's from memory, and Kroom, correct me if I'm wrong, Wimbledon, and was it Stony Acre? Sandy Acre. Sandy Acre Town. That sounds about right. Sandy Acre Town. Tell me if that's right. To play off for the English ECL spot. Straight through his legs. May have flicked the pad on the way through. It won't be 4. It'll be 2 somethings. Either buys or leg buys. Wait on the signal. Leg buys. Yeah, I did think that keeper might have had a play on this. I guess it was a pretty big deflection, but he just couldn't get a dive in, could he? Zahir Abbas. Hit straight back down the ground, just a single. Yeah, everyone's welcome to play European cricket, but the key bit, you have to be in Europe. Don't expect to kind of get flown to Europe to play. That's not where the game's at the moment in Europe. But if you are in Europe, I mean, even if you're in Europe for a holiday, I know we've got Ace Pruss here, only for a short amount of time. You've got to time it in with European Cricket Series if you're smart. All right, nice shot. This is going to disappear. Up and over, deep backward square leg. Maximo! And all that good work kind of undone. Difference in the technique with Moaz willing to get across and kind of go with the angle in from Quaid Rahman. Gets something out of the over, and it also brings up the 50 for PSV. It's 51 without loss after 4. So, change of bowling. It's Mirsad Mohammed with some of his spin. Yeah, well, lucky he's playing on this pitch because that's a no ball off the pitch in most pitches in Europe. But in the end, that's more online. The top ball. Good bounce that time from Assad. Another wide, just a little bit too wide. Hit down the ground, and, well, they do make the stop in the end. Quaid with the boot. This is one of those ones that's right perfectly between 2 outfielders, so no one really knows whose it is. So you both go, and then last minute you're a bit worried about a collision. So he doesn't get down. He says, okay, look, Just going to get the foot behind it. I suppose nice flat surface. Shouldn't bounce over the foot. All right. There's a warning. Oh, there you go. I mean, I'm pro-warning. I start saying, hey, just watch yourself. Next time I may take the opportunity. We've seen Nikhil Patel, the man-cad man from Collin Challengers. He wouldn't be warning in that situation. Each to their own. Cut away. Nicely placed as well by Muaz Hassan, who is batting very well so far. Assad. Yeah, just length kind of ball, really. That's a Mohammed, obviously, he's a player we know quite well. Assad has played in the ECC for Germany before. In fact, as I recall, he took a hat-trick. Not really with the slow stuff, but he was one of 2 hat-tricks in the same innings, I think, along with German captain Walter Bayer. This is up, and that's going to be 6. Maximo, as this opening partnership continues to grow, and it's Muaz Hassan that is doing the damage. It's a little bit quicker. Muaz was really quick to jump over it. I still think the bowling has been a little bit short. Now, that's not necessarily a short ball, but I think good length balls are disappearing on this pitch. Jules has a question. Is there UK TV coverage for the ECC this year, or is it on YouTube? The short answer is, I don't know. I asked the question yesterday. Sometimes we don't know until very late before the piece, Jules. But for sure. Oh, another full toss this time. And that's going to be 4. So he does go full, but he goes too full. And Assad goes for 17 in his over. Just below the waist and quickly smashed away as we get to the end of the over. 68 without loss after 5. I thought that was 4, so I actually thought that might be... Well, we'll come back to you on that score anyway. But as far as the TV coverage, yeah, we often don't know until quite close. But one thing we are going to try and do, if it is on TV in the UK, like it was on Viaplay last year, try and sort it out so the ads don't go over balls. I think that's pretty important that you're not missing the action. All right, here's Quaid coming back. And a dot ball. And yeah, Hussain really is struggling here, isn't he? Like I said, bit of a first over specialist today, Yasir Hussain. And I was going to say, Yasir did get run out backing up pre-delivery, so maybe that's why Assad Mohammed has decided to pull out the warning there. This is up and it is out of here. Maximo! Hussain with 6. He just picks this up off a length. You can see he's fairly open in his stance. Yeah, gets down on that back leg and muscles it over mid-wicket. So 74 and climbing. Yeah, so 74 without loss. Kroom's off. Saying if they win today, they win the league. If not, they're relying on other results. Well, good luck to you, Kroom. Hopefully it goes well. Up in the air. Going to fall safely, and it does. Just the single. Saying he's playing on the proverbial postage stamp ground today with the boundaries even shorter than on ECN. Was that right, Kevin? Tell us what club you paid for again. I remember now I've actually heard of some of the clubs. I might be able to recognise it. Of course, he plays against Hornchurch sometimes, where I was last week. Well, this is miles in the air, and it's going to get past the fielder, and it's going to go for 4. So this is not where he intended to put it. It's just your classic top edge, straight over the keeper. And in fact, that'll bring up his 50. And he brings his 50 up of 15 balls. Probably not the most... Yeah, probably not the most convincing shot to bring it up, but he has played some very good shots in there, hasn't he? Could he turn it into a really big innings? Short and pulled again. This time he'll just get a single. Quickly back up is the call. They do. And Moaz, top score of 76 not out against Golden Star Bond. This is now his third half century in the series. Probably, well, he does move. Yeah, look, it's straight over the line, but does he move pre-delivery? Yeah, I suppose that's a fair enough call. Because he moves probably 2 stumps minimum, maybe 3 outside off, and then I suppose the umpire's meant to move the line too. So I think it's a very good call to finish the over. 80 without loss after 6. I mean, pretty good on the wides as well, just the 3 wides through the first 6 overs. Yasser Hussain, he's been the handbrake in this innings though, hasn't he? Just hasn't quite found his touch. He's got a strike rate of 115. This rate, you want to go a bit quicker than that. All right, here's Assad back for a second over, and it's going to run away, and it's going to be 4. So another little edge. And well, it just seems to have the luck factor as well as playing some very nice shots so far here in match number 27. That's very good, Twilight. You put the link up to a video. It's quite an old video now. It's about 3 years old. About how to play in the ECL, in European cricket. And this is specific to the ECL, which is the Champions League European cricket. I think pretty much what it says is, be in Europe, join a club, win the domestic championship, and the ECL. Easy. Not so easy, obviously. Especially a country like England, where there's literally hundreds of clubs. Goes after this. Does he have the distance? You bet he does. Maximo! Yeah, well, put it with the rest as Moaz swings himself into the 60s. And yeah, that one was lost in the sealed section. Partnership up to 90 now. Just can't get the breakthrough here, can they, Bond Blue Stars? And this is going to be 6 more. Maximo! Well, he's building something pretty special here. He's 68 off 20 now. Dare I say it, he's on 100 pace. Assad, he's gone the journey. And he will again. Wow, that's probably the best of the lot. Maximo! And brings up the 100 as well. And the 100 partnership for PSV Aachen off just 41 balls. And it's been Moaz the star. Out second ball this morning. But he has made up for it. He loses another Grizzly in the bushes. Very good striking. Assad tends to go quicker when he gets whacked. It's a typical thing that someone that's converted from bowling faster will do. They might get an overthrow here. They won't really want one because Myers will get the strike. He says, I'm going to stay. As Tyrone goes for a long walk. And well, I hope he brought a packed lunch because that one was a long way back into the trees. 103 without loss after 7. This is a quick look at some of the tournaments coming up on the European Cricket Network. Of course, we're talking a lot about the ECC, but before that, we will be in Rome for a European Cricket Series, and don't forget a 3-way international 10-over tournament at the end of Rome. Of course, we have an ECI at the end of Krefeld as well, involving Germany, as well as the Netherlands 11 and Belgium. After the ECC, we have more cricket. We have Croatia, Malta and Spain to close out the year. So yeah, really looking forward to that. And there's a chance that we may have a little bit of a bonus at the end of the ECO Spain as well. We'll have to see though. As Hahn comes back, over number 8. Pulled away first ball, and we'll just get one here. Well, now they're going to get 2. Wow, that's pretty slack cricket. He just kind of rolled it in so slowly that Moaz, who's thirsty for the strike, he'll get it back. So 1 becomes 2. Well, that's a wild delivery from Haroon. And again, Moaz is pretty keen to stay on strike as much as he can. Early call, but he's on track for it, isn't he? We've had 23 centuries this year. Chanti Passapoletti was the last man to do it for International Cricket Academy Berlin. Dresden. Oh, well, Moaz has just had the luck factor here, and this is going to be, I think, 4 runs. He moves into the 80s. There's been a few that have gone unintentionally behind the wicket. But they do keep feeding him with the short ball. Understandable in a way when it's been pitched up. He's been really good on the drive. I just don't think we've seen enough good Yorkers to him. That one's really been able to deliver a good Yorker. Turns this around the corner and straight at the fielder. Moaz has kind of papered over the cracks of yes, he has Hussain to an extent, hasn't he? It's 23 off 20, but the actual team run rate going at almost 15 and over. It's probably a wide. It's pretty short. So Haroon, he's a big game player. You know, I remember that he had a very good tournament in 2021 when they did win it. He's just trying to be unpredictable, I think, to Moaz. Kroom's already gifted a membership. Is that because you know something that I don't, Kroom? Slow ball, really good ball. That's so unlucky. Because it has overspin, it bounces a bit more than regular delivery, and it bounces straight over the stumps. He beat him all ends up there. This will show it. See, the overspin just creates a bit more bounce. Went well over the top in the end, didn't it? Good ball to beat a guy on 81. Now wide again. One thing I will say is that most of the teams have been very, very good as far as the over rate's been concerned. Did he go back to the slower ball? Pitched it really well before. And goes pace on, and he pays the price. This one is out of here. Maximo, 87 now, as Moaz has his highest score in ECN cricket, beating the 76 the other day against Golden Star Bond. And he still has over 2 overs to play with. One made a bit of a sound, not sure what it hit over there. One of the poles. Last ball of the over. Does he go the one here? Slow ball. Oh, why get one when you can get 6? As Moaz lifts himself up into the 90s. End of the 8th over. 124 without loss. I really like the way Moaz has controlled the strike in the last 2 or 3 overs as well. And Vishnu has received the membership from Kroom. Kroom said he's worse than the commentator's curse. He's handing out the membership early because he's got to go. So he's super confident that Moaz is going to make it to 100. 93 off 28. Still 2 overs remaining. So I think this is Bunny Bra. So I think Bunny is into the side, and it's Karanjit's son, Karanjit's an elder statesman, let's say, of this Bond Blue Stars lineup. So good luck, the youngster. Comes on. First he's bowled to Yasir Hussain. He wants his turn, and he's going to get it. It's a full toss, and it is out of the ground. Maximo! Well, we do have a bit of expression here on ECN. It all happens in the 9th. Well, just unable to break through. Yeah, Bunny is playing his first match on the European Cricket Network. He's only just 15 years of age. Right into the heat of the furnace. Another full toss, another 6. Maximo! Well, yes, he's saying, okay, I could get 1, but if I can get 6, why would I get 1? Again, I do like his action here, Bra, but he's got to pitch it. Tempted Yorker, so I don't mind him trying to go full, but he's just overcooked it a couple of times, and at his pace, it's gonna be a fairly easy put away. Well, welcome to the European Cricket Series, Bunny. Now, this time it's skied. And it will be just a couple of runs. Jammed up in the block hole. I mean, that's more where he wants to be. Yeah, very good comeback. So it was. Gets the strike, 93. There's a youngster, only 15. Playing some junior cricket. He's been playing quite a good level of junior cricket as well, I'm told. This is dragged just for 1 though, so 94 for Moaz Hassan now, within 1 Maximo of 100. So if you're Yasir now, I don't think you really want a 1. I think you're going large. Looking for something full to put over the leg side. It's full, but he can't put it over the leg side. Well, I mean, there were some good signs there from Bunny Bra, because you got to understand, he went for 2 6s first up in the over, but then he goes 1 dot 1 dot to 2 set batters. So it's just those first 2, the cobwebs, maybe. You take those out. It was a very good over. 138 without loss after 9. And don't be fooled by the graphic. It will be 9 overs down. So we'll go to the last, and it's going to be Pramod Sharma to bowl it. And he'll be bowling to Moaz Hassan, who's on 94. So everyone. Will we see the first century in Crefeld 2023? No, not yet. Yeah, centuries don't make themselves. I mean, there's every chance it could be 90-something not out here. Especially if he gets caught at the other end. I think on 94. I'm not running any 1s here. Maybe if I can get a 2. Here's another dot ball. Well bowled by Pramod Sharma. Well, Kruma's already gifted a membership. He'll do that every time there's a century or a 5-wicket haul or a hat-trick or a 200-plus score by a team. He gave it out. He was so confident. 6 to bring up a century for Moaz. do it in style. And he brings up his first century on ECN cricket. What a fantastic performance that is. 100 of 33 balls. And he is thrilled with his efforts, and why shouldn't he be? He goes into the Hall of Fame, and that ball goes into the car park. Maximo! And the score goes up to 144. Now he misses out. Now that he's 100, he's decided, okay, I don't mind giving up the strike. So they haven't taken a single wicket here. Having said that, I mean, they're not out of sight yet as far as the team total. Yasir has been a little bit underwhelming. Yeah, but congratulations to Waz Hassan. 2 to come. In fact, I think he's going to finish 100 off 34. Unless we have something strange like an extra where they can run. Always exciting it. Well, Kroom, you were right. I guess I was right too. Last ball. And hit high. Well, can you catch it and save a couple of runs? You can't. And they'll just get the one in the end. So they're going to finish 146 off the 10 overs. Not a single wicket taken. So as you can probably imagine, it's going to be a pretty batting heavy highlights package when we dial it up in a second. But yeah, congratulations, Waz Hassan. He's sharing a joke. And there he is, Waz Hassan. 100 not out of 34 balls. A wonderful innings, one that he'll remember for a long time. And the viewers are enjoying it as well. I suppose he did have the luck factor on his side a few times as well with a few top edges, but also there are a lot of really good shots in here. Not often you see a whole 10 overs go by and not a single wicket. And that's basically what happened. And to be honest, I can't really remember too many chances. That's probably about as close as they got. They had some close calls. I mean, that one came off the arm. That was early in the piece. There was also a kind of slow ball that kind of went over the stumps. But it was just hard graft, really. They tried a few things. I think they tried some spin. I mean, it wasn't the worst fielding innings I've ever seen. Just had two guys that refused to get out. I suppose they are kind of in the contest because Yasir, he ends up 37 off 26. And he hit a few decent blows in the end, but at one stage he was barely above a run a ball. But yeah, in the end, it's just a little bit of a masterclass from Waz. He hit a few into the sealed section. But yeah, like I said, I mean, in the 140s, so they're not completely out of sight. We have seen chasers in this range. It's not often you see a team losing a match without losing a wicket. But I think I have seen it done once or twice. But Waz, he was creeping up, and then that was the one that brought up his century. And then he was able to get to the other end and leave it to Yasir Hussain. And he was able to get the score up to 146. So, I mean, it wasn't the worst bowling performance. Like I said, there were 6 wides in there. It really needs to be remembered for Waz Hassan's century. 10 Maximos and 8 fours in there, striking at 294. It's basically scoring twice as quickly as Yasir at the other end, who ended up on 37 not out. Nobody able to break through, although I think there were a few positives in there. I think Quaid Rahman bowled reasonably well. Also thought that Haroon bowled a couple of good deliveries, just couldn't really follow it up. And Bunny Bra, despite getting hit for 2 sixes, he then only went for 2 runs off his remaining 4 balls. So some good signs there for Bomb Blue Stars. Right now, though, they need to get their bats on, don't they? It's 147 for victory, but we have seen some second inning scores in the 140s. This would be a remarkable one if they could, because they weren't able to take a wicket in the first half of this match. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo. We'll be back in just a few minutes with the response from Blue Stars. have a mountain to climb, but let's see if they can do something similar. See you shortly for more action right here from Germany. You're watching ECN, and this is the European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to Germany. It's the second match of 5 here in the European Cricket Series on day 6, match 27 to be exact. And in this one, Bonn Blue Stars taking on PSV Aachen. The news from the toss was that the Blue Stars won it. They sent in PSV, who came to the party with 146 runs, 100 of them off the bat of Muaz Hassan. It was our 24th century of season 2023. But Blue Stars do have the right of reply, and looks like Zahir Abbas is going to get us going. Now, he's a very talented individual, also does a good job behind the stumps for Bonn Blue Stars. And that shot, I can't see who's out there with him, but I think it's probably Harun Khan who'll be coming out to open the batting. But, yeah, we have seen a century now, first century of this series, although we did have couple in Dresden, Sandan Chantnipu and Chanti Pasapaletti were century makers for Berlin Cricket Academy and ICAB respectively. But yeah, this is hat-trick number 24 of the season. 147 the target then. It's a perfect break in snooker. And this looks like Mohamed Arif to bowl. PSV did bowl pretty well earlier. If they do here, they should get the points. And first one cuts into Abbas. They don't get a run. Yeah, Kroom may be off now. He's off to play for Upminster in one of the UK competitions there. Not too far from where I was this time last week. Takes this off the stumps. Well fielded, perfect fielding. He could have gone either end then. He chose to go try and hit one stump. It was closer, but less of an angle for him. Look at this pickup. Perfect pickup and throw just out of the shot. But really, either batter was in jeopardy. Arun's not backing up at all. Even if he was, I don't think he would have been out. He wouldn't have been able to make it on a direct hit. No, it is the first run. Basically need 15 and over here, so can't wait around. Arun doesn't, and he lifts this one up and out of the ground. Maximo! Low full toss. Not a bad ball really from Arif. It's just slightly over pitched, and I mean slightly. That's actually a pretty good cricket shot from Harun Khan. Arif, does he stick full? I don't mind full. He does, and he goes length in the air and just out of the grasp of the fielder. They'll just get one. You can see Bonn Blue Stars there. They're pretty keen to take on the power play, as you probably need to be when you're chasing the better part of 150 runs. This one was a proper plug job. Look at that. Dunk. I don't think it bounced back. Slips in place. That's what PSV Aachen like to do. Now this is going to go straight over the fielder's head, and that's going to be 4. So another boundary. So when you've got a big problem, and I suppose chasing about 150 is a big problem, break it into smaller, more manageable pieces. And 15 and over is what you need to be looking for, even if you have to take risks to do it. I think that's what we're seeing so far in the first over. Bonn Blue Stars are up to 12. With the ball remaining from Arif in the first. And this is more runs. That is travelling. Maximo! As Abbas gets his first bomb, and that's the end of the first 18 without loss. A really good start for Bonn Blue Stars. And not often you've seen this. I think it's only happened 1 or 2 times before. And it's a potential in this game where a team could lose without losing a wicket. Because the 146 in the first innings, it was without a wicket going down. So if you want to put it a different way, you could win without taking a wicket if you're Bonn Blue Stars here. But a win's a win when it comes down to it. Doesn't matter how you get them. Of course, only 4 teams out of 11 get to go to the finals stage of the tournament. So Begborough will steal the points. I need 12 points minimum, I think. Sometimes that's not enough either, especially when you've got a few no results hanging around. Maybe you need 13. Mubashir comes in and he will get knocked down the ground for 1. So yeah, next mini target, yeah, something low 30s here, especially in the power play. Low 30s is a minimum for Bomb Blue Stars. To do that, you kind of need the 2 boundaries minimum in the over. There's Zahir Abbas, very famous name in cricket. Wow, gets called for a wide. I don't know about this one. 2 things here. Look how far behind the line he is when he bowls. Number 1, he's no chance of a no ball. He's almost back in the stumps. Look, on the front foot. I'm not so sure about that one. But, I mean, the umpires call it as they see it. If they don't think the ball's completely inside the tram line when it passes the crease, they'll call it a wide. Blue Stars catch a break. Oh, mistimed, and well, we could have a run out here, and well, he is going to be run out. Abbas, he's not happy. I mean, both are kind of to blame here because, I mean, once Abbas hears the call, he should probably go, and then once he realizes mix-up, he pretty much just stops. See here, he says, no, go back, but then here, so he gives up, and on the fumble, who knows? He could have caused the bowler to panic enough and he might have been able to get in. But instead, we've got our first wicket of the game in the 12th over of the game. Abbas, a forlorn figure as he walks off for 11. It was 20 for 1. Yes, I mean, you could argue the call wasn't a very good one from Harun Khan. You could, for sure. But it is behind the wicket, so if Abbas runs that out and he gets run out, then you can blame Harun for a bad call. But if you give up or if you try and overrule him, you have to shoulder some of the blame, I think. As this next one is lifted up and wide of point. This is Amadi who comes out and hits a 4. It's not Amadi, of course. That's Harun Khan, actually, because they crossed. So it is Harun Khan, pardon me. That hits 4. Thought it didn't look like Amadi. Harun won't really want to be in a rush to get back to the dressing room. Wow, flicked away. Nice shot. Really good shot. Maximo. Oh, can Harun do a Muaz in the second innings of this game? That was just an error in line there from the bowler. Mubashir. And he gets the treatment. Well, speaking of Muaz, let's have a look at this updated centuries, and there we go. It's our 3rd century we've had in Crefeld. If you go up a little bit to Fahim Nazir, 110 off 35, century number 18. That was in a 10-over partnership as well. 203 for Zurich Nomads against Geneva. It was actually same thing. I'm not so sure that's a wide. Umpires doing their bit to try and help the Blue Stars along in this power play. Now I'll go with the movement. This is flying, and it's flying all the way. Maximo. Harun is 26 off 6, and he's had a lightning start. I was just going to say that Zurich Nomads versus Geneva game, it was the 3rd most runs we've ever seen in an ECN match, but it had the most 6s. There were 46 Maximos in that game. Fahim hit plenty of them. Yeah, but congratulations to Moraz Hassan. He's the newest member of that list. Now gets lucky, and you need the luck factor. We saw Muaz get away with the occasional edge. This time it's a leading edge for Harun. It's going to give him 4 runs. And yeah, Blue Stars, we talked about them wanting to be low 30s. Well, C and Razia, they end up low 40s. They're 43 for 1 after 2. Very good start for them. That over ended up going for a bunch. It was 25 off the over. Looking at the table just quickly, Bond Blue Stars, well, they could really use this win. I don't think they can really afford to lose another game and make the finals, because if they lost this, they'd be 1-4-1. 4 games to go. The best they could do is 5-4-1, so they have 11 points. Can't see them making the finals. They did miss out last year. It was a lot easier to make the finals last year because we had 5 teams in a group and 4 would make it through, but those days are gone now. This is really well bowled. This is Rashid first up. And he just moves that away and a bit of extra bounce. Takes it over the stumps. Now, driven away. And they'll get a single. Drags it, doesn't quite carry. Long on, just a single for Hakana. There's a very good fielder. Keep an eye on the run rate required. Started at 14.7 over. They have gotten on top of it a little bit. It's in the 13s at the moment. They want to keep it there. Gone. And he's picked out the fielder, so Amadi can't really move the needle. Rashid gets the wicket. Simple catch taken there by Raheem Mohammed. Again, look at that swing he's getting. Getting a lot of movement. And Amadi tries to adjust, but he can't quite get the middle of the bat on it. And that will be the second wicket to fall. It's 45 for 2. Hello, Clever, in the chat. Doing a bit of German language training. I don't know how do you say good afternoon. I believe that is Guten Tag. Guten Tag. I'm sure there are people with better German than me that can confirm. New batter out there is Honeyjeet Brar. Deals with a decent outswinger first up. Yeah, so the Brar clan certainly turning out for Bond Blue Stars. Honeyjeet Brar, he's young himself. He's only 17 years of age, just had his 17th birthday. And he goes after this, but he gets it high. It's in the pocket of space. The fielder's going to go back. They're going to have to watch it. That's out of here. Maximo. I'll have to describe this one to you. One fielder was going back, one fielder was going around. In the end, they just stopped at the boundary and watched helplessly. You can see them coming here. You can kind of see where the rope is going around. And yeah, the result is 6 runs, brings up the 50 as well. So very productive power play for Bond Blue Stars. 52 for 2 after 3. That over was going so well for PSV Aachen from Rashid, but yeah, the last ball gets smashed out of the ground. So at the moment, they're ahead of where they need to be, but can they keep it up? That's the question. Like I said, it'll be a very rare circumstance when you have a team win a game without actually taking a wicket. Raheem Mohammed is back and starts with a good slower ball. I know that they have had their troubles with extras from time to time. This has worked away around the corner. Oh, they might get 2 on the slip. Oh no, they're going to decide against it in the end. Yeah, Raheem, he was the man actually. I think I got mixed up earlier, but Raheem he had a real tough time of it getting his control the other day. Seemed to have sorted those issues out. Bowls that slow ball well, though. This is picked and it's driven away. They should look for 2 here, and they'll get it fairly easily. And it moves to 39. Yeah, I like that change of pace if you can locate it. Now, makes the quick on more effective. He bangs that one in. Probably the one for the over the shoulder. That run rate required has gone from the 13s back to the 14s. It's kind of where it started. This time he drags down the slower ball, but the batter can't cash in. So it'll just be a single. Oh, what's happened here? Oh, it's gone for 4. Well, I thought he had this under control. I'm going to have a look at this. Yeah, okay. Oh, no. There was a fumble, and it was a fumble. Now, ultimately, yeah, he must have had contact with the ball while he went over the rope. So, bit of a bonus there for Bond Blue Stars. So, a few things running their way. Had the better of a few wide calls. And now, Arun makes it into the 40s, 43 off just 12. Oh, and this would have been wide, actually, but it was nicked. Just couldn't resist himself. I think Arun knows that was going to be a wide as well. And almost like he was trying to pull the bat out the way towards the end. It will be the end of the over. He'll retain the strike. 60 for 2 after 4. So they're right on that 15 and over at the moment. But what will these middle overs bring? Once again, big good morning. A happy weekend to everyone that's watching around the world. Let's have a look at the Worms. Just sitting on top of that red line, but you can see if the trend continues, if they keep decelerating, then they'll be behind the game. Fahad Khan to bowl over number 5. Oh, that's a shot and a half. Well, that's boombastic. That bat's not plastic as Harun Khan brings up his 50 off just 14 balls. And he just went and fetched that one from outside the off stump. Maximo. And well done to Harun. He looks laser focused here, doesn't he? Just realizing now that's his 50. Doesn't seem too bothered about it. He wants to keep going. Same kind of a ball, same kind of a shot. This was angled in a little bit more. And that's 6 as well. Back-to-back Maximals to Harun Khan. And yeah, Fahad's got to sort it out. Again, he's running in bowling machine style. Same kind of a length. 56 off 15. What a knock. Oh, and he always blows the bowler's foot off. Well, I suppose it's a good stop. It's also a dangerous way to stop it. Look at this. Oh, right off the toe. Hopefully that's in the bit of the shoe that's got a bit of protection, but still, that's a cricket ball. Now it goes down the ground, but he gets away with it. This will just be a single. And Harun's never actually scored a 50 on ECN. It surprises me slightly. He's played 24 matches, has a higher score of 49 not out against Golden Star Bond back in 2022. But I mean, his batting's come a long way. When we saw him in 2021 when they won it, he played 11 matches. He only scored 1 run. He wasn't really in for his batting. He's in for his bowling. Anyway, it could be all over. In fact, it won't be, because it's going to be dropped. Of course, that wasn't Harun that went down. That's Honey Bra He gets put down, but what it means is that Harun gets the strike back for the last ball of the over. Yeah, Harun, first 50 ever. It's quite remarkable. But he only scored 1 run in 11 matches just 2 years ago when he was used primarily as a bowler. Spot bowls, full straight. Harun has to take his medicine, drives it out for 1. But he will retain the strike as we get to the end of the 5th over, and the score is 75 for 2. In that 2021 series, he did take 11 wickets in just less than 20 overs, but he didn't get more than that one single run. Let's have a look at where we've been and where we're going on the European Cricket Series, of course. This is the European Cricket Series. Doesn't include the ECS Nights, and it doesn't include some of the T20 internationals we've shown this year, but it's been a big year. Again, we're looking to add a couple more places to the calendar next year as well, so stay tuned for information. You can always go to our website, europeancricket.com. Back to the action now. This is in the air, and that will be 6. Nice shot. Maximo. Harun Khan is absolutely bossing it at the moment. He's 64 off 19. And basically what it is, it's the right of the reply, Simawaz Hassan. He's got Bond Blue Stars in a very good position here, but you feel a lot of it's on him, don't you? A lot of it's on him. It's a lot of pressure to carry. At the moment, he's not showing the weight of it at all. Rashid's back for a second over. Now he gets a slow ball and he puts this away. Maximo. Well, just like that, blink and you'll miss it at 70. And when you run out your opening partner, which was Zahir Abbas, you've got an extra incentive not to make a quick escape to the dressing room, don't you? 70 off 20. And that was pretty good bowling by Rashid. It was a slow ball. Forced Harun to hold his shot back, but he timed it to a T. What a match. On the walk now. Oh, and he takes it on, but it's in the gap as well. And is this going to go? It doesn't. And I think they've made the stop. We won't get a look at this. It'll just be what the fielder says here because it's behind the trees. So I think they make the stop, but I suppose in a sense it's quite fortunate for Harun Khan that it's in that gap. You can see where the two fielders are heading. And so, yeah, it won't be a boundary, but they will get 2. Whipped away, and they should get 2 more here if they hustle. In fact, that's going to go for 4. Well, that ran away quicker than I thought. So how about this for a lone hand at the moment from Harun Khan? This is, yeah, okay, it's leg stumps just outside. Gets it under one fielder, gets it around another fielder, just perfectly judges the pace to get it for 4. I can't even keep up here. What's that, 72? I think it's more. 76, yeah, 76 off 22. They've got that run rate required down to 12.5 and over. On the walk again, this is absolutely smashed for 4. Well, I've been really impressed that when he's charged, he's actually kept his balance. And he moves to 80. 80! And there's still a ball to go on this over. Harun Khan, for a guy that's never hit a 50 before, you wouldn't know it. Look, I'll say it again. 2 years ago when we were here, when Bond Blue Stars won the whole tournament, he scored 1 run in the whole tournament in 11 matches. Not because he's a bad bat, just because they didn't think he was a batter. Well, I beg to differ. 80 off 23. They need 50 to win off 25. And now this is high. Very, very high. Is it long enough? It is. Maximo. 86 for Harun Khan. What is going on here? That will be the end of the over as well. Brings up the 100 for Bond Blue Star. 103 for 2. What are we watching? Again, takes matters into his own hands. Gets it straight, though. $86 off 24. 86 out of 103 runs in the innings. It's remarkable. And, well, PSV Aachen supporters, they'll be happy to see this, but Hassan might not be down the bottom there for long, the way things are going, because Harun Khan is 86 in 6 overs. And if a quick check of the rate required, they need 11 and over with 8 wickets in hand. But you feel a lot's on the shoulders of Harun Khan here. And now it's going to be Shoaib Rahman who's going to bowl. What a counter-attack this is. Not often you see 2 centuries in a match. I'm trying to think. I don't think I've seen it before. It starts with a wide. I know that Karanbir Singh, he scored a century in a losing match for Vienna Eagles. He actually scored back-to-back centuries in their 2 matches, like the 3rd and the 5th match of the day. But the second century was in a losing cause as Pack Riders in Austria pulled off at the time, the biggest chase on ECN. It was 164. But this is where, if ever you're just looking to push a single, it's now. If you're Honey Bra. That's why I like that they've kind of, well, it looked to me like Raheem was getting in pretty close there to try and stop the single. But you literally just need one. And they'll get one, just. So Raheem was prowling in the circle. And like I say, I'm trying to think of times that teams have won a game without taking a wicket. Like I said, it's very rare. Full toss. Yeah, it relies on him getting the strike a lot as well. So yeah, Bra 4 off 6. Hasn't had to do much, but you know, he's got an important role to play, doesn't he? Right in the air, and this is a bit of a teaser. It's going to be dropped. It's Wakas, the captain, that had to go back, but it was in a real awkward position, wasn't it? All right. Yeah, I think, okay, the game I was thinking was in Bulgaria. Now we're getting really obscure. Indian Tuskers scored 83 without loss off their 10 overs and lost. All right, this is up in the air. Huge moment in the game, and he's dropped. Well, 87, it's a famous number in Australian cricket, and Haroon on 87 gives a chance, and he gets away with it. Had a long time to think about it. And yeah, straight through the hands. Didn't really ever get in a good position down there. Yasir Hussain, I think, that puts it down. Yeah, so that's the only other time I think we've ever had a team win a game without taking a wicket. Was Academic MU Sofia that took bronze in Bulgaria in 2020. Well, have another one. This time it is taken, but it's not the man they wanted. In fact, if anything, it might actually work to Bomb Blue Stars' favour, because it means that Haroon's on strike, because that's the end of the over. He scores 108 for 3. Anijit Brand not really able to make the impact that he wanted, but certainly had the best seat in the house to an exhibition from Harun Khan. As he departs for 5, the score is 108 for 3. This is what's coming up next. And get to see the Düsseldorf Black Caps back again, taking on Clone CC, who we'll see for the first time today. News from the toss, Black Caps winning it, and they've elected to bat. So Jamshid Khan, I think he's a lock up there. I wonder about Abdul Majid Ahmedzai, whether you make a change there, because he just really struggled to get going, 20 off 20. Having said that, the Black Caps are coming off a win in the first game of the day against PSV Aachen. Right, here's Haroon then, who's on 87, start of the 8th over. And this one goes straight over the stumps. Raheem Mohammed, the new bowler. We did see him bowling over before though, don't forget. Went for just 8. So it's pretty rare. Imagine winning a game without ever kind of high-fiving your teammates in the field, saying, yeah, well done, everyone. But you can do it. I suppose a 10-over format allows it to happen. But yeah, one thing I don't remember is ever having 2 centuries in one game. We went pretty close in that No match Geneva game. Slow ball and 6. What a shot into the 90s. Maximo. What a shot. Slower ball. Sends it out of the ground. New balls, please. That was big. It's a bit risky. Takes it off the stumps, but he's just seeing them so well. Well, now we're getting close, aren't we? Like I said, we almost had back-to-back Centurions in one game in Switzerland. But it was in threes that ended up nicking off for 98 in that game. That was after Fahim Nazir scored a century. All right, 94 for Harun Khan. He's never even scored a 50 before, and he's on 94. It wasn't a bad slow ball from Raheem, really. What a counter-attack this is. And he's been joined out there by the very experienced Karanjit Brat. Not just a father figure, but also a father in this team. In the most literal sense. All right, here's Harun. Maximo to bring up a ton. Oh, he almost strangles himself down the leg side. Raheem's got a few variations, doesn't he? Faster one, slower one, bouncer. Could we see two Centurions in the same ECS match for the first time? Maybe, maybe not. He's done it. He's done it. I think that's gone all the way. Maximo! And 100 to Harun Khan. Well, what a fantastic performance. A man that scored 1 run in 11 matches 2 years ago. Next minute, he's an opening batter. He scores not only his first 50 in ECN cricket in this game, but he gets his first 100. And he joins a very exclusive club. Century number 25 of the season. And he gets it down to 26 off 15. But can he keep going? His work's not finished yet. Oh, well, this is pure as well. That's going all the way. Maximo! Wow, Harun just leans on this. And this is a very correct cricket stroke. Look at that. It's simple. He keeps his shape, takes it off a length and smacks it straight over the bowler's head, straight over the long off too. He is just on right now. So a game of firsts here in match 27. Now he's going to go again, and that's into the gap. I think that's 4. So you just can't stop this guy at the moment. Wow, so often you score 100 in an ECN match and you don't get player of the match, but I think Paul Muaz, it's bad luck Charlie, is 16 off 13 now. And Harun scored 110 out of the 131 runs in this innings. You take out, what's that, 4 extras. He scored 110 out of 127 off the bat. Can he finish it off? He misses, but I will say this, Muaz and even Harun, they've had a few little slices of luck, and it's important you have those slices of luck if you're going to do something remarkable. End of the over, 131 for 3. This game's not over, though, and it will be the experienced Karanjit Brat on strike to start the 9th over. He missed out. Couldn't even get the 1 there, which would have at least given him the strike. And to give you an idea, Karanjit, well, he is 50 years of age, 51 this year. But his highest score in 15 matches is 13 not out. So, you know, he's got his role to play. I would actually gamble on just trying to save a single here and maybe bring the cover in and say, look, we're not going to let you get away that easily. Also gives you a chance to run out Harun Khan, who's your immediate threat. 16 off the last 2 required. Here's Shoaib Rahman to bowl his second. His first one was a good one. This could still go to the wire. Well, Northern Ireland Nick has gifted the membership. Well, Kroom's done pretty well to get out of there. He's off to his game in the UK, so he'll probably dodge this one. But crazy match, really. And yeah, I make it the first time we've ever had 2 centuries in one game on ECN. And it will only be the second time, I think, that a team can win a match without taking a wicket. I talked about MU Sofia defeating the Tuskers in the bronze final in Bulgaria in 2020. Wow, this is not a bad shot at all, is it? Bra says, well, I'm here too, and I've got a bat in my hands. Maximo, that really does relieve the pressure. What a remarkable cricket match this is. Now, he's happy just to take one, maybe a second, maybe four though, as it just keeps on rolling. And, well, right now, the finish line's in sight. Bond Blue Stars, they needed a win to turn their tournament around. Right now, it looks like they're going to get it. What a performance. Six off 9. I mean, they can win this within 9 overs here. Miss. Thing is, that 6 from Karanjit Bra was actually a very important 6. It establishes him as a threat as well. Picked the slow ball and smacked it. PSV Aachen going to check their pockets, and they've got nothing to show for this morning's game. Next one, well, they take it on. They'll get one. Probably a leg by. I didn't really see any bat in that. Yeah, no, it hits him in the shoulder, but no, he's a wily old fox. About to patch the bowler, saying, "Yeah, well done, you pinned me." 5 off 7. What a game. Okay, 5 to win. This won't be 5, but it will be 4, and it'll tie the scores. That's the end of the over as well, and he's fired up at the moment, and he even gets a handshake from the bowler in advance, because this game is as good as done. Scores tied at 146. Bond Blue Stars 146 for 3. The lifeline that their tournament needed coming here in match number 27. And what a great effort this is. 110 not out of 32 balls. First time we've ever seen 2 centuries in the one game in an ECN 10 over match. And 114 off 33 if you include that. I just don't think, well, I mean, maiden here for a golden ball. So there's this. Races up, it's in the air, and it's game, set, match. Brings up the 150 for good measure. What a chase that is by the Bond Blue Stars. As they get to the finish line with time to spare, with 4 balls to spare. That was something very, very special. And, well, PSV Aachen, they'll be wondering how that happened. So, well, Harun Khan, let's just keep the camera on him for a second, because he deserves every little bit of credit here. And that was just an amazing performance, amazing individual performance. Take through some of his numbers. 114 off 33. Hit 13 sixes and 6 fours. So he's hit more runs than Moaz was able to in the first innings in less balls. And it's one of those innings that I think we'll remember for a long time. And don't forget, he had that kind of hairy moment earlier when he ran out Zahir Abbas. So, well, just like that, Harun Khan has a place next to Moaz Hassan in the same game, match 27. But Harun Khan, surely, he is the player of the match for his effort. History in the making here on ECN, as we see Bond Blue Stars get back on track. Black Caps, they're up next against Clone CC, so both these teams will take a seat for a little bit. The Black Caps with a good win first up this morning against PSV, who've had a rough morning so far. Clone CC, a couple of their players to watch. I mean, there's a few of them. Sasanka Sanka at the top. He's a guy, former MTV Stallion, who I think is due to fire in a big way. And that game starting in around about 25 minutes. Let's roll the highlights. And, well, Bomb Blue Stars do something we've only ever seen twice now, and that is win a match without actually taking a wicket, as 146 for none was on the scoreboard in the first half of the game. This was a bit of a disaster, but now when you think about it, it was really important that Haroon wasn't the man that was run out, because who knew the day he was about to have? Well, Zahia wasn't a huge Haroon fan at that stage, but I think he might have won him over 100 runs later, as Bomb Blue Stars just went absolutely crazy. In particular, Haroon Khan went absolutely crazy. 13 Maximos in here. Had some good bowling to contend with. A couple of wickets fell at the other end. Amadi went for one. Honeyjeet Bra stuck around for a while. Had a couple of slices of luck, like I mentioned. A couple of little edges. There weren't too many, though. Most were out of the middle. That one almost blew Fahad Khan's big toe off. Honeyjeet just played the kind of stable role at the other end, tried to give him the strike when he could. This was a bit of a teaser. Still went the journey. This was a big moment in the game, though, wasn't it? This was Honeyjeet going, but don't forget Haroon got dropped just before that. And when you look at it, it's probably a catch that would have won PSV Arkin in the game, but they weren't able to hold on, and Haroon doubled down. Peter Hambley saying this has been a great start to his day. Well, if you're a fan of centuries and watching guys raise the bat, you really would have enjoyed this match. And don't forget Haroon, it's not just his first 100, it was his first 50 as well. His top score previously was 49 not out last year against Golden Star Bond. Well, I like this as well, though. Nice to see the youngsters out there. And look, in the end, somebody's got to tip your cap and say, well, you know, you bested us. And that's exactly what happened. 114 off 33 out of 152. What a knock by Haroon Khan, as he struck 13 Maximo 6-4s in there. Both teams pretty good on the extras. I think that the drop catch comes back to haunt PSV Arkin. Looking at the bowling, well, Rashid took a wicket. So did Shob Rahman. Yeah, but ultimately, it was a losing effort. Just a correction, it wasn't Yasir in that position. It was Mohammad Sher who took the catch of Honeyjeet, but before that, he put down Haroon Khan, the substitute fielder. So we'll take a break. We'll need to gather our breath after that. Hall of Fame's been busy this morning. First time we've ever seen 2 centuries in the one match on ECN. And there's more history to come, I'm sure, still to be written. Black Caps up against Clone CC when we return in 20 minutes. Until then, Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Hope you're enjoying your Saturday. Back soon with more European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to Krefeld. And as you can see from that promotional video, there is a lot happening here. It's a very vibrant part of the country. I know I've really enjoyed being here. My third year back now as we get ready for the third match of the sixth day of this European Cricket Series. And it is match number 28. This is just a little Black Gaps taking on Clone CC. I can tell you what happened at the coin toss, but I'll show you what happened. Here's Tyrone Peters.
Sanka the call. Tails is the call. It's ahead. They're going to bat.
No hesitation from Gaurav Gupta, and that's why the Black Caps are batting first. And these are the two teams. Jamshid Khan having a very good series. Abdulmajid Ahmadzai just had a bit of an off game earlier. He provides the left-hand, right-hand at the top of the order. And he will be facing up. Here we go. Straight into it. And they have decided to stick with Abdulmajid Ahmadzai. As I said that, is he made 20 off 20 earlier. He was the top score, but he was kind of crawling a little bit. Kashyap the bowler here, so starting with spin. Now this is to the heavens. It might bring rain because it's into the clouds. In fact, it's going to plug. It's going to be 6. Maximo, just what Abdulmajid Ahmadzai would have wanted. It took so long to get going before, and he just hit straight through this, and there's a big gap over there as well. So as far as Clone CC, though, they're 1-4, and they really can't afford to lose any more games. I think this is a crunch match for them. Always a good team out of luck, Clone CC, to be honest, led by Sasanka Sanka. So it will be a wide. That was outside the return crease by the time it reached the keeper. That is Dvarak Seika. Does a pretty good job back there. What a match we've just had. Yeah, well bowled. That's right where you want to be. Going to lure him to try to drag that across the line. He wasn't able to. Yeah, last match, match 27, it's the first time we've ever seen 2 centuries in one match. 1 for each side. Again, Ahmadzai just kind of loses his shape here. I suppose the day will come we might see 2 centuries in one innings, but that means the score is going to have to be above 200. It's kind of unthinkable, but it's not impossible. All right, in the air. Now this will take some catching. I think it's Akshay's catch. Oh no, in the end, they don't know whose catch it is as Panwar was heading back. They'll get 2. Ahmadzai gets lucky. Gets a couple. I think Akshay needed to pull Panwar off that one because Panwar was never going to get it, but I suppose he's also worried about a collision there. You can understand. Kashyap's gone for 9. Now this is hit straight. Now this is a catch for Akshay. And it's taken. So Dhani with a catch, and Ahmadzai only survives an over in the end. He's the first man to go 9 for 1. So the decision to bowl the off spinner, pretty clever one, if you ask me. Just luring Ahmadzai into a few shots across the line. And well, there he goes. The cornrows, they're still looking good though. Well, 9's better than nothing. 9 for 1 after 1. Enough time to sit down and think about life for the next 9 overs. Here's Jamshid Khan, who's going to face up now. Of course, he was opening. He's been joined out there by Udit Mehta. He won't be facing because it's the end of the over. Second over to begin. It's going to be Sharafola Shehzad to bowl it. Big pacer. Yeah, we haven't seen too much spin opening in the innings, but pretty effective. Nice catch by Dhani as well. He had plenty of time to get under it. The one before, I think if he had no distractions, he would have at least made a play on it. Only cost them 2 in the end. Let's get ready for over number 2. Outside the off stump. Teasing with the wide line. Umpire says that's okay. We couldn't really get a look at that one. Maybe we'll have one more look. Yeah, I think it's probably okay when it passes the popping crease. Good call. Had a lot of movement. Good outswing out. Darney's a very good fielder, as we've seen already. He'll make sure it's just a single. Big welcome back to everyone watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, as well as everyone watching on the Fan Code platform in the subcontinent. Let's see what the supercomputer is thinking of this contest. Black Caps 20-run favourites. One of the big issues with Clone CC, if you look at their runs against in this series, 151 average runs against. That's too many. You're not going to win too many games chasing that many. No ball called. Jumper gets turned around, probably because Meta wants to face the free hit. Yeah, just stretched over, didn't he there? So free hit coming up. One of the unforgivable sins, really, isn't it? When you get the front foot no ball. Let's see though. Went down to the challenges, Clone Challengers in the Clone Derby by 5 runs. In a kind of a tournament-defining game, I think, because it means they're 1 and 4. 1 and 4 feels very different to 2 and 3 at this stage of the tournament. You played half your games. There's a free hit, and he's going to get an edge. He's going to get away with it, and he's going to get 4. Murthy can't chase it down. This is all about the immunity cloak. Jamshikam was pretty keen to get down there to face it, but Matt said, no, it's okay. I'm on 0, so I would quite like a free hit to get my innings going. Hello to Matt Aravides, who's watching from Perth. Hello, Matt. How are you going? Nice to see you. What's the weather like in Perth? I've heard there's a bit of rain there last day or two. Hello to Wazza as well. Good to see you. So all the Australians are coming out now. Probably a good time to watch. And Helix, of course, not to forget you. Nice one. Angle down the leg side, but good bit of bowling by Sharafolo Sherzad. Was quiet on in the last game. He wasn't the only one for the Black Caps, though. Made hard work of a target of 83 runs. 83 it was, in fact. They chased it down with 4 balls to spare. That's well bowled. It's kind of in-between length, isn't it? And he doesn't want to take any big risks against it at the moment. A reasonable start this from Clone CC. Like I said, if they win all their remaining games, they'll be in the mix. Don't know whether it'll be enough, but you never know. Look at their run home. And they got Black Caps here, Bond Blue Star. Oh, what a game they had just then. Arkan Rising Stars by Spartans, then VFB Gelsenkirchen. Yeah, well bowled. Good outswinger. Dot to finish. And only 6 off the over. Very good one. Let's have a look at this prodigious outswing that he gets. Sharavola. As we get to the end of the second, and the score is 15 for 1. And Matt saying in Perth, it's very wet today, but the showers are meant to be clearing over the weekend. Well, that's good news, I suppose. I suppose half your weekend's gone already, isn't it? Looking at the table, you can see that Clone CC, they're at the wrong end of it. I think 4 losses max. And even then, if you're 6 and 4, it's hard to see you getting through in the top 4. It's possible though. I suppose you just got to win the game in front of you and let the chips fall where they may. This looks like it's going to be Sandeep Shankar. Get some left arm spin in over number 3. So sticking with the spin attack. Now this is up, it's in the air, and it's out of here. Maximo. Ravi Shankar comes on as tweaks that one length, but absolutely tattooed out of the ground. 6 to the best. Ravi Shankar. Player we saw in 2021, but we didn't see him last year for Clone CC. First we're seeing of him this year. Takes this leg side. This is going to be 4 more. So, Ravi Shankar, welcome back to the European Cricket Series. Gets hit for a 6 and then a 4. And you know what that means? Black Caps are hungry for some more. Yeah, all the Aussies are back from the pub apparently, Helix. Makes sense. What is it? Must be 7:30 or so in Perth and then 9:30 on the East Coast. Well, some hesitation here, but they will get through for a single in the end. This is lifted up and out of the ground. So Ravi Shankar having a tough time. Mehta goes large. Maximo. And right now, 6-4-1-6. Does sound like a very exciting Wimbledon final scoreline, but that's unfortunately the first 4 balls that Ravi Shankar's delivered. Just trying to dry this ball. And first top ball, Ravi Shankar. So he's gone for 17 so far. Rico, if you're wondering where he is having a couple of days off. Looked it up. It's called a weekend. Rico gets the weekend. And he deserves it. I had the weekend last week. It's quite nice. Bottom edge. I won't get a run here. So finishes with a couple of dots, but the damage was done early in the over. 17 come off it. And at the end of the power play, it is 32 for 1. He had a great weekend last weekend in Hornchurch in the UK. First time I've been back in the UK for at least 4 or 5 years. I do have a British passport, so makes it easy to get in and out if I'm able to get there, but yeah, not often I'm heading that way. One thing we would like to do, in theory at least, is to play some ECN cricket in England or in Scotland, Ireland, Wales, Jersey, Guernsey and Isle of Man, but sometimes with the Brexit situation, it's made it a little bit difficult logistically. Helix has reminded me, it's 9 PM in South Australia. Sorry to miss out South Australia out of the time zones, but South Australia, one of those fairly rare half-an-hour time zones. India's another one though. Nepal actually has a 45 time zone. This is off the tram line, but doesn't matter. Mehta stands tall and punches it. Maximo! Good shot. Okay, it's a little bit short, a little bit wide. This is Jagandeep Singh. But yeah, brilliant shot. Doesn't try to keep down at all. Just kind of goes with the bounce, with the width. Smacks it. Excellent shot. One thing about this ground, I mean, there's no real wind at all. So it's not like you're favouring one side of the ground over another. You're just trying to play the correct shot to the correct ball. Well, that wasn't Mehta that hits it. That's definitely Jamshed Khan. So something's happened here. Not quite sure what. Well, it went off the screen, but now I'm looking up and I'm saying that that's definitely Jamshed Khan. So something strange happened with the scoring. Expect a delay at some point. There's definitely Jamshed that's facing up. There we go. I knew it. For some reason, it didn't switch the batters at the end of the over. Yeah, Helix saying that Rico will be a bit annoyed that he missed the 2 tons. I think so. I'm sure he's lurking though. All right, this one's on the stumps, and it's hit all the way. Maximo. Well, he takes off from outside the field of play, so I think that's got to be 6 because he's taken off from his last step is outside the field of play. So because he did pull it back, but he ran out of bounds before he did. And so, yeah, that's a clear 6. We won't be able to see it to you, but I know the officials are right. They're right in front of there. That's their position. Yeah, so it's good effort. And actually he was in the air when he knocked it back in. I wasn't sure if he knocked it over the rope first, but that will be 6. Now Jamshad, he's going to get 6 more. Again, it's a bit of a teaser. Knock on the production van. Maximo as the Black Caps now reach 50. That one actually didn't get hit that hard, but the crew are telling me in my ear that it sounded like quite a loud noise. But wakey in there, guys. I know it's the weekend, but don't be too sleepy. 50 up halfway through the 4th over. Now hit, not quite, to Akshay. This is the luck factor. I mean, he could have easily hit that slightly better, Jamshad, and it would have been a catching opportunity. And we know that Akshay's a very good fielder. Mehta gets the strike back, and he'll get a single here. Yeah, we're talking about time zones, unusual time zones. Yeah, Nepal is one. Of course, Nepal making their debut in the Asia Cup at the moment. I know that our good friend Andrew Leonard is a good friend of Nepali cricket. Another interesting one, do you know the Eucla, which is on the West Australian, South Australian border, has an unofficial time zone halfway in between that of Perth and South of West Australia and South Australia. So normally they're an hour and a half apart, WA and SA, and it'd be 45 minutes in Eucla. This is the end of the over, and it will be 52 without loss after 4. I've got to say I really like Adelaide. One place I've never been but I'd like to go is the Barossa Valley, which is a famous wine growing region. I must admit, I had a bit of time back in Australia in my time off. Went to visit a few family and friends, and I did spend a couple of days down in the Margaret River region, which is very well known for its wine. I was a bit surprised that it's a fairly recent thing. I think it's only 1967 when they had their first vineyard in Margaret River. It's also known for surfing. It was a really nice time of the year to go as well. Oh, this is a chance, and maybe a double chance if he picks it up. But it won't be taken. Kashyap coming back in. This was a spicy one. It was a catch. It wasn't a bump ball. But those ones, they stick or they don't. Now, big swing and a miss. Oh, big appeal and he's gone. Huge wicket. Jamshad Khan's going to have to go. I won't say it was plumb. I'll be curious to see this on the replay. It's a long way across. Oh, yeah. Yeah, let's have a look. Yeah, one of my issues is height here, because it's a very bouncy pitch. Let's have a look. If I have to be completely honest, I've got this going over. I'm just looking at the length. But the line's probably right. Yeah, I think that's a bit of a tough one on the batter, if I'm completely honest. But, hey, them's the breaks. Jamshad is going to have to go, and it's 53 for 2. Magella, the new batter. Goes after the first ball. Has he cleared the fielder? Yeah, and he's cleared the trees as well. Maximo Well, that's one way to do it. Well, if Jamshid Khan's watching, this could have been a better option. Just stand still and deliver. And Vingala doesn't slow down the Black Caps at all. Good batting. Oh, and then misses out the next one. A bit of everything so far. Peter Handley saying SA's the home is a favourite AFL side. Well, no, it's either the Crows or Port Adelaide. Peter saying Adelaide's a lovely city. I couldn't agree more. Right, thick edge should be gone. And caught. So 6 and out for Vingala. 6 dot out to be completely correct. Fairly simple catch taken, yeah, by Jagandeep Singh. Again, pretty hard one to drop, if I'm honest. Well, impact innings again from Vingala. He does hit one out of the screws, but he doesn't last a lot longer. End of the 5 overs now. It's 59 for 3. Yeah, Helix saying I need to get up to the Barossa Wine District and also down to the southeast. Yeah, I'd like to. Haven't spent too much time outside the city in Adelaide. When I was young and we did a cricket tour to Adelaide when I was about 12 years old, I did stay a little bit outside the city. All right, here's Sangria Safi, and he gets bagged. I mean, Safi, I think, is a pretty good bowler, but he has a bad habit of getting smashed. I actually think he's a decent leg spinner. Have a look at this, though. That's pretty well pitched, maybe a bit over pitched. Nice drive, nice straight through the line. If you want to have a look at the run rates so far, you can see that we're 11.9, so about, let's say, 120 par for this tournament. And it, again, follows this trend, going up. 8.7 2 years ago, 10.3 last year. So, yeah, average scores going from 87 to 103 to 119. It's a trend in European cricket. Guys getting so good at hitting the ball, and I think it only would have gone up this morning, although we had a low-scoring thriller and then a fairly high-scoring thriller, so they probably even out. That's well bowled. Safi just needs a couple of balls to go his way, and I think he can be a really, really effective weapon for Clone CC. He's actually yet to take a wicket in the series, Safi. This could be the time, and it will be. Nicely taken out there by Sandeep Shankar. So Safi does get his first wicket. Catches win matches, as they say in the classics. This isn't quite as easy to drive, just kind of has to play it flat-footedly, and that's an excellent bit of work from Sunday out there. And so the Black Caps will lose another wicket. Excellent bit of work. Shahabi's actually going to go for a derrick. Oh, I might have just missed the boat on the derrick. Better go for a second baller. 66 for 4. Helix is asking whereabouts, but it's so long ago. I'm going to look up a list of Adelaide suburbs. It was out in the hills somewhere, Helix. No ball called. I wonder what this is for. Maybe it's for his foot. Not often you see the leg spinner go. Oh, it's a no ball for back. So it must be a back foot no ball. So if this back foot touches the line, we'll try and get it through. Free hit then. So this won't be out. Yeah, so it was a back foot no ball, not a front foot no ball. But yeah, you could kind of see we had one quick look at it. Yeah, could just see the end of it. Anyway, we're up, we're in the air, we're back. And it won't quite carry. This would have been out if it was caught. Right, I'm looking up a list of Adelaide Hills suburbs, and I'll tell you what rings a bell. Let's go through all of them first. 69 for 4 after 6. So what are they doing? 11.5? So it's about normal, isn't it, for this series, based on the numbers we just saw? I'm going to say I think it might have been Montacute that I stayed. Staying with one of the boys from Prince Alfred College, who we were playing against at the time. So a bit of a drive into school. Jagandeep Singh to come back. This should just be a single. Santosh is saying that the boundaries changed. Well, that's nonsense. It hasn't changed. it's been the same here in Krefeld ever since 2021. So, it's been 50 metres measured. Dresden's one that did start a bit longer, to be fair. Well, in the air and 6. Maximo Raheel, who's good for a 6 earlier. And that has gone a mile. Maximo time, half a dozen. Hello to Wayne, nice to see you, as always. Yeah, so for sure, the boundary here has been consistent over the last 3 years. Well, this is going to be a teaser with the fielder, and it's going to be 6 more. Maximo, great effort from Akshay Dani, but he couldn't do anything about it in the end. Raheel takes it on. This time he doubles down. I think our production have got that ball, so he might not get it back. Oh, they have given it back. That's nice. A short, Raheel turns on it and it gets past the infield. Maybe got a finger on it, so it just pulls up. Come back for a pretty easy 2. Matt's been out of the game too long and he's wondering what's a Derek. Well, Derek's a duck. Derek. I suppose we adopted Derek in Portugal earlier this year, in probably late March, early April, around then. Jagandeep's had a tough time. He's gone for 35 as this is miles in the air. Now, this is catchable for Sanka, and he will catch it after a slight drama. Just popped out of his hand, so Raheel. Well, he went 6 and out before. This time he goes 6, 6 and out. So I suppose it's a productive innings for him. 15 off 6. And the score is 84 for 5. Wayne's saying, Santosh, that's just the Mandela effect. Yeah, the Mandela effect is quite interesting. It's when lots of people remember things in the same way, but it's actually not the way they were. And I think it was named, tell me if I'm wrong, it's to do with a lot of people saying they remember Nelson Mandela getting released from prison or something. Is that where it comes from? It's a pretty good shot. That's 4. That's really nice way to start your innings. Gaurav Gupta, the captain, comes in. So that'll be the end of the over. It's 88 for 5 here. Where does the Mandela effect come from? See, maybe I remember that's it, and that could be a Mandela effect in itself. Have a look at some of the events to come this year, of course. We still have the ECI to come here in Krefeld. That'll be the 8th and the 9th. Sorry, the 9th and the 10th, I should say, of September. So that starts a week today. That'll be a really good one. Germany, Belgium, and the Netherlands. Safi, Gundy ball really gets away with it. Oh, yeah. She remembered Mandela dying in prison in the 1980s, but that's not what happened. And she had vivid and detailed memories of it. So it's called the Mandela effect. There's a few good ones out there as well. Mandela effect. It's pretty well bowled. Could be another wicket. It is. Akshay takes the catch. So Safi, I told you he looks like a good bowler. Hasn't really had the result so far in the first few matches. But yeah, this is a good kind of length. It's full. It lures you into a drive, but it's not an easy ball to drive. If you don't get it quite right, could be trouble. And it is trouble that time. As Gupta goes 4 and out. And the score is 90 for 6. This will bring the keeper, Srinivas, to the crease. Hello to Danny Pinsuti, nice to see you. Good to see a lot of people chatting here. Weekend chat, that's nice. Now, I will just tell everyone in advance. That I won't be around for the ECI in the last couple of days of this ECS, and it's actually a really good reason why. It's a bit of ECN history that's going to take place. I'll tell you why in a minute. A bit short, not really timed. Srinivas will get off the mark with a ball that goes about 18 metres. Two people that met working for the European Cricket Network about 3 years ago now, and they are getting married. See if you can guess what I'm talking about. Safi gets hit, and this could be another one. No, it goes over the fielder. And I think that's gone all the way. I'm going to call it Maximo, but let's just check on the replay. Yeah, fairly comfortably. Goes for 6. So, yeah, I'm talking about Meda, our project manager, and Stefan, our tournament referee, and one of our umpires at the Carter Oval. Well, that's the little thin edge, and it's going to run away probably for 2, I think, if they want to. Meta thinks better of it and says, I'm happy just with a comfortable 1. Yeah, so Meta and Steph are getting married in Hungary this weekend. It means I'll be taking off on Thursday, so I've got Ujwal to come and fill in for me. He does a good job for us here, sometimes in Germany. So Ujwal will relieve me, and Rico, nice that he's able to stay at his post. But yeah, on behalf of all the ECN crew, I'll be sending Mina and Steph all the best in country Hungary next weekend. End of the over here. It's 98 for 6 after 8. Looking at the run rate, it's been fairly consistent, hasn't it? Around about the kind of 12-ish, 10 to 12. Heading for what I think is pretty much a normal score. As long as they don't run out of wickets here, it's a pretty good bowler to come back in Sharifullah Shirzad. He bowled the second, he'll bowl the second last. Wow, that's a good shot, but does that have the distance? I don't think that's right back. It is 6. Good effort from Akshay Dani. May have taken off from the rope actually in the end, but just enough to get the distance. Maximo says Carreras. Stand and deliver like a tennis forehand really from Mehta. I like some of these comments I'm just reading. Anyway, Mehta moves to 35. And Dots well bowled by Shazad. Full wide. Missed out by the batter. So Clever is saying, is Charlie getting married? No, Charlie's not getting married. No, I mean, maybe one day. Not to my knowledge anyway. Helix says, are they getting married on the pitch between games? I mean, that would be very ECN, considering the amount of cricket we've got. I mean, both Mehta and Steph, they would have done probably well over 1,000 games each. Probably between them, they would have done about 3,000 matches. Missing leg stump. Are they going to take it on? If he hits, it'll be close. Oh, I think that's out. Now, when I say I think it's out, I mean I know it's out. unless I'm losing my touch. It is, yeah, gone. Yeah, so there you go. It's just out. Great work by the bowler. Just flicks the stumps on the way through. And so, I mean, it's probably worth taking on at this stage. I suppose what you've done, though, is you've exposed a new batter. Number 9 coming out with 3 to come in the 9th, although Mehta, as the established batter, maybe that's one that's not really worth going for. Hindsight's 20/20, though. Yeah, a lot of well wishes coming in for Stefan and Mehta. Stefan Gooch, of course. Mehta Gooch. I guess she'll be Mehta Gooch. Well, that sounds weird. Wayne says to give them congratulations. Helix says they need to do a rerun on the pitch. I agree. That's a good idea. Now, I'm actually quite happy that I'm not the MC at the wedding. I'll just be a guest. Sam Williams, who Mehta shares project manager duties with, he'll be the MC. So it'll be nice to Sam to do that job, and I'll just be enjoying the festivities in the middle of nowhere. I think it's called Koposvar. I'll tell you where it is. Probably haven't pronounced that right. Kumar faces up then. It's a pretty good shot. Well, number 9 comes out and says bang. Puneet Kumar. Puneet pounds it. Hello. Goodbye. Maximo. As they get up to 110. That was a sensational shot. Well, can you do it again? Well, really knocks it. And now you might as well just have a free hit at this, because Mehta isn't super enthused about a single here. So the actual wedding is a place called Zabadsag in Hungary, or Alsobagat. And I'll give you those again. I'll put them in the chat, because my pronunciation is poor in Hungarian. It's one of the toughest languages there is. Well, this one grabs a bit of a finger of the point. You come back for 2 here if you're smart. Whether he makes it or not, I can't tell yet. He will make it. So, end of the 9th, and the score's 112 for 7. So I'm going to put in the chat exactly where I'm going. This is the bowling figures. Kashyap 3 for 16 was pretty effective opening the bowling. 2 wickets for Zafi. Good to see him get some reward. Jagdeep Singh with the other wicket so far. Yes, a moment ago I was able to throw those in. As we've got Dani getting it over in the 10th. Hasn't bowled yet. Yes, I was saying the wedding's in Alsobagat. But I will spend Thursday in Budapest. There's a whole kind of weekend planned. It's great bowling. I mean, Dani seems like a bowler too good to only bowl 1 over, doesn't he? Having said that, the black caps there pretty much spot on. What's a par total here at 120? We've had a low-scoring thriller, a high-scoring thriller. Maybe this is an average-scoring thriller. Wow, that's a shot and a half, isn't it, from Mehta, who just kind of moseys down a couple of steps and launches it straight back over Dani's head. Maximo! Big hit. Really big hit. It's got a big number on his back, 244. Well, not quite sure what the story is behind the 244, but he's 244 hungry for more right now. He's on 41, 4 balls to go. Goes after this, kind of had to because he moved across, but he does get 6. Maximo, as Meta rolls the dice and comes up double sixes. First he walks straight, then he walks across like a crab in handcuffs, but he still gets another 6 for his team. This is turning into a really good finish despite the 7 wickets down on the scoreboard for the Black Caps. Yeah, so I agree. We should get Meta and Steph probably during the ECC because I'm sure they're actually no. Steph is now. Of course, he's not working ECC because he's playing for Estonia in the ECC because of his Estonian passport. So we won't see Steph umpiring at the ECC or working because he is playing for Estonia. How exciting. 3 to come, 124. Good stop. Kind of got done by the angle there. Jorek's sake of the keeper. He just stuck out the glove and said, right, stay in front of me. Keeper up to the stumps now. It's probably because Meta keeps charging. They're trying to discourage that. Probably charge anyway. Probably doesn't care at this stage. Oh no, and that's the risk. That's an in-swinger, and that will be a minimo 5 runs. Yeah, this is the risk. And I was about to say, you know, so late in the innings, is it worth the keeper coming out? Because even if you stump him, so what? You know, with only a ball or 2 to go, but you do risk leaking runs like that, and that was almost impossible for the keeper to take. It just swung right, left to right out of the hand of Dani. So 129. So they've gone from kind of expecting a 120 score. Well, now they're going to get 130, and they might even get more. Clone CC making life hard for themselves. It goes with this thick outside edge. And this has also gone for runs. Is this 4 or 6? It's 4 runs. So Meta brings up his 50 actually. He brings it up with the ball to spare. And what a kick in the tail this is. Yeah, there we go, just inside the boundary. So he brings up his 50 off 25 balls with 6 sixes and 2 fours in there. Last ball then, strap yourselves in, 133 plus this. And make that 133, but all things considered, they'll take that. A magical last over, 21 came off the last, 14 the one before that. So 35 off the last 2 overs takes them from 98 to 133. And the Black Caps, I'll be in the box seat in this game, but Clone CC, we know they've got a lot of good hitters in there. Now watch out for Dani. Sasanka Sanka's due to fire, the skipper at the top of the order. Got like a Panwar in there as well. A lot of guys that can do a job for you, and we'll see them with the bat in just a few moments. Right now, let's go back to the highlights, and Abdulmajid Ahmadzai, who wasn't here for a long time, but he was here for a good time as he hit 9 off the first over. Jamshed Khan came out and he played some really nice shots, having a good series, but yeah, slightly dicey LBW, I think. Just with the bounce in this pitch, I had that one going just over the bails, but Jamshed probably wasn't the best shot selection, to be fair. He was given his marching orders. I do think that Kashyap, the off-spinner, bowled pretty well. Didn't have it all his own way, though. Nagela came out. He went 6 and out. Shahab went for a second ball. It was remarkably average for most of it. Raheel came out. He was able to go 6 and 6 this time. So not a bad innings from him. He wasn't able to stick around too long either, as he would end up going for 15, then Gupta followed soon after. Then it was Meta time, wasn't it? As, okay, yeah, lost a partner there, as we saw the keeper, Srinivas, run out, but didn't hurt him too much, as Meta went a bit crazy towards the end, with some nice little highlights from Puneet Kumar as well, who smashed a 6 of his own in there to get them to 133. 51, the top score then. Udit Mehta batting at 3. Had more partners than the quarterback at the box social, really, but did hit the ball pretty well. 6 Maximos, 2 fours in there. Apart from that, 31 from Jamshed Khan before he went to let's just say, a dubious one for 31. Raheel with 15 in quick time was handy, and I liked Puneet's first ball. Absolutely pounded it. 3 for 16. Kashyap takes the figures. I think he bowled pretty well. Not easy for any of the bowlers, whether you're a faster bowler or a spin bowler. 2 for 20 for Safi. I like his work. I like him as a spinner. I hope he sticks at it hasn't always had the results. Juggerdeep did take a wicket, but he was also very, very expensive. Then the last from Dhani went magical. 21 off the 10th gets the Black Caps to 133. So the target will be 134. Join us in just a few minutes to find out if the Clone CC batting lineup can get the job done. Until then, it's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Enjoy a quick cup of coffee, then come back and join us for more action right here on ECN. You're watching the European Cricket Series. Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back to Germany. It is the European Cricket Series Day 6 here in Krefeld. Wonderful part of the world, and we are getting ready for a run chase. This is Clone CC coming out to chase 134 for victory. Düsseldorf Black Caps in this one. They won the toss. They elected to bat. They put 133 for 7 on the board. Wasn't always going to plan, but still, I think 130s wins you more games than not. There's Majid, who's doing up his shoelace. He's a bit of a magnet for the camera today, isn't he? Got the sunnies on despite there being no real sunlight at the moment. The clouds taking over, but I suppose when you're a celebrity, sometimes you have to wear the big shades. Sanka's going to open up. He's out there with Dani. It's going to be Aaron Sinner to get us going. 134 for victory. Make that 133 after that wide. Hasn't got this at all, and it's a very good fielder there, Kashif Shahab. He's normally at long on, he's at mid on because we're in the power play. And they've elected Kurt as one of the outfielders. Trying to find the other one, maybe it's a deep third in place. There's the two outfielders. Dani gets his opportunity with the bat. Oh, and he takes on the hook straight away. Doesn't get it at all, but he gets lucky. It doesn't go to hand. It'll just be a single. Pretty good bounce, that one, from Aaron Sinha. He's a pretty good bowler. Wayne said he thinks 133 will be hard to chase down. Yeah. Well, it's not like you never see it, but you have to bat very well. Now, this is an opportunity. It's a definite opportunity, and it's taken. And the Black Caps, they have caught really well today. That's Ravi Teja that takes the catch. Had a long time to think about it. Not easy taking the ball out of the clouds as well today. White ball, white clouds. But yeah, basically banging and hoping for a missed time pull. That's exactly what they get. And that is the first wicket down. And a disappointment there for Sasanka Sanka. Misses out with the bat. It's 3 for 1. That will bring Dvarak Seika to the crease. Does a pretty good job with the gloves. But he's going to have to do a job with the bat. We saw a dramatic chase in the previous match, didn't we? Bond Blue Stars chased down 147 with 4 balls to spare, thanks to 100 from Harun Khan. It's also 100 in the first innings to Muaz Hassan for PSVA. Full toss, that's put away for 4. Good start for Seika. Not a great ball, though, from Aaron Sinha to follow up after the wicket. Went full, I don't mind that. But it's certainly not the line he was looking for, and also was slightly over-pitched, wasn't it? In that last game, Bond Blue Star, they win the game without taking a wicket. Only the second time we've ever seen that, I believe, on the European Cricket Network. One thing we've never seen, and we won't see it this time, is a team failing to chase a target but being none down. So essentially losing in the second innings but they haven't lost a wicket. We've seen it come close a couple of times. Because normally, obviously, when you're trying to ramp it up, ultimately it might result in the wicket being lost. So we've never seen, for example, chasing 150, a team be 130 for none at the end or something like that. Right now, it's a pretty good start for Aaron Sinha. Despite the 1 boundary, he only goes for 8, and it's 8 for 1 after 1. 230 matches since the Golden Ball. We're getting right up there now, aren't we? In fact, if I had to go and look at longest streaks, we actually had around this year, actually, what I think is the second longest ever. So before that last Golden Ball, it was 286 when it went off. There's Shahab. Wow, always gets a popped return catch, but there's just no sting in it. Yeah, so 286 matches between Golden Ball 47 and Golden Ball 48. So we started with so many Golden Balls at the start of the year. We had 5 in Malta alone in our first series of the year, but then they've really dried up. We've now had just one golden ball in the last 413 matches. Well, this will be out of hits, but he misses. And now they might get an overthrow if they're paying attention. Saker's keen for it now. He gets sent back, and now he might be run out a second time. Well, that is just a total schmozzle. So let me talk you through what happened here. So basically, Saker was in jeopardy there, and then he decided he really wanted this overthrow, and it was there. He said, look, I'm prepared to run to do it, because he was running so hard. When he got no response from his partner, you see here, he's just so far down that he's run out. So that's a bit self-inflicted. Yeah, Darnie gave Saker donuts there, really, because... yeah, I guess it's a good fumble on the backup. But it'll be a run out, and it'll be a run as well, but the score's 9 for 2. Helix is off for now, a bit like Saker's off. Hopefully you have a great night, Helix. Hopefully catch you again soon. Yeah, that hurts bad. Panwa, the new batter, though, he can whack it. And speaking of whacking, Darnie's going to whack it. Well, is it going to be another case of a batter who loses a partner through a run out, but then goes on to score some big runs? That's what Hurricane Khan did earlier. As he ran out Zahir Abbas, but then went on to score a ton. As it is now, that's a really good shot. Maximo for Darnie. Takes the score up to 15. Got to keep just trying going at the pace, and hopefully you don't run out of resources. Once again, it's on length, and it's adios pelota. Vale. 6 carreras. Again, just a fraction too short from Shahab. I think if you look at what's been effective today, it's pitching up. Hasn't always worked, but it's more work. It's worked more than banging it in. I know they already got one wicket on the missed time pull, but yeah, that's gone places, that one. Darnie up to 13 now. Better. Yeah, that's better. Although it still is going to go for 4. Well, I mean, you've got to file that one under good luck. Under good luck for the batter, bad luck for the bowler. Because I do think this is where you want to be, and it looked like it'd just be squeezed out for 1. Instead, it's 4 more. Yeah, it's a golden ball waiting. In fact, it's over 500 matches. We've only had 1 golden ball in that period since, let's say, since the 26th of May in Bulgaria. We've now had 516 matches with only 1 golden ball in there. Come on. They got to be coming. They're like London buses, like they say in the classics. You won't see one for ages, then they'll all come at once. End of the over. And the score 25 for 2 after 2. Looking at the table, well, Clone CC, they don't chase this. I think that they're playing for pride for the rest of the tournament. Black Caps, you'd expect them to make a run, the Black Caps. I mean, they're a team that they've topped their group the last 2 years. I'd be disappointed that they haven't been able to make it to a final. Being knocked out in the initial stages of the finals last couple of years. Raheel had a great morning. He took 4 for 3. First one, though, just loses the line, and that's going to be runs. That'll be 4, I think. Yeah, 4 runs given. Pumwan's off the mark. First up. Raheel, really like him as a bowler. Kind of comes in. He's got a fairly low arm action, but he just kind of slides it into the right-hander. Yeah, don't come out just yet. Not at the rate required. Panwa, he was distraught the other day when they just went down to the crosstown rivals, the Challengers, by just 5 runs. He was batting towards the end. Well bowled. They won't get a run there. The thing that makes Raheel dangerous is he actually moves the ball off the straight. He's an okay pace, but I wouldn't say he's out and out fast. Just has that good left armour shape, doesn't he? And then he's also got that one where he'll roll his fingers on it. Has a bit of a change up, so that won't swing. That'll, if anything, it'll break away from the right-hander. Goes after this and gets enough. Maximo! Yeah, Punwa, he's a good old-fashioned unit, that's for sure. And when he hits them, they stay hit. Stays fairly still, sees it, steps, hits, gets. Decent start for Manav. 10 off 3. Slight variation there. They will get a single. If you've got it right on the edge of the circle. Could we have that golden ball streak broken? On average, we've seen golden balls kind of once every, let's say, 85 to 90 matches. Oh, he knocks him over, and that's class bowling for Raheel, who gets his 5 for the day. Dhani hits all across this one, just swings back through the gate. And what a piece of left-arm bowling this is. Have a look at that, just natural shape. Probably not the right spot to try and hit it. Takes his chances of going across the line and pays the ultimate price. And that'll be the 3rd wicket down. Dhani goes for 17, it's 36 for 3. It's not a great shot. I suppose it's a great shot if you hit it. Raheel, he's having a day out for the Düsseldorf Black Caps. But it's that little bit of movement. If you want to get good players out, you've got to move the ball off the straight. It's a lot more difficult to judge as a batter when the ball is moving around. Now, this doesn't really come back as much as I thought it would. Ravi Shankar off the mark with 2. Samsung Namazai does the fielding. And it's the end of the over. So, yeah, good contest this, although 3 wickets down. Glen CC making life hard for themselves. It's 38 for 3 after 3. Good finish, wasn't it, for the Black Caps, getting 35 off the last 2 overs. In fact, if you look at the splits, 59 in the first half, 74 in the second, so they actually ramped it up a fair bit. Here's Puneet. I thought he bowled pretty well earlier on. Really swung the ball. Over number 4. Oh, edged and gone. Well, easy as you like. Palmer just hangs the bat out to dry. A slight lack of pace from Kumar. And the Black Caps get a 4th wicket now. So, yeah, the run rate is there or thereabouts, but they continue to lose wickets. Playing away from his body, didn't quite have the pace of it. One hand came off the bat, a sign the timing wasn't there. And it's Vagela that takes the catch. He says, yep, easy as you like. Sometimes there's a bit of guesswork with that floating position. Kind of a pseudo slip there. So this will be Jagandeep Singh coming out. Backs to the wall here for Clone CC. Oh, this one doesn't do much, but Jagandeep falls over. Trying to catch up with this one outside the off stump. Nice take as well. I've liked some of the keeping. In fact, both these keepers are very good keepers in this game. Sekar in the first innings. Now, Rahul Srinivas for the Black Caps here in the second. Now, going to get lucky here. Bounces straight over the bowler. But Jagandeep is off the mark. Someone's going to have to play an absolute blinder if they're to chase this from here. I mean, they still need 95. Need Maximos. Well, it kind of taps it in the air. doesn't carry to the man deep cover. So just a single, and that rate required. It's heading probably for 15 or so. So to do that with 4 wickets down with no established batter there, it's going to be tough. Yeah, beats him outside the off stump. So I really like the bowling of Puneet Kumar. I mean, he's pretty predictable what he's going to do, but he's still got to hit it. He bowls in good areas. You rarely see him lose a ball down the leg side. He's got some good natural outswings, some good attributes there. Now he does go a bit straighter, but not really timed up by Jagandeep. That'll be a single and the end of the 4th over. TC 41 for 4. Well, what do you think in the chat? Any chance for Clone CC? They always seem to find a way to have things conspire against them. Well, even the Worm's not showing up anymore. I can tell you they're going 10.25 and over, which means it's less than the 13 required. So need to make up some ground. Won't be easy to do. Here's the captain of the Black Caps, Gaurav Gupta. That's really well bowled. That's not a wide. That's just inside. So, yeah, I think the Black Caps, they're a very experienced team. 3rd time we've seen them. Got some very good players in there. See, Gupta's just concentrating on trying to reach outside the off stumps. That's great keeping. Really great keeping. And he's stumped by the proverbial country mile. It's Rahul Srinivas behind the stump. Drew the batter forward, got him to overbalance. And it's good bowling in the first place from Gupta. Have a look at the way it just leaves the right-hander. And really, that was a fairly easy decision for the umpire. Yeah, excellent wicket keeping. I'm a big fan of that. Jagandeep isn't, because he will be stumped for 2. A wicket for Gupta in his first over. The score is 41 for 5. Yeah, brilliant stumping. This is Sharafullah Shahzad coming out at 7. It's not looking good for Clone CC, and Black Caps, they could go for the kill here and turn this into a really big win. Yeah, especially, it's pretty congested in the middle of the table. If you can get that net run rate up, find some insurance. This should be another wicket as well, and Shahabi probably take this with one hand tied behind his bat. He's such a good fielder. So Ravi Shankar, the next man to go, and Clone CC are 42 for 6. Gupta having a good time of it out there. He's got 2 wickets, and he only just came on. So they lose 6 wickets in the first half, and things have really, really turned sour for Clone CC. Bit of a procession at the moment. Omkar, Triska comes to the crease, and Triska, what's he meant to do about it, I suppose? Finds himself in a tight spot. He's not looking, so that's not a great start. Now he is. Gupta, 2 for 1 off 4 balls. Oh, that would have been... It wasn't a chance, but it was a... These are the sorts of stumpings keepers love, where it's down the leg side and just kind of... Sometimes that foot crosses over or just loses contact with the ground, but I suppose it did well to make the block. Shuriska, not a huge fan of facing up at the moment. Again, he's got this kind of tick where he looks down. So Gupta is forced to bail out. Will be 1. But what an over, effectively killing this match. And now forced to settle for a single. No, do get a direct hit. And will take us to the end of the over. Had to decide whose this was. In fact, it almost hits the keeper's glove. If that hits the keeper's glove, that's 5 runs, you know. But it didn't. So all's well that ends well. As it's 45 for 6 at the end of the 5th over. Just a reminder about where we've been around Europe so far this year. And I've been to most of those places. In fact, I've been to all of them, if not this year. I have been to them in the past. And I'm going to say the enthusiasm for cricket in Europe has been growing significantly. It's been accelerated in the last couple of years, obviously, with the kind of global attention that European cricket is getting now. It's always existed in some way, shape or form, but it's really exciting to be part of taking it to the next level. Start of a new over. Oh, they like this too. And I just think this has to be out with that reaction. I mean, it's a long way away from us, but I think that Srinivas has a second. We'll see it on the replay. Let's have a look. Well, he's out at the moment, and he's still out. Yep. Good night, Charlene. You are a goner. So Srinivas again strikes behind the stumps, and Puneet loves it. Why wouldn't he? Because he'll take the wicket. Takes a wicket off each of his first balls of his overs. Puneet Kumar. Things have really turned around, turned south for Clone CC. But, I mean, yeah, I still go back to that game, the Clone CC versus Clone Challengers game first up the other day, where Clone CC lost by a few runs, and from there, it's been tough going. It's just a heartbreaking sort of loss. It's made it really hard to be competitive in this tournament. Really deep in his crease here, isn't he? It's just Safi. I'm a big fan of Safi. Good to see him get a couple of wickets. He's coming out at 9 in an impossible situation. Gets off the mark, though. As a keeper, I'm always a fan of watching keepers play their trade up to the stumps. Again, it's not an easy thing to do. Practice helps. There's a lot of distractions. A bit of luck always helps as well when you're keeping up. Steps across. This will be a 1 bouncer down to Shahab in the 3/4 pants. Just a single. This looks more like the Black Caps machine that I remember watching over the last couple of years. A lot of players that can impact the contest. Good keeping again. I think this is just okay. But yeah, it's really good hands. He's staying low and he's accounting for the swing. But the most important thing is he's catching the ball first. You can't sweep and try and stump a guy before you've got the ball. So the most important thing is actually catching it cleanly in the first place. But Puneet, 2 for 6 off 10 balls. Wow. Very good work. He's bowled well today. Another outie. This is dragged. It's a bit of a chase for the fielder. We will get there. Not quite as slippery now because we haven't had any rain today. Field's dried out nicely, so it's a nice lush surface. Can dive on it. Also slows the ball down a fair bit. Well, it's not the slowest outfield we've ever seen, but yeah, it's a brilliant cricket ground here. Oh, could be another one. He says, I've got a feeling that he has 1 foot back here, but I'm prepared to be corrected by the replay. We'll have to be super quick here. I think that trailing foot stays in, does it? Oh, no. I reckon he's gone. I have to have a look at this one more time. Well, now I've seen that, I think he's out. Let's have a look. Yep, I think he's gone. Yep, for me, he's out. His foot's in the air and he's not quite down yet. So I think that's out. And he gets the decision. So what a hat trick that is from the keeper. Not often you see a keeper take a hat trick. But Srinivas is lighting it up here. He has 3 stumpings, which is tied of the record. No one's ever taken 4 on the European Cricket Network. He could be a chance to do it. There's still 2 wickets left in hand. And he's going to stay up to Ahmadzai. Yeah, we've had a few keepers take 3 stumpings. We've never seen 4. Could this be history? Well, this will be over the fielder and run away for 4. I think I said on air that in this game on Monday, I took 4 stumpings and I would have had a 5th, but I flicked the ball onto the stumps and it didn't knock the bails off. So I would have had 5 stumpings in an innings. So I suppose theoretically, Srinivas could do a 5 for in stumpings here. Yeah, well, that's one way. If he's going to get more stumpings, he's going to have to do it the Alex Carey style. Great keeping, though. Great fundamentals, though. To get a stumping, that sounds crazy, got to catch the ball first. And he's done that really well. He's got himself in good positions. He's been balanced. I've really liked his technicals. Like I said, 2 very good keepers in this game. Well, this will be out of hits as well, but it misses. They're having to fight so hard for every run at the moment. Golden CC. Well, it's been a day of history. I'd like to see a keeper get 4 stumpings on ECN for the first time ever. Still 2 wickets to go. Ahmadzai got the sunglasses on for no particular reason. It's well bowled. That's the thing about Black Caps. Like I said, they've got a lot of players that are match winners or potential match winners. That's what makes them so dangerous. Ahmadzai looks like he should be playing in the Caribbean Premier League with that hairdo, really. That's a nice shot. He's going to cut that away. He's going to get 4. Ramamurthy gets his first runs. Nice shot from Aditya. Just a little bit short, a little bit wide. Again, it's more about the contact. It's not a big swing of the bat. Last ball of the over coming up. Just comes off the pad. Srinivas is after it. Says if I've come this far, I'm gonna field the ball. That's what he does. End of the over with leg by, and it's 60 for 8 after 7. This is what's coming up in the next match. Clone CC going back-to-back, taking on Bond Blue Stars. Well, 2 teams that have losing records. And you'd say with this loss, Clone CC, their finals aspirations have evaporated. But Bond Blue Stars, I mean, they've just come off a dramatic win. How about Harun Khan with his century, countering the century from Muaz in the first innings of that game from PSV Arkin. But that game's coming up in approximately 35 minutes' time. So join us for more European Cricket Series. Now this is in the air and not quite fall in the right spot. So it will be just a single. Gets cross and sweeps, takes a bit of a chance. Just get a single. Come on, I'm on for a 4th stumping here. Mehta getting a bowl. Oh, some hesitation. I'll get one. Just not often you see too many stumping opportunities in a match. So I can't remember a keeper ever kind of missing a 4th stumping or anything like that. Oh, might have been the one. I think he stays at home. Oh, he's on fire at the moment. Almost guns him down at the non-strikers end. And was he ever out of his crease? It's called a bye. Can't win them all, I guess. And not quite. Thought for a second Meta might be able to get his hands under it. Well, he gets through his overs quick. That's a good thing. This one he should catch, and he will. So Meta gets in on the action, and he will pick up a wicket. As Clancy are down to their last wicket, score 64 for 9. And credit to the Black Caps. I mean, that's 2 innings today when they've bowled and fielded very, very well. All right. So it's going to be Raheel to bowl the last over. Like I say, no one's ever taken 4 stumpings. So if you're Srinivas here, your dream result is leg side stumping, finish the game. Leg side stumping, finish the game, take 4 stumpings, do something that no one's ever done before on ECN. That's your result. And Raheel, he's the kind of bowler you could take a leg side stumping off if it goes down leg side, because the batter will probably stumble out of his crease. Let's have a look. Oh, pretty well bowled. Hard to get a stumping off a ball, which is going to take out the pegs in the first place. Yeah. Been a pretty good day for the Black Caps. We'll see them later on against Bond Blue Stars in match number 30. Raheel's a good player, isn't he? Keeps doing it. Wasn't convinced. They've just been heading down the leg side. Also, batter was a long way forward. I think the further forward you are as well, it brings bounce into the equation. It's quite a bouncy pitch. Black Caps having a bit of fun here. I'm still on 4th stumping watch for Srinivas. Any chance? Shririska. Play party pooper, stay in his crease. Oh, that's pretty close as well. Probably just shaping down leg side, but yeah, it gets a long way across. It's not the worst shout I've ever seen in cricket. Probably the right decision though. All right, so over to Kashyap, who finally gets to face. Oh, it's great keeping again. Kashyap actually had a pretty good game for Clone CC. He was good with the ball. And excellent keeping. See how he's as close as he can get to the stumps, or as close as he can to being beside the stumps without actually being beside the stumps. It just reduces the distance from when he catches the ball to when he's able to knock the bails off. Again. It's a good piece of bowling from Raheel. This one doesn't really come back. Slides across. Yeah, who's your player of the match in this one? I suppose you'd have to say those late runs were pretty important from Udit Mehta. But what about 3 stumpings? If you get a 4th, is that good enough? Well, that was it. Nah, he stayed in his crease though. So that wouldn't have been out regardless. This will be, what was the leg by? Wasn't sure there was any pad on that, but obviously there was. Takes us to the end of the 9th, and the score is 66 for 9. This one will be put to sleep humanely in 6 balls time. 3 for 8, Puneet Kumar. He was outstanding. Cooked it with 2 for 4. Singles for Raheel, including a maiden there. That was a fake maiden. 2 leg byes off the over. So it wasn't a genuine maiden, but he'll get credited with a maiden. Going to mention also single wickets to Sinha as well as Raheel and Udit Mehta. Last overtime. And this should be all over Red Rover as Sinha comes back, takes the 2nd wicket, and it's a demolition job from the Black Caps as they pick apart Clone CC. Final score 133 to the Black Caps, 66 to Con CC. Con CC leave 5 balls on the table. So the Black Caps, well, that's 2 out of 2 so far. We'll see them a bit later on against Bond Blue Stars. Clone CC, their tough time continues, although they've had some individual highlights. Even in that game, they can't quite put it together in the end. Their batting falls apart and they go down. The margin, 67 run. This is what's coming up in the next game with Clone CC. Hopefully they can fare a bit better against Bond Blue Stars. That game's coming up in around about half an hour. 30 minutes to the first ball. Join us for that. Java Easy comes in for the first time for Bond Blue Stars. Roll the videotape, and Aaron Sinner was able to get one upstairs here, created a catching opportunity, and then we had the disastrous run out, a bit of finger pointing going on there. He said they threatened without actually getting on with it for any decent length of time. Did Clone CC. Darnie with 17 there was looking the most likely. And then Raheel came on and he was able to get that one through Akshay. Nice ball that swung down the line into the off stump. And then it was a bit of a revolving door after that. Now, for all you guys that you love your keeping, you'll enjoy watching this exhibition from Rahul Srinivas, who took 3 stumpings in this second innings. And I'll tell you who was lame was Puneet, who got 2 in this over. And the batter probably thought he had his foot back and saying, hey, what are you talking about? I'm in. Here's the thing, saying, hey, he actually was calling for it. I didn't see that at the time. He's saying, hey, can we have a look at that? He said, yeah, we have had a look at it. It's out. So's that, actually. Sharp one to get rid of Sangaria Safi. I love it that Shazad was convinced he was in. And the video revealed he was not in. Mehta got in on the act, really. Every man and his dog had a bowl in the end and was able to pick up a wicket. Sinner finishing it off. Only needing the 1 ball in the 10th over. And Clone CC were out of time. And they were out of batters, all out for 66. And as we look at the scorecard, Darnie was 17 off 7. The only semi-respectable score, really. I suppose Punwell with 11, but just went to you-know-what, didn't it? Sekar was run out for 6. Yeah. Didn't have a duck until the last, but it was just an innings to forget for Clone CC. And that'll happen from time to time in this format. 3 for 8. Puneet was the recipient of 2 stumpings as well. Great work behind the stumps from Srinivas. Raheel with a fake maiden, 1 for 13. 2 for Sinner and for Gupta in the end. Raheel, like I said, with 1 and Mehta with 1. For me, though, the best player in that second innings was the keeper, Rahul Srinivas. With his 3 stumpings, he was very, very tidy. We'll have a break. We'll be back in about 25 minutes with 3 games into the 5-game program here on day 6. So join us soon. We'll see who gets better in the next contest. Can Clone CC bounce back? Or will it be Bond Blue Star having a red-letter day? Remember, they chased down that big score earlier. And they'll be hoping to do it again as they are chasing in match number 29. So we'll take a quick break, back very, very shortly here in Germany. Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo for ECN. And you are watching the European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to Krefeld. Isn't that a great video put together by the locals to welcome us to this part of the country? Krefeld, just a little bit outside of Dusseldorf in the west of Germany. Right now we're having a great time. It is the weekend, but the cricket isn't going anywhere here on ECN. We're into the fourth match of the day now. It's match number 29, and this is a match between Clone CC and the Bond Blue Stars. A little bit earlier, we had the coin toss. Tyrone Peters had the two captains. Let's see what happened.
Call. Heads is a call. Tell they can. It's your call.
Well, KK from the Bond Blue Stars was pretty keen to have a look at what happened to the coin. Tyrone said, hey, cool your Jets, you've won the toss, what do you want to do? And they said, we want to bowl. Now, Bond Blue Stars pulled off a dramatic chase earlier in the day when they were able to chase down 147. And that was thanks to a huge 100 from Harun Khan, 114 off 33. And that match 27, was the first match to ever contain two individual centuries. Clone CC would love to have that happen to them because they just fell away to be all out for 66 in their last game. So one team whose batting clicked against a team that didn't, basically. Jamal Azizi comes in for Bond Blue Stars for the first time in this tournament. Had a little bit of fun. This is our 799th European Cricket Series game this year, although if you add up all the games, including the night series, the ECN, T10 internationals as well, we're well over 1,000 matches already. 19-run favourites, Bond Blue Stars. No surprises there because Bond Blue Stars, they are previous champions, although they did crash out and miss the quarterfinals last year. But it should be a really good game. So settle in. And one of the issues with Clone CC, they just continue to be chasing a bunch of runs, or they're conceding a bunch of runs. That's one of their big problems. Bond Blue Stars, though, I mean, that was a dramatic win in match 27. Only the second time that I can recall that a team has won a game without taking a wicket. So they still haven't taken a wicket today, Bond Blue Stars. That was crazy, really. A team that kind of came from the shadows to win the ECS in 2021 BBS. So yeah, won the trophy. Not often a trophy holder doesn't make the quarters. As we are going to start, and it's Ghulam Ahmadi to get us going. Starts with a single. Yeah, Bond Blue Stars, one of their issues they've got is they're kind of losing on average 7 wickets a game, but only taking 5 wickets a game, which basically means, yeah, they haven't really been able to take as many chances as they'd wanted. Having said that, they won without taking a wicket in the last game. They still haven't taken a wicket today, but they do have 2 points in the bag. Hello to the robot as well, and everyone who is returning to the chat. ECN European Cricket Network. Hope you're having a great weekend. Sun's out here, which is good news. We've hit our maximum of 23. Oh, could be gone. Slides off the outside edge, or does it? Well, the umpire says no. Well, here's the thing. There's definitely a noise. The question is, what is the noise? Let me see. Oh, I think that is an edge. In fact, now looks like he's got his marching orders. I have no idea what happened then, because it certainly seemed like the umpire was unmoved. Yeah, it will be a duck for Sasanka Sanka. And yeah, disappointment for him. I mean, just seemed like one of those ones that slid off the outside edge into the keeper's gloves. Nice catch, by the way, by Zahir Abbas. Let's have a look at this one more time. I mean, my initial reaction, yeah, I mean, I don't think that noise could have been anything else. The umpire took a long time to make up his mind. In fact, so long that I'd stopped watching him. But obviously he has given it out. And worst possible start for Clone CC, really. 1 for 1 with the captain back in the shed without scoring. His Saker batting 3. Similar kind of ball. Now, there's no run here. Is he going to be run out? Well, I got a bad feeling about this as well. I don't know what Dhani was thinking. It's just patted down. You just lost a wicket. And if he gets away with this, he's super lucky. I'm not so sure he does get away with it. Check it out on the replay. Oh, he's just gone. Yeah, we'll have to have a look at this because they're using this to make the decision. And again, we'll show it one more time, but my instinct is he's out, and this will show it. There you go. Stumps are gone. He's out. So, file that under U for unnecessary as Darnie runs himself out for a golden one, and it's 1 for 2. And Cologne now in the last 10 overs. In the last 10 overs or less, they've lost 12 wickets. It tells you how their day's going. He just seemed super keen for that run, but it was never on. Straight to the fielder. He had time to get it back to the keeper, and that was that. So 1 for 2 after 4 balls. When it's running that way, and it just seems all those kinds of things happen at once. Now, I'll look for a silver lining here, and that's there's still over 9 overs left in this innings, and they still have batters there. One of them is Panwa, who's coming to the crease at number 4, and he can really give it a thrash. But again, it's only natural to be a little bit more conservative after losing 2 wickets in the first over. Well, now they're going to take another one. Only semi-dodgy this time. It will be a run. So it's all tied up at 2. It's 2 for 2 after 1. "23 days to go until the ECC. The countdown is on. Oh, it seems like just yesterday that we were starting the countdown at 100 days. And now here we are. That was all the way back on the 17th of June that we started the countdown. I'll have to look up where we were. I have a feeling it might have been when we were in Sweden. I think it was actually. First day of the ECI is in Sweden, in Stockholm. So that was 77 days ago, and in 23 more, well, guess what? We are ready for showtime. So 2 for 2 as Azizi. Yeah, good player to bring into your side. He's just going to spear in a few left arm spinners. Again, Azizi's a player that we have seen a fair bit of before. All right, well, hit this and it's close. Oh, terrible throw though. Put the bowler into harm's way. Look at Azizi's numbers. He had an incredibly good economy rate back in 2021. And next ball goes past the bat. Yeah, well bowled. Wow, bit of fancy footwork there. Well, everyone's having a lot of fun at the moment. Again, run the money. Just seems runs are so hard to come by at the moment. That will take us to the end of another over. And the score at the moment is 4 for 2. As we look at the table, Clone TC. It's hard to see them making it. In fact, I'd go as far as to say that they're out of the running, so they're playing for pride basically. Bon Blue Star, they've lost 3.5 matches essentially. And if they could go perfect from here, there's every chance they might sneak into the 4 and then anything's possible. Bon Blue Star kind of did that before when they finished 3rd in their group last time. Well, this is high, but there's nobody there. So it's just going to plug, and it won't quite make it. Now they're going to take it to, oh no, it's another run out Humming, oh no. Total disaster. And so, oh well, I have a feeling this might have been on Panwa, who really should have had two. I think Panwa's already apologising to his partner. Let's have a look. I mean, there's always two here. But look at Panwa. He's just cruising. He's not running hard. And by the time he says, yeah, let's go, he changes his mind. And unfortunately, Seika is the man who's going to have to go. So things getting worse and worse. And that's the second time that Seika's been run out in consecutive matches. He's going to be run out for 1 off 4, and things going from bad to worse to whatever's below that for Clone CC. It's 5, and now 6 for 3. 6 for 3. Oh, my word. And Panwa inadvertently does the fielding. Yeah, should have got it 2 there, really, but then he was going for it, and then he just kind of got cold feet, didn't he, Panwa? He knew he was at fault as well. He was quick to apologise to Seika, but that's cold comfort, really. Bomb Blue Stars would be keen to actually hand out a hiding here. Oh, that's nicely played. And, well, it's going to be 4. Everyone's having a pretty good day, but unfortunately the football skill's not as good as his cricket skills so far, as he sticks out the boot and it just kind of sneaks off the side for 4. So if Bomb Blue Stars are going to be on the bubble essentially, or around that 4th or 5th spot, then I think the net run rate could be the deciding factor. Nice drive, and he gets away from the fielder. Assad, he doesn't miss much normally, but that just bounced off him, end of the over. Better one, but still not a great one for Clone CC. They're 11 for 3 after 3. 2-2-7. I think that's what we passed on the golden ball counter earlier today. Say well done though to Bomb Blue Stars for taking those opportunities. It was Honeyjeet Bra on both occasions getting the ball back to the keeper, Zahir Abbas. It's easy to bowl his second over. Yeah, Zizi's an interesting sort of spinner in that he doesn't toss too many up, but he creates some clever angles. Need a partnership badly. What you really need is some boundaries. Shankar does have the 1-4 via the foot of Harun Khan. Things don't forget Bomb Blue Stars just went out and basically chased 150 in the last game. Right on the money. Had one bit of advice for batters with running between the wicket. It's look at your partner. Of course, a lot of people know about calling, and I think, yeah, it is important you do that. But look at your partner as well. These non-verbal cues can be just as important. You should never have 2 batters running in the same direction. On the charge, Assad, again, got the fumbles at the moment. Tries to nail the stumps, but misses. TC making hard work of it. This have been out? Don't think so. I think it would have just been home. Oh, great work by Azizi to get back on that. I mean, they're just hungry to stop every run possible. Gets a pat in the head from his captain, KK. Yeah, he's a difficult customer to contend with, isn't he? Javed Azizi, welcoming him back. And, well, there you go. Case in point, and Azizi gets his first wicket of ECS 23. Well, it's time for the weekend to begin, and that means Azizi's in the lineup, and he's making waves. 4 wickets down now in the first 4 overs. It's 13 for 4. Slides on with the arm. makes a mess of the stumps. Sunday has to go. This will bring Jagdeep Singh to the crease. That's one of the things when your tournament or your day hasn't gone to plan. You look into the cupboard of motivation and all you can see is empty shelves, really. It's easy 1 for 4 with the ball to go in his spell. Outstanding effort. So, Jagdeep has to face one ball. Oh, slides in, inside edges onto the pad, and another brilliant over from Azizi. And he's only conceded 2 runs off that over, following up from his good first one as well. And the score is 13 for 4 after 4. Well, this will probably give a false impression of how good the run rate is, because the scale on that is 4. They're going at 3 1/4. So that's 32-33 pace. I suppose the only way is up. Well, I haven't said that. The only way so far for most of the Clone CC top order has been back to the dressing room. I think that sneaks in as well. Now cut well. Partially knocked down there. Again, well, they want to take on a 2. Bowlers ends on here. They go to the wrong end. Oh, well. Panwa is certainly a dangerous running partner at the moment. You see, he likes the 2 here, and he's getting nothing out of Jagdeep. And Panwa almost slips over. That throw goes to the bowler. Panwa's in trouble. Full toss, and not really wrapped. And these 1.5s are causing confusion out there in the middle. The thing about Panwa is he hasn't scored too quickly either. He's capable though. And he goes for it now. Has he got it? Maybe, maybe not. Fielder takes him. Oh, he's dropped. Oh, he's dropped the undroppable, really. What has happened there? I mean, he did all the hard work, didn't he? Let's have a look at it one more time. And then, yeah, it's a bit of a mess. It's easy saying, well, I took my wickets. I've done my job. Oh, this one slides past the outside edge. Doesn't turn back from Asad Mohammed. First real blooper from Bond Blue Stars in this innings. Did well to keep the toe down there, didn't he, Jagdeep? It really should have been 5 wickets. It should have been Panwa out for 5. It's a horror show so far in this first 5 overs for Clone. Now in the air, they'll get lucky here. Gets over the fielder. Just a singles the call. Good over by Asad Mohammed. 4 off it, but probably should have had a wicket. And by probably, I mean definitely. It's the end of the 5th over. The score is 17 for 4. Let's have a look at the ECC groups. Why don't we have a look at, how about we talk about the Netherlands? We don't often talk about them because they're not in any group at all. They are the only team that are automatically through to the championship week on the 16th of October. And that means when we see them in a week's time, that's their only real chance to have a hit out in the 10 over format as a group before they enter. And of course, that means they'll play 6 matches plus the finals day if they make the top 4. And the question is about their squad, of course. So Ruin comes on. He gets pulled away a little bit too short. That one flies. Nice catch taken down there. That might have been, is that Raheel down there? It is. Well, you can't keep that guy out of the game. What a catch. And now just go back and relax. He's having a brilliant day. Tell you what, Azizi might want to go and take a few notes because he's just spilled an absolute sitter. And he's back on the phone saying, did you see that? All right, back to the action. Slow ball this time, no run. Barely need a boundary. Yeah, so the Netherlands, for sure, their squad is going to be impacted by the fact that their top team is playing in the 50-over ICC World Cup. So I'd be very interested to see what kind of squad they pick in a week's time. And then, of course, the ECC flicked away. This would just be a single. hello to everyone who's in the chat. Hello to Wayne. Good to see you around. Wayne, hopefully the luck's with you. Panwa, I suppose you could say he got lucky when he got dropped, but he's had a fair bit of bad luck as well in this innings. Some of it self-inflicted. Just a single here as he gets to the other end. Meanwhile, these overs are just ticking past, and that run rate has never even looked like reaching a run of ball. We've had 34 balls in this innings, and they're 25. And even if they catch it, that's 60. Well bowled. That's the kind of length I think we need to see a bit more from bowlers. Right up in the block hole. You can't do much with that except get the bottom of the bat on it. Last ball of the over. Not hitting, but it will be the end of the over. The score is 25 for 4. Clone CC. Yeah, just the kind of start you don't want. And Bond Blue Stars sending in their opponents and looking very, very good at the moment. .17 and over. It's not much, is it? Assad comes back. Little delay. Cut down. Uh-oh. Oh. Every time. Seems like with a chance to run out here at the moment. Back to school for Clone CC, I think. Dragged down towards long on for 1. This is up in the air. Should be another one, and it will be. Everyone's not going to mess this one up. And Asad Muhammad, good reward for keeping things tight. So it's Jagandeep Singh who's got to go. I love the chat out there as well, saying, look, don't be satisfied, guys. Let's go. Let's finish this off. Again, like I said, Bomb Blue Stars, if they're going to make the finals or near it, they're going to be on the margins. You know, they're not going to be right up the top because of their performance in the first few games. So the run rate is super important. Just one here. Shuriska is going to get off the mark, but one thing I will say, Bomb Blue Stars, they got that kind of the professionalism back. Kind of eluded them a little bit last year. Of course, you have to be a good team to win a European Cricket Series at all. As this is in the air, he's going to get lucky. The head straight over the keeper, and it'll run away for 4. And it's Honeyjit Bra. Quite able to chase it down. Badly needed boundary. That's a pretty good shot. And that will be into the gap. That'll be 4 more. So creeping up on the 6 and over, but they're not quite there yet. That's the end of 7. Nice strike, though, by Panwa. He gets back to run a ball pace. He's at parity. The score is 35 for 5 after 7. A few questions about what's going on before and after the ECC. Of course, we're talking about the ECC a lot at the moment because that's the Euros of cricket, one of our 2 marquee tournaments for the year. We have the ECIs here in Krefeld featuring Germany as well as the Netherlands, 11 in Belgium. 2 weeks in Rome before we head to the Cardamom Oval. And we have more tours to come with a further 8 weeks of action after the ECC finishes, going right through to December. 2 weeks in Croatia, then 3 in Malta for another series, and 3 in Barcelona. There'll be ECIs with each of those as well. And don't forget, we might have a special surprise at the end. Still trying to get approval for that. He'll get one here. Shriska doing what he can. Angled in. Again, they'll get one. This will happen in short form cricket. Sometimes it just doesn't happen for you. Bad things happen early. Sometimes it's your own fault, sometimes it's not. Gets a little bit lucky. Chases on. Sabawin Momand. And now we've got yet another opportunity for a run out. Got to go bowler's end. There's time. He'll get back, but only get one. And, well, Shuriska can't believe that Panwar isn't interested. He basically puts up the big stop sign and says, look, have you seen the score? We need runs. Panwar, 17 off 17 at the moment. And now it's a pretty tame prod, and he's going to be dropped. And, yeah, that is Honeyjeet Brar down there. Gets it on the full, but he can't quite hold on to the catch. Works around. Now they're going to get an overthrow, so that's a bit of ill discipline, maybe apart from the drop catch of Azizi earlier in the innings. And that's the end of 8 overs. The score is 41 for 5. So, yeah, Clone CC not really setting the world on fire here. If you want to talk about low scores, which you might not want to talk about, but if you do, we've had a few that have been pretty low. It was Ryan Ruhr Sports 51 the other night. I've got that as the lowest score so far. It's actually last night. 151 played 51 by Boosters versus Ryan Ruhr Sports. Can they get past 51? This is up in the air and should just be a single. They've been pretty good in the field. Sliding down leg side, only just, I think. Let's see if there was no bat in it. Leg by, no real drama at the moment. Haroon, full and straight. That's where he wants to be. Now this is in the air. Now he's gone cricket zombie and he hasn't found it at all there. Pramod Sharma. Now we've got another chance to run out, and I think that's gone. Well, you didn't have to be Nostradamus to pick that Panwa would be run out eventually. And he meets his maker for 20 off 20. Look at it on the replay. He's already walking off. I think they gave the decision on the field. Yeah, I mean, not even that close in the end. So Bond Blue Stars, they've just been really good at finishing these dismissals. That's the third run out of the innings. Panwa basically sums up the tribulations of Clone CC in this innings. He goes, and it's 44 for 6. This will be Sharafolet Shahzad, who's coming out to bat. Now, it's quite an amusing moment. We went back and looked at it. He got stumped and he was asking for the replay. The replay showed he was out. It's a bit naughty to ask for the replay. I don't really have a problem with it on line decisions because any umpire worth his salt, if it's close at all, they'll go to the replay. That's what it's there for. Hello to Kitty Hundley. Hopefully you're well. Nice to see you in the chat. Oh, another one. Well, caught behind. That was a heavy ball, and that's Shahzad. Harun, he does really hurl it through there, doesn't he? Well, gee, we pick up one. This is off the glove, actually. Yeah, either glove or right up towards the top of the bat. Let's see if we pick it up here. Huge edge. And so, well, unfortunately for Shahzad, he's got Golden Derek for company. He's going to chase him into the bushes. Yet another wicket goes down. 44 for 7. Harun, what a day. He'd never even scored a 50 before on ECN. His top score was 49 not out, Harun Khan. But he scored 114 off 33 and engineered a chase of 147 against PSV Aachen, who moves both their games today. Ramamurthy, the number 9, comes out. Attempted Yorker, goes down the leg side. Yeah, Kitty, I've got to say it. My eyesight's not that great, so I can't really see your profile pic, but I hope you're enjoying the new look. A few people know I've been experimenting with growing hair during the summer. Don't know how long it'll last. Or maybe just outside the line. I actually think that could be a good decision. Certainly, I think it's coming back to hit the stumps, but does it impact him in line with off or just outside? I had it just outside. Yeah, I think benefit of the doubt there. He hit the very outside of the pad. The pad was kind of on-off stump. Yeah, I think it's a good decision, but he is pretty lucky, the batter, because that was headed for the stumps, I think. Last ball of the 9th. Not a bad drive, finds the gap, and Ramamurthy gets off the mark. But this innings, it's never really got started. It's 46 for 7 after 9. Looking at the bowling figures, I mean, they've all done a good job, haven't they? And that's the thing, they've got depth on Blue Stars. They've got plenty of bowlers they haven't even used yet, but everyone they have used has done the job. They've been tight. And they've just continued to pick up wickets. Probably as easy for me, 1 for 4. My pick of the bowlers in his first effort. This is going to be Quaid Rahman to bowl his second over here in the 10th. Can they get past the 51, which is lowest score? Well, maybe. Again, another one where probably too spooked to say take a second run after the 3 run-outs in the innings. A famous game, 1975 World Cup, Men's World Cup in England, when Australia lost 5 wickets to run-outs. That famous game, won by the West Indies. Oh, well bowled. In swinging Yorker, and Quaid loves it. Yeah, a bit of total recall there as he dials up a Yorker and knocks back the off stump. Yeah, well bowled. A little bit of movement there. And over went the castle. Shuriskat goes for 5, 47 for 8. This will bring Sangarar Safi to the crease. Yeah, hello, once again, Kitty. Yeah, you can send me a picture on Instagram. Wouldn't mind. giving you my critique, I'm not one to judge. Rico's off today. He's enjoying a weekend. We had to look up what one was. We worked it out. We said, okay, Rico, you take a couple of days off. Safi faces the music. Oh, that was headed the same way, but he gets some bat on it. 48. I think sometimes momentum, it's a bit of an unstoppable force, especially in short form cricket. Now, I never really played any 10-over cricket, but I know in 20-over cricket, and when I came out in the lower order, say 7 or 8, there's been a lot of wickets quickly. You're kind of forced into a choice. Is it kind of saving face, or you're hoping for the miracle comeback? They've achieved neither really here. Clone CC. Or bowled. 3 balls to go then. They need 4 to get past the lowest score of the series. And Ryan Rua Sports, they'll be cheering on Bond Blue Stars here. That's a record you don't want. That's not a bad shot. Again, won't be more than 1 though. So 49. And this is going to be a tough highlights package for all the Clone CC supporters to watch. So like I said, partly it's been good bowling and fielding, but there has been a bit of self-inflicted misery from Clone CC. His last ball, 49 plus this. And they won't get more. And in fact, it'll be a run out. Well, fittingly, a run out finishes it off, as it will be Ramamurthy that's out. So they're going to finish 49 for 9 off the 10 overs. Credit to Bond Blue Stars, though. Remember, they started the day with a losing record. They're trying to get back in the mix. Former champions who came from the clouds in 2021 to knock off MSC Frankfurt for the Krefeld ECS, and then last year missing out on the quarterfinals. Right now, they're looking at a big boost. I know we haven't seen the boosters today, but the Bond Blue Stars could boost their net run rate, and I'd be going for it here. 50 will be the target as the Blue Stars embark on another chase. This one's not quite as intimidating as the last one. Well, early on, it took the umpire about a century to give this out, but eventually he did, and I think it was the right decision, even though we never actually saw him give it out. And then it was time for run out central. Firstly, it was Dhani, who just takes on a single that's not there. It's just a poor judgment to go for it in the first place. You still got to execute the play, and that's what Bond Blue Star did well. Then Panwa again, he sold some snake oil, didn't he, to Saker, who said, yeah, let's come for the 2 just jokes. And Saker wasn't laughing. He was the second run out in quick succession. That combination of decent bowling and the fact that the batters hadn't got too many away just kept that run out down. And you see, Azizi typified the attitude. 1 for 4, including that, as he just pulled out the bow and arrow and shot it into the sky. Nice to see Jawad back. And he is a real entertainer. This was probably the only egg on your face moment, as that wasn't Jawad out there. That was Quaid that put that one down. It's full by the number 10. Raheel said, well, Quaid, if you don't know how to catch, I'll show you. And he got up off the phone to take that one, then went back to his phone call. Easy as you like. Speaking of easy, Arun took that one fairly easily. And then, okay, we get the odd boundary, but they were few and far between, weren't they? Just devoid of boundaries. Had to count them up. We had 3 4s and a 6 in the entire boundary. And, well, the run-outs kept on coming, and Panwa probably should have been run out 3 or 4 times. Eventually he was. Just wasn't quite himself. And Shazad, he nicked off behind. No need for a review this time. Nice take behind the stumps as well by Zahir Abbas. And then last overtime, Quaid back in form. He was able to sneak that Yorker in. And then for good measure, we had 1 more run out. So 4 for the 10 overs. And really, Clone CC, not a scorecard that they will look back fondly on, as they get rocked 49 for 9 off the 10 overs, setting a victory target of 50. Only Panwa really makes it to double figures, but even he struggled, didn't he, with running between the wickets. He scored 2 boundaries in his 20 off 20. The next guy scored 9 from Jagdeep Singh, but not quite run a ball pace, and he wasn't alone. Just many of the Clone CC batters just couldn't get that first one away. And the other thing, look at that, just 1 wide in the 10 overs. Very disciplined stuff from Bond Blue Stars. And they're starting to show that kind of form that saw them become ECS champions 2 years ago. Wickets shared around nicely, but I've got to say I had a soft spot for Jawad Azizi, the flying archer, who took 1 for 4 of his 2 overs with his left arm spin. But everyone can take a bow. Very good team effort. And right now, they're all set up for a quick victory. So we'll take a quick break and we'll be back very shortly. The Bond Blue Stars feel like it's a matter of when, not if, they chase down these 50 runs in match 29. Mr. Maximo here, Vinny Sandhu. We'll see you the other side of this break for more European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to Krefeld. We're halfway through match number 29 here in the European Cricket Series, and it's Bomb Blue Stars coming out to chase an exact 50 for victory after picking apart Clone CC's batting lineup in the first half of this game. They scored 49 for 9. Really just pride to play for in a number of senses for Clone CC. But you never know your luck in the big city. Could we have a dramatic collapse? Abbas faces up. He got run out before. And, well, it was almost returning the favour, wasn't it? Harun's almost run out without facing him all. This is a guy that's coming off a century. I think this would have been out if it was a direct hit. Yep, by a long way, despite the dive. So Harun, first chance to see him since he scored that 100. And he's going to continue on the way that he left off as he sweeps this away. Not quite out of the middle, but he will get 4. And if Harun Khan bats anything like how we batted before, man, this game will be over very quickly. Black Caps watching on. We'll see them again in the last game of the day, where they'll be taking on the Bomb Blue Stars. Kashyap, he's bowled pretty well today, actually. Now, cut shot. Batting's a confidence game, isn't it? And Harun's a guy who is high on confidence. It's actually his first 50 on the network earlier on. And he turned it into more. 114, not out. Match 27, which was 2 games ago. It was the first time we'd ever seen 2 individuals score 100 in the same game. Bit of respect to this one. So if you're smart, if you're Bomb Blue Stars here, you go for it. I don't think there's any way you're not chasing this down, so it's a matter of when. So I think that you don't want to leave too much on the table. You want to boost that net run rate, which could be important. He tries to do, spins past Kashyap in the end, just a single. So that's the strategic thing to do. How often do we get to the last game and say, oh, okay, they need to win by this much, or they need to chase the runs this quickly? But every game has equal weight as far as your net run rate goes. So, you know, this is one of those situations where you should be looking to chase down in 5 overs minimum, probably quicker. A little bit short, turned away, and this will fly. In the end, I think they're going to have to check it. But Abbas will get a boundary. Let's have a look on the replay. Thanks to Spring Productions. Where does this one bounce? It bounces. Oh, we'll never know. So, I have to go with the on-field call. They have given it 6. Maximal. Got to admit, my first instinct was it probably was 6. So, the end of the first over, the score 16 without loss. Making quick work of this. Sharafullah Shahzad is going to bowl the second over. Before that, I think we can be rest assured that'll click over after this game. 231 matches since the golden ball will become 2-3-2. Surely we're not getting up to the 300. That's just silly talk. We've only ever hit the 300 once before, and on that occasion we hit the 400, 405. Oh, this is bad news. It's been called a wide. This is pretty high though as well. Maybe it's just below the waist. Let's have a look where it goes past. Yeah, I think it was just about thigh high. Tough one on the keeper. Go down as no ball plus 4 buys. 5 free runs. It's kind of fake magical first over then. They get up to, I think it's got to be 21, doesn't it? It's definitely, what was that? That was wides. I think it's been scored 4 buys, but I'm sure it's a no ball plus 4 buys. Check my notes. It was originally given 4, but it was given off the bat, was it? Can't say I saw it myself. So must have had a little edge on that. So 4 to the total, becomes 5 in the over now. Wow, lifted up and nicely. Abbas gets his turn. Remember that Hurun ran him out earlier. It's, I know he's saying, right, we're back together, and let's pack a punch here. Maximo. Yeah, John Gray with a very astute observation, saying it's fair to say that Hurun won't be repeating his feat in this game, as there's only 50 runs to get. Yeah, well, I don't think you can get a 50 either, between you and me. Good little average boosting opportunity, though. Cracked away. They will make the stop. Pretty good bit of fielding. Now they're going to get an overthrow. I suppose you've got to try things, don't you? I thought it was pretty tight on the run out. Checking out the replay. Yeah, you know, if that hits, probably out. But also, I think Zahir Abbas probably knows it's not hitting because he's watching the ball. Shazad. Yeah. Draws a bit of a slog out of Abbas. I suppose he's got to try and get a wicket somehow. But Abbas, he was in for about 3 days before this ball came back and hit the stumps. But, that'll be a dot ball to the scorecard. Well, Chris said he's just been building an IKEA bed as well as doing a Sunday roast. So he's got a few injuries. Well, sending us your best. Sending you our best there, Chris. This could be gone, actually. And it's been dropped by Akshay Dani. It's normally a pretty good fielder, but he hits that at pace and kind of sums it up from Clone CC. The end can't come quick enough for them, really. Playing back-to-back matches today on day 6. We get to the end of the over. The score's 30 without loss after 2. So, yeah, just having a look at the ladder. I always keep an eye on the loss column. I think once you get 4 losses against you, it's pretty difficult to qualify. Unfortunately, Clone CC already have. Safi gets the ball. A little bit short, throws the hands at it, and this is going to travel. And it's going to travel out of the ground. Maximo. This is what's coming up. And we still have about an hour until we're back. So, Black Caps versus Bomb Blue Stars, last game of the day. Both these teams have had a game that's been affected by weather and have a no result to their name. So, both these teams in really good form. I think that'll be the match of the day. It's also our 800th match in the European Cricket Series this year. Coming up in an hour's time. Close. Umpire had itchy fingers, but I think it was just going down the leg side. Didn't really turn back that much. It drifts in. Just missing leg stump. That's a very good decision. Yeah, I like the bowling again from Safi. Well, we can take another run out, but they'll miss. Had to be direct, I think, in the end, or at least get to the bowler quickly. Abbas, run out once. Won't exactly say you got a flying start there. It would have been gone by some distance. This is hit out towards the sweeper. Just a single. Chris is saying that he had roast lamb with roast carrots, roast parsnips, roast spuds, Yorkshire pudding, gravy, spuds matched with milk and butter, peas, sweet corn broccoli, and green beans. That sounds amazing. In fact, one of the things I'm looking forward to when we get to the Carter Oval. This is another ball that's asking for trouble, and he's going to find it. This is another 6. Maximo, as Ahmedzad does the fielding. Well, can't keep that guy out of the action. Just checking his DMs there. Probably got a few coming in after his performances in this tournament. Right, they can win it with a 6 now. They won't win it just yet, as they will get a single to finish the over. 45-run power play. It's all academic from here. Score 45 without loss. Yeah, one thing we always look forward to is our Sunday lunches at a place called the Carvery in Benalmadena, just near the Carter Oval. Tale of the two Manhattans, really. Got a little slum city, and then you got the tall towers of New York down the bottom. Yeah, so we love to go to the Carvery, all of our ECN crew. All right, well, here's an over that we may not see 6 balls out of from Dhani, where 5 are required to win. Abbas just flicks him away dismissively, but he finds the fielder, so it's just a single. Yeah, the roasts on a Sunday at Khartoum. Well, it's not really Khartoum, it's Benalmadena, so about 25 minutes away. We stay in Benalmadena. Both are pretty close to Malaga, which is where the airport is. And, well, another chance for a run out. That would have been tight. A leg by in the end. Yeah, I think that would have been out if it hit. But, well, Clone CC, sometimes you just have one of those days, and this has been one of them for them, unfortunately. It's well bowled, though, by Dhani. They've got some good players, no doubt. When you look at that game, Black Caps, 133, and they kind of got on top of the Black Caps at times. They continued to take wickets, but 35 runs in the last 2 overs, Clone CC conceded in match 28, and then their batting just completely fell apart. And then it has again here. So kind of back-to-back innings with the bat where they've had a bit of a shocker. We'll make it 48. So just 2 to win. And like I said, that'll happen. We'll get to see them again, of course. And let's hope they can improve their performance. We'll see them tomorrow, in fact. First up against the Arkan Rising Stars, and then in the 3rd match of tomorrow against the Spartans. And we'll see them against VFB Gelsenkirchen at the end of Tuesday. Well, this could be it, and it will be. Game, set, match. Maximo, and Harun Khan finishes a red letter day for his career as he backs up his 100 with a pretty polished 21 not out here off just 9 balls. And Bob Blue Stars, they're going to do this with a whopping 37 balls to spare. Outstanding effort. And, well, I think you knew a long way before the end of that game which way the winds were blowing, and that was towards Bob Blue Stars, who also get a very good net run rate boost as they win with over 6 overs to spare. Just a reminder, we're exactly 1 hour away from the last game of the day, so you can go have an extended break. You can even have a nap, but make sure you set your alarm. 3:15 GMT, which is 5 o'clock in Central Europe, and 8:45 PM in India, because it's our 800th European Cricket Series game of the year between the Black Caps and the Blue Stars. Black Caps winning the toss, electing to bat. So we've got the Blacks versus the Blues. Well, hopefully the players aren't black and blue at the end of that one. We know it can be a physical game. 50 to win, and well, Harun Khan almost got revenged by Zahir, as he could have been run out before he'd faced the ball. But then it was business as usual. Nice to see Abbas getting some runs. Bomb Blue Stars, like I said, a bit disappointed with their performance at the start of the tournament, but they're starting to get into the groove. We know they can be slow starters. Certainly that was the case in 2021. They ended up coming back and shocking everyone, winning the lot. But yeah, I suppose Clone CC didn't really give their bowlers anything to work with, did they? Harun finishing things in style, launching that one into the trees, and that was that. You won't get too many quicker chases than that. 3.5 overs required to chase down the target of 50, 32 off 14 for Zahir Abbas, and Harun Khan with a pretty polished 21 off 9. And that's the thing, in less than 4 overs, we saw 3 4s and 5 6s from the Blue Stars. You contrast that with the first innings, when he saw 3 4s and a 6 for the whole 10 overs, and that was the story, basically. Let's just be positive and say there were no extras in the end, even though we thought we saw a 5 wides. Actually, on review, it was given off the bat. So, not much to write home about. I mean, Cologne CC, again, they'll have to regroup. We'll see them again tomorrow, and let's hope they can kind of find another gear and find some form. Again, we know we won't see them in the finals, but still plenty to play for. Not often you get the opportunity to play in a European Cricket Series. We'll have an extended break then, back in about 55 minutes for the last game of the day. It should be the Blacks versus the Blues, Black Caps versus the Blue Stars. Random question time as well, and maybe some food chat as we get ready for the conclusion of day 6. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Hope you enjoyed the break. Still one game to go tonight. We'll see you then for more European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back after a bit of an extended break after the early finish in match 29. It's time for match 30 now. This should be the match of the day for me. It's the Blacks versus the Blues. Firstly, let's have a look at what happened at the coin toss between the Düsseldorf Black Caps and Bonn Blue Star here in match 30.
KK to call. Heads. Heads is the call. It's tail. They're going to bat.
Black Caps want a bat. I think that suits KK just fine, the Blue Star skipper. I think he would have bowled anyway because they've been good on the chase today. A big one and a little one so far as we get ready for the start of match 30. Let's have a look at some of the players. Watch Jamshed Khan having a really good series for the Black Caps. Ahmed Zai's had a disappointing time as his opening partner, but they do provide a left-hand, right-hand combination at the top of the order. Maita's coming off a half-century, and you've got Raheel having an absolute barnstormer of the day. Wicket sixes. You bet. Manzoor was the hero earlier. He's listed down at 10, but he hit his only ball of the day for 6 to bring up the win earlier on against PSV Aachen. For Bonn Blue Stars, though, they are 3-run underdogs as the Black Caps are 3 runs ahead of them on the expected scores, 97-94. Blue Stars, probably the story of the day for them is the form of Harun Khan, who scored not only his first 50 on ECN, but also his first century, 114 not out, as the Blue Stars did something we've only ever seen twice in over 3,000 matches on ECN cricket, and that is to win a game without taking a wicket. Because against them, PSV Aachen put on 146 without losing a wicket, but thanks to Harun, they were able to chase it down in the 10th over. Yeah, so almost ready to make a start. I want to give a warm welcome back to all of our wonderful viewers, no matter where you're watching from around the world. Now, it is the last game of the day, and you've done well if you've come back for this one, because I can understand you might have gone for a little nap and maybe you haven't set your alarm. I did tell everyone to set an alarm. And here we are. And it's going to be Ghulam Ahmadi to bowl over number 1. They are Abbas behind the stumps for Bonn Blue Stars. So 2 very good keepers in this game as well, and Abbas, and you've also got Russell Srinivas for the Black Caps, who's coming off 3 stumpings earlier on. So yeah, it is random questions time. Let us know. Start of match 30. Listen, not really turning a lot. Got to say it was quite fun. We had a bit of fun in the middle, didn't we? With some cricket. The crew, including the crew from Spring Production, doing a very good job. This one will sneak into the boundary, so Ahmedzai off the mark. He could really use the big innings to get his confidence going. No, he's a very popular player. Let's see if he can turn it into something more here. Goes dot, then 4. Has been cramped up sometimes. That ball just angling into him. This off the stumps, they take off straight away and they'll get there. So 4 and a 1, and we'll get a look at Jamshed Khan, who's having a very good series. There's a lot of cricket happening around the world today, particularly the Asia Cup has got people's attention, I'm sure. Jamshed prepared to have a look at this one. Again, Jamshed. He likes the ball coming on early, doesn't he? So it's quite clever tactics to bowl Amadi here. Excellent bowling. They will sneak a single here, but very good first over. Battle of the Blacks versus the Blues. Like I said, Black Caps versus the Blue Stars. 6 without loss, Dusseldorf, after the first over. So yeah, not just the Blacks versus the Blues, but you've got Dusseldorf versus Bonn. Bonn isn't too far away. It's around about 40 minutes or so from here. 23 days to go until the Euros of cricket. Oh, I can't wait. Cannot wait. Of course, we've got some excellent cricket to come in the meantime, including an ECI here in Krefeld. We've still got finals day to go here in Krefeld as well. And 8 teams ready to go in Rome, including some familiar teams and a couple of new ones as well. We'll get to see Roma CC as the host club. And don't forget, they represented Italy in the ECL earlier this year. Pretty unlucky not to make Championship Week. They kind of dominated the group and then lost the final to Sporting Alfaz of Spain. Azizi into the side today. I heard he's a mechanical engineer. Keeps him busy during the week. So he's available because it's a Saturday game, and he's done a very good job so far. He took 1 for 4 off his 2 overs. Very tough to get away. So now left-handed to left-handed time. Ooh, got some random questions coming in already. Hello to Dave B. Good to see you, of course. I'm a big fan of the Chatters, and hopefully the Chatters are a big fan of ECN cricket. Okay, he's going around the wicket, staying around the wicket to the left-hander. And wow, this is absolutely pounded. What a shot. Maximo. Ahmedzai. There's a classic case of sometimes you got it, sometimes you don't. And that wasn't an easy shot. He's taken it from about 3 stumps outside the off stump and just put it over long on for 6. If you don't mind. It was easy. It's the first time he's copped that kind of treatment today, and his face says it all. He sticks with it around the wicket tactic. So he's basically trying to go across Ahmedzai, daring him to try it again. I think he'll dare. Yeah, it does. Little edge though. And it's a tough one for the keeper, really, Abbas. I mean, it looked like it was right off the end of the bat. So even though it doesn't look like it deflects a lot to us, to the keeper, I can tell you it goes a fair bit. Takes it away from the middle of the hands, and that's why it spills out. So I don't know if you can call that a chance, maybe a half chance. Oh, wow. And once again, Ahmadzai has Azizi's measure. Maximo! He seems to like this angle. You know, he's basically playing against the angle, but when you do get it in the middle against the angle, it goes even further because it's almost kind of angling onto your bat. You're hitting it straight from where it's coming in. Excellent hitting from Ahmadzai. They persisted with him at the top of the order. Now down the leg side. Pretty good keeping from Zahir Abbas to stop that going for extras. Again, it's risky. He doesn't quite time it up. Does Ahmadzai. So John Gray's popped in with the first random question. Favourite city I've visited in Germany? Oh, it's a good question. This will be the end of the second over, and the score is 20 without loss. So a pretty even start here, really. Ahmadzai with a couple of bombs in the second. I'm going to go one that you probably wouldn't guess, and I'm going to say Tegernsee. Went down to Tegernsee for a Waldfest, like a beer festival, just after the first ECL in 2019. Let's look at the table. It's starting to be a case of the haves and have-nots. Although, you know, you got Gelsenkirchen, who still have plenty of games in hand, so they could very much be in that kind of that mix of about 8 teams that still have finals aspirations in a serious way. As we start a new over, Amadi disappears into the trees. Maximo! Jamshed Khan swings it and gets it pretty good. Yeah, they're sticking with the slow bowling up, man. I like this tactic from Bond Blue Stars. Also, the game just moves quickly. We saw that as they picked apart Clone CC in the last innings. Now goes for it again. This one springs off the bat as well. Maximo! Back to back as Jamshed Khan rolls the dices and comes up double sixes. Now he's going to change angle. Forced on him. Yeah, so Tegernsee is probably the favourite city I've visited because it's just somewhere a little bit out of the way. Had a nice German country feel. Let's say the countryside in Germany. Probably, if you give me the choice in Germany, I'll probably pick country over city. Most of the time. Not to say there aren't some beautiful cities. I've spent a lot of time in Munich. All right, in the air. Well, this should be gone. Shouldn't be able to drop this, and he won't. So it's a big wicket, and spin wins basically, even though it goes for a bit. But they do get the big wicket of Jamshed Khan. He's the first wicket to fall, and Amadi gets his revenge, and he serves it cold. The score is 32 for 1. That's the way it goes. 2 informed players having a chat there. Inharan Khan and Jamshed Khan. There's some polite applause for Jamshed, who gets them off to a decent start. I suppose you can't whack 50 plus all the time. 14 off 7 gives them a start, and now it's over to Udit Mehta, who batted really well in the last game. Ended up with a 50, some handy late runs in that innings. Right, going around the wicket to him. All right, this could be 2 and 2. Keeper's ball and gone. So a golden duck for Mehta, and that's how quickly your day can change. And Amadi gets the double strike. You see, he fights the angle. And like I said, when you're fighting the angle, if you hit it in the middle of the bat, it'll go miles. But there's a good chance you won't hit it in the middle of the bat. And that's what the bowler's trying to manufacture there. Yeah. Mehta, he's filthy with himself. And that's cricket, I suppose. As a little look back at Derek, probably hears the footsteps behind him. A golden duck for him. Amadi's on a hat-trick, and it is 32 for 2. Hat-tricks, well, one thing that we're yet to do today, but it has been done earlier in the week. Gurugabelli with a hat-trick, and then Rashid with a hat-trick on day 1 and day 2 respectively. But we haven't had a hat-trick in September yet. So maybe it's time Oh, that was the hat-trick ball, and it's very close to the outside edge. Makiela. Yeah, it goes pretty close. Wow, now he gets funky. There's no fine leg. Good awareness, though. I don't think he'll go for 4. Pulls up just in time. Fielder does his best to knock it across the line, but it will be 2. Vangela's off the mark. End of the over, and a pretty interesting power play. Black Caps 34 for 2. (6-14 and 14). So we head into the middle overs, 5 outfielders. 5 outfielders are allowed from this point forward. So Hamadzai's still there, and he's made a solid start, 17 off 8. It's going to be Harun Khan. Clash of the Titans here now. Harun's having a very good day. Let's see if he can keep it going with the bowling. Oh, it's kind of a little blind spot, isn't it? He reminds me in a way of Varun Prasath of Malta, in that a lot of balls seem to kind of get him in a bit of a muddle that are angled in towards the body. Yeah, but sometimes he does get his hands through it, and when he does, it goes a long way. And case in point, that one there, which disappears over the rope. Maximo! So yeah, this tactic can work, but it kind of relies on the batter not hitting it. You're putting in a spot that if he's quick enough with his hands, getting it in front of the front pad, that yeah, you can go for runs, but you're hoping he's too slow. Hamadzai wasn't on that occasion. 23 off 10 now for the opener. Slower ball. No, this is a slight miss hit. Long chase for Assad, and he will make the stop and wipes himself out. He'll probably just get 2 here. Just concentrating completely, Assad Mohammed, on stopping the 4. Probably knew they were going to get 2 either way, and they were probably never going to get 3. So he wipes himself out. Dave also asking, what do I think about the England massacre of New Zealand? Twice are the wheels falling off New Zealand wagon, or England playing too well? I mean, I wouldn't jump to conclusions on a couple of games. I suppose that's the thing. We tend to extrapolate things, don't we? I think New Zealand is still a very good team. England, obviously, they're obviously got their eye on the short form World Cup. I say short form, 50 overs. But they've got some good players that are missing out, i.e. Harry Brooks, probably the one that got most people talking. So yeah, I'd say it's concerning for New Zealand, but not to be too worried about it. This is a very, very good question I've got in my ear from Helena, as he's beaten for pace here, but it'll fall safely, just 1. So Hamadzai living dangerously. And the question that Helena gave me, Helena in the truck, if I was the owner of a cricket team, what would I call it? Good question. Well, I mean, I basically had this situation come up when I was invited to take part in the Prague 10-over weekend in June. And I simply called it Maximo 11. And our uniforms were very similar to the Golden Star Bond uniforms. The purple and gold, an unusual combination. Here's a run last ball of his over. And this is the end of the over. Harun goes for 9, and the score is 43 for 2. Well, Helena said that she would call her team the Golden Ducks. Don't know if that's a good sign. Maybe you could use it as a warning for the other team. What would you call your cricket team? That's my random question to you guys in the chat. I've heard some pretty good ones, especially in indoor cricket, social indoor cricket in Australia. There's some very, very good ones. Probably one of my favourite ones is cunning stunts. And we talked a little bit about spoonerisms before. There's a few people saying that they'd call it golden balls as well. So what would you call your cricket team? There's also one that's... in indoor cricket, we play for skins, and there's a certain amount of skins that you play for. That's also a team name. Well, this has gone past everyone. I think this is bias. It's a slight error from the keeper here, Abbas, who just spectates. He doesn't get behind the line of the ball. I think this will be bias. Two bias. See how there's a lot of distractions with the keeper. You got the stumps and you've got the batter in the way. And so he just failed to go with the line of the ball. This time it's in the air, but it won't carry down to Haroon. Asad Mohammed coming on with his off spin now. Hello to Kitty Hundley, nice to see you. Kitty has just made an interesting observation. A lot of people call people from the USA Yanks, but technically that's not true, depending on where you're from in the country. Although I suppose it's used as a bit of a blanket term these days. But I think if you're going to want to go back about 150, 160 years in history, you wouldn't be calling anyone from too far south the Y word. Fouls it onto his foot. Going nowhere. I love the spin attack here. I just think you get through the over so quickly, and before you know it, 10 overs are ticked over. Goes after this, travelling just to the side of the fielder. He will make the stop. Well, that would have been out if it hit. It was a pretty powerful throw from downtown, but they're able to hustle back and get two. There's Vagella. That does the fielding. It's one short as well, so it'll only be a single. So I guess that's almost a zero. If it hit, it would have been run out. It would have been nothing, but it'll just be one run, not two runs. So only 48, not 49. It will be Ahmed Saeed. Face last ball, the fifth. Oh, it's a good one. Almost snuck under, but he gets some bat on it. Again, it's 1.5 here. They're going to push for two, and they'll get it. End of the fifth over, the 50 coming up for the Black Caps. Pretty interesting contest. I called it the match of the day, and so far it's living up to the billing. It's 50 for 2 after 5. Let's have a look at the ECC. I've got another random question. Which country would you like to see in the ECC? I got to say, being Australian, I'd love to see an Australian team in there. Maybe the team of Australian amateurs in there. I'd also, probably not the ECC anymore if you do that, but I'd love to see kind of like a World Cup with Australia, New Zealand, England, India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Afghanistan. I'll throw Nepal in there as well. And to see how they go in the format. But essentially, for non-professional players, I think it'd be very interesting. And would also highlight a few names that are very good cricketers that might not be household names. No boundaries in that over. Asad Mohammed going for 7. 2 of those were byes. Back to pace, and it's going to be Quaid. Rahman. Wide. Oh, well. Here's the wide. The bounce is right on the line. Look, I know you can say his toe was fractionally outside the stump, but I think he's so lucky because it literally bounced on the line. And so he got away with it. Must be well connected, Quaid. There's no way. Call that and right the wrong of the last ball. That's the way it goes, though. Umpires have been very good in this series. There's always going to be some that we might not agree with, or with the benefit of the replay, we might think differently. But you know, they're out there for a long time, 10 hours a day of cricket. that one he does move. So if he made that kind of a movement before the first ball and the ball went where it was, then it's not a wide. But yeah, that time he was able to hit it. I've got to say, the more of this cricket I see, the more I think I'd like to see just the line never move. If you want to run over there, run over there. The onus should be on the bowler to put it in a certain area. You've always got the option of going behind the batter and attacking the stumps if they get a long way outside. Just my personal opinion. Some might disagree, but I think it takes a bit of the judgment out of it. Because when you have judgment, you're going to have inconsistencies. We don't really have judgment calls with leg side wides. They work perfectly. Wow, was this a bump ball or not? I don't think so. Let me see it's on the replay. I think that's straight off the bat. It certainly acted like it was. Maybe not. Maybe it was bump ball, but it certainly went really quickly to KK. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt there. Off the pad. It won't be a wide. Nice pick up behind the stumps. This is clearly off the pad, if ever a ball was off the pad. And yeah, Quaid was, I think he liked it. I think he wanted the review. I thought he was putting his hands together. But don't waste a review on that, Quaid. That was definitely off the pad. No wide though. Last ball of the over. Yeah, this one has to be called a wide, I think. Yeah, so the question is, does the batter go outside the off stump? And if he does, pre-delivery, does he? Not really. Maybe a stump, but then if you move the line a stump, it's still straight over the line. The umpire, it's tough enough. I mean, they're not really watching the batter at the point of delivery. That's the other thing. They're meant to be watching the bowler's foot. As it's worked way around the corner. And that will be 4. So Vagella just found it a bit hard to get going, but he does get 4 off the last ball of the 6th. And at the end of 6, it's 57 for 2. So done pretty well at bringing this back on Blue Stars. Good game, this. Team's in a similar place, really. 31 off 19 for Ahmedzai. Has made it through 6 overs. Vagella's just struggled to get with the pace. I mean, you've got Raheel in the shed. Now, he's a guy that's come out and he's hit 6s today. Hit 1, then 2. He's a guy that you'd say if Fila isn't going to get moving, say in the next over, you might consider a tactical switch, just hoping that Raheel might be able to get after it. But certainly, Vagella's got the licence. So does Abdul Majid Ahmedzai, who's facing up now to Asad Mohammed. And he'll crack this into the gap, but an excellent bit of fielding. I even like the way he dropped that ball at the critical moment. That's Azizi. It wasn't easy for Azizi, but it will be 2 runs to the total. And keep the random questions coming as well. In the air and out of here, Maximo. Ahmedzai slightly coming together, isn't he? Hello to James Stewart, by the way, watching from Estonia. Hello to Craig Element. Good to see you with us. Yeah, I want to hear, what's your best team name? What's your best team name? There's a few good ones. There's Australia A, who I used to play against, but that's not Australia A. Australia with an EH. Australia A. Australia A. Like that. There's some other ones. Oh, it's absolutely cracked down the ground into the gap. Ahmedzai into the 40s. If it wasn't for Ahmedzai, his innings would be in a lot of trouble. You know, like this shot doesn't kind of premeditate. He just stands, watches, hits. It wasn't really a bad ball from Asad Mohammed. Oh, that's actually deflected upstairs. Now, this is exactly why I think you should wear a helmet no matter who you're facing, because he's up against a spinner here. Just have a look at this. You see, he might have even just missed his helmet, but this is precisely why I advocate for mandatory helmets no matter what type of bowling. Yeah, see that? It's almost gone under the grill and hit him in the jaw. I mean, I think he'll be fine. All he's going to get here, maybe a little bit of a towel, but just have a look. It deflects off and up almost under his helmet, and it almost affects his perfect jawline. But yeah, I know that they've brought in now mandatory helmets, except if you're against the spinner. I just like to see it just full stop. You should wear a helmet because it's still a hard ball. If a spinner might be bowling at, say, 90 k's an hour or, let's say, 60 miles an hour, still going to do some damage and knock your teeth out. Wow, there we go. You hit me, I hit you. Goes with the angle this time. Fast hands from Ahmadzai. Maximo takes the Black Caps up to 75. Yeah, and a lot of times, off spinners, it's not directly into the head. It's like that, where it comes off something. So off the top edge or maybe off the arm. And that's exactly why the keeper's wearing a helmet, isn't he? Well, why do you think that is? It's a spinner for the keeper. But he takes it because he knows that deflections happen. Anyway, in the air and slammed. Well, boom, shakalagya, as Ahmadzai says, yeah, it's my turn now. Brings up his 50, and he brings it up off 25 balls. End of the 7th over as well, 81 for 2. Excellent strike. I mean, that one was airborne. Well done to Abdulmajid Ahmadzai, who gets knocked, but then he does a couple of knocking himself. 7:15 tomorrow, GMT, that's 9:15 in Central Europe, 12:45 in India for Day 7. Clone CC, they'll play their 8th and 9th games. They're running out of time. I think we know that they're not going to make the finals, but VFB, Gelsenkirchen will be here. Aachen Rising Stars, get to see them for the first time in a while as well. Join us as the finals picture puzzle will slowly become clear over the next few days. In fact, we only have 5 more days before we hit the finals. I think this is a wide. It just misses the leg stump. And this is what I mean about the rules for our wides. I think they make sense because, look, even though the bowler's saying, oh, it's a bit unlucky, it's just missed the stumps, but he knows it's a wide. There's no arguments. I think in other forms of cricket where you have things like profile wides, it's just a lot more inconsistent. The players don't really know what to expect. Quaid is back for the 8th. Little in-swinger. You can see the one here, they're happy to. So right now, they're pretty much on an average run rate. I think start of the day, it was 11.9, the average run rate. At the moment, they're on 11.6, so 116 pace. Ahmadzai, he's played a bit of a lone hand here for Dusseldorf, but he misses out on this one. Well bowled by Quaid Rahman. Kind of challenge length, and the bowler won the challenge this time. So Dave B's cricket team is called 11 Men and a Bat, and he's naming that with reference to 3 Men and a Dog. Well, I remember 3 Men and a Baby. That was a good movie. Tom Selleck, Steve Guttenberg, and the other one. Who was the other one? John Travolta? That was Look Who's Talking. Well, now I'm going to have to go to Google. This is random question time, random chat time. Is it Corbin Burnson? Help me out here. Oh, Ted Danson. Of course it was Ted Danson from Cheers. Well, 2 out of 3 ain't bad. Look Who's Talking is a pretty good movie as well. Slow ball hit and knocked in by Harun. They'll probably check this. I had this as just below the waist, but let's see what the replay shows. Yeah, that's okay. So I suppose it was a catching opportunity. Harun plays defensive. I suppose you can understand that at this stage. Although if he knew he was inside in the field and he didn't have to jump, then maybe there's an opportunity for him to kind of stand and try and catch it. Really took off that time from Quaid. Bit of extra pace there. It's pretty close to a no ball for height. Not no ball, for a wide for height, for over the head. Last ball of the over coming up. Oh, this is miles in the air. Now, they have to go right back to the wall, but they're not going to be able to get it. Maximo! Ahmadzai into the 60s. Well, they decided to stick with him, even though he's had a bit of a rough day with the bat. But this is why you stick with him also. He's a left-hander, which always kind of throws the other team for a loop. 91 for 2 off 8. So, I mean, 114 pace. So you can see it's not going to set any records this innings, but it'll give them something to bowl at. Bond Blue Star, remember they were kind of carried by Harun earlier in that big chase. In that last game, the openers got it done. So, I mean, Black Caps might sense an opportunity if they can get Harun early. Maybe get through Zahir Abbas. No one else has done too much with the bat today for Bond. Harun setting his field. Time for the 9th over. As we always say on ECN, it all happens in the 9th. Here's Harun Khan. That's gone. If there's no bat in this, it's out, and it's a fairly easy decision for the umpire. Again, full straight. Check it out here. Yep. Yeah, the only question there is there's an inside edge, but didn't appear so. And so Miguela's unhappy stay comes to end. Might not be a bad thing, to be honest, as Rahil's coming out. He's been a 6-hitting machine so far today. The only problem is he hasn't actually stuck around too long. Kitty, I think she was about to tell me Ted Danson. Ted Danson, what an actor. They always used to show cheers when there was rain delays in the cricket on Channel 9 when I was a kid. Yeah, so yeah, Ted Danson. I think when I was watching it was the Kirstie Alley years, but I've gone back and watched a few of the other ones. Woody Harrelson, he's very good. Cliff is my favourite. All right, Rahil could be out first ball, but he might get away with it, and he will. He would have thought KK had the concrete boots on there, the way he was heading towards the ball, but it's okay, just a single. That'll do. Gets Ahmadzai back on strike. 10 balls to come. Bob Blue Stars doing a pretty good job of shutting this innings down at the moment. Ahmadzai 62 out of 92. Slow ball. Goes with it. Might be in trouble, and he is in trouble. That's Jawad Azizi that takes the catch. So the slow ball does Ahmadzai in the end. Clever bowling from Harun Khan. He's such a good player. But Ahmadzai can be proud of his contribution. Again, the overspin from that back of the hand slow ball always just bounces a bit more than you'd expect. But Ahmadzai goes 62 off 30. And the score is 92 off 4. Well played by Abdul Majid Ahmadzai, as we'll see Kashif Shahab come to the crease at 6. So, I mean, 2 genuine batters still here. Keep throwing those random questions in. I'm liking them. Harun to Shahab. Again, full pretty straight. He might have a pick at this. He does. And that's good backing up. That's why he can afford to throw, because as long as you've got somebody backing up, and not just backing up, but backing up and running in towards the circle, so that, you know, yeah, you're backing up, but you're also protecting the overthrow. Another slow ball. He'll get one. That's all we'll get here. So 94. I have a feeling it's going to be something in the 105 to 110 region here. Maybe more. You never know what will happen in the last over. Last ball of the 9th, Harun Khan, 2 for 12 off the 11 balls he's bowled. What an effort. Can he survive this last ball, though? Well, they like to bowl it again. Should go again. So there's 2 free runs. It's up to 96. Raheel will get another chance. Yeah, Kitty, just thinking of the Cheers theme there, Where Everybody Knows Your Name. Great song. Still brings back memories of childhood for me. Certain TV themes. I used to like also Growing Pains and Family Ties. They were the other 2 I really liked. There you go, slower ball. Raheel will get 4. So effectively that last ball goes for 6, 2 wides and a 4. And the 100 comes up for the Black Caps. 100 for 4 off 9 overs. Raheel picks the slower ball there. Just basically swings away, gets the inside half on the bat on it. Still, Harun Khan, pretty good figures for him. 2 for 18 off his 2 overs. He'll be disappointed his last ball goes for 6, essentially. 2 for 20 for Amadi. His spinners have been really good. Azizi never got a second over. I wonder if he'll get it now. Or they go for someone else. I think they will go back to Azizi. Quaid Rahman down the bottom of that list. 9 for 17 off 2. Pretty decent effort as well. It's a bit of a holding job. Okay. Yeah, how do you take on Azizi? Well, you know he's not going to toss too many up. So I think I'd play him a bit like a left arm slow medium. I wouldn't expect the ball to be above the eye line. Shahab's a very good batter. He's only faced the 1 ball though so far. He's not set. Drags us down to long on for 1. It's up to 101. Raheel. He'll be a handful in the second innings with his left arm swing bowling. Dave's got a good random question. I think I've got time to cover it. Azizi will make the stop, and so they won't get a run here. Good fielding off his own bowling. Dave B's question, which musical instruments do I play? Well, I play piano, obviously. A lot of people know that. But I can also play trumpet. I can also play the recorder pretty well. No one ever asks for that one. Swing and a miss this time. I can kind of, I wouldn't say I can play drums. I can bang drums. I've been on the drum kit a few times if there's no drummer, but yeah, piano and trumpet probably my main 2, and I can play recorder, which is a bit of a surprise. All right, in the air. Well, this is right in the sun. Good luck. Yeah, you won't see it. And it's kind of lost everyone. We've put the Vaseline on the lens there. I'll get back for 2. It was well run, having to scramble. It's a tough catch, though. Even with the dark glasses on, I mean, that's directly into the eye of the sun. So you can't really blame him there. I think that's Honeyjeet Brown down there. So Raheel gets 2, moves to 8. 2 balls remaining, 103 for the Black Caps. Drag down Raheel, cash in. Handy runs at the end. Maximo! Rare bad ball from Azizi. He maybe thought he was going to charge, but Raheel, he just kind of keeps his weight on the back foot. Up to 109 now. 1 more of those would be really handy for the Black Caps. Azizi doesn't want to let it happen. Slings it. All right, well, this could be 4 at least. Yeah, it will be 4. So 6 and 4. Well, they might be hungry for more, but they're out of time. It'll be 113 for the Düsseldorf Black Caps for the loss of 4 wickets off the 10 overs. Azizi, he didn't have as good a game as he did the first time we saw him. He ends up going for 27 off his 2 overs. As we roll into the highlights of this first innings. Beautiful to have some sunshine, isn't it? And, well, Abdul Majid Ahmadzai, he certainly was enjoying the sunshine. This is one innings where he did kind of turn it on, even though he did everything in the middle. Jamshed ended up whacking a couple of 6, but he wouldn't last too long. Out of his 7th ball, caught and bowled by Ghulam Ahmadi. He certainly had a definite tactic with the slow bowlers. Mehta went the very next ball. So Ahmadi was on a hat-trick. Didn't take the hat-trick, but then it was time for Ahmadzai to take over a little bit. Had Vagela stick around for a while. And this was the key partnership, if you like. It was worth 59 for the 3rd wicket, even though Vagela didn't really offer too much, but I suppose he didn't get out, which just allowed Ahmadzai to do what he's doing. Vagela just the 1-4. That was a bit of a scary moment as it deflected up, and I think under the grill of Ahmadzai. I wouldn't played it safe there, but if he had his time over, maybe he would have Would have tried to take the catch. This one was a perfect club selection from the batter. Eventually, Vagella missed a straight one to Harun, and that brought out Raheel. Raheel, again, handy innings from him, 18 off 8. I wonder if you're tempted to try and bat Raheel a bit higher, maybe bat him around 3 or something like that. Maybe even throw him up opening one game. Don't know, he just seems like a good player that never gets to face too many balls. Shahab came out at the end after the loss of Ahmed Zayat for 62. And together they were able to score 13 off the last over, which got them up to that score of 113. 62 off 30 balls. Nice work from the golden boy, Abdul Majid Ahmed Zayat. 7 Maximos, 2 4s in there, so he scores exactly 50 in boundaries. Apart from that, Jamshid Khan with 14. Vagella with a laboured 10. Raheel with 18 towards the end. Handy runs. Finish with a bang. 6 and a 4. 113 for 4. Bowlers, pretty solid effort. I think that Harun Khan probably takes the cake with his 2 for 18 off his 2 overs, but Rahman wasn't far behind. Didn't go for too many. 17 off his 2. The other 2 wickets went to Amadi in consecutive deliveries. Bit of an off one for Azizi, but I'm sure he'll come back if we get a chance to see him again during this series. So we'll take a break. We'll be back in just a few minutes with the response. Pretty interesting target. It's around about par, maybe a handful short, where the Black Caps, we know that they've been pretty professional in the field themselves today. Can the Blue Stars turn it on? How will Harun Khan go? Of course, the century maker from earlier in the day. I'm sure we'll see him and Azahir Abbas opening up when we return after the break for the last innings of the day, right here on day 6 in this European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back. It's time for the last innings of the day, and it's going to be Bond Blue Stars chasing 114 for victory. Let's go. First one gets past the Hero bus. Very late on it. They did get a tiny bit about it. He'll get a run and over to Harun Khan. Breakout innings for Harun earlier in the day, 114 not out. I think I mentioned earlier that back in 2021 when he played pretty much as a bowler, he only scored 1 run in 11 matches. And now this guy's come out and he's just whacked 114 off his own stick. First 50 he's ever made. It also turned into his first 100. Yeah, he's going to go against Aaron Sinner. Now he pulls it and he's going to get away with it. There's no one back there. And there's 4 runs to get his account going. I might want to check this, but it seemed like 4 to me. Hasn't gone all the way, has it? No. Flies in the air a bit. But yeah, 1 bounce, 4 runs. Batting's a confidence game. Well, cricket's a confidence game, full stop, really. Aaron is confident. These 2 openers chased down the runs in the last game. It was just 50 target, and they did it within 4 overs. Now more runs targeting that area. In fact, this one may have gone all the way, and it has. Maximo! First one of the second innings. Zinner just way too short and seams in towards the body. Not a good ball at all from Sinner. He's trying him out upstairs. This is going to be more runs. Is that going to make it for 4? I think so. Yep, there's 3 on the trot. Bond Blue Star. They've had quite an interesting tournament, haven't they, so far? And they're a team that, when we first saw them, it was in match 2 on Monday morning. They posted 108 and lost off the very last ball to the Cone Challengers. And then we saw them only make 90 against Golden Star Bond in the Bond Derby. That wasn't enough. Wow. Hasn't been a good over really from Sinner. And there's more fielding being done off the field than on the field at the moment. There's another bad ball here, really. There's no other way to say it. Maximo. As the over goes magical now, up to 21 with the ball remaining. Great start. Yeah, so Bond Blues actually lost their first 3 matches because in your throw-in they lost the Arkan Rising Stars 146 to 109. But since then they haven't been beaten in the last 4 games. One of them being a no result. I think it's going to be a wide for height. Seemed that way, didn't it? Anyway, anything over the head is a wide, and that certainly is over the head. Yes, it was the game against the Bayer Boosters that was abandoned without a ball being bowled. But they have won. They're on a winning streak right now. Aaron Khan's on a winning streak. Maximo as he takes 28 off the first over. What a start. Wonderful batting. Yeah, Bond Blue Star lost their first 3. They've won their last 3. They want to make it 4 in a row. End of the over. 28 without loss. 2-3-2. 232 matches since Golden Ball. Now, I said at the start of the day, I had a bit of a plan that I'm gonna surprise Rico with a golden ball. He's going to come back, and then the counter is going to be back at single digits. This could be a chance, but having said that, after that first over, it's advantage Bond Blue Star in this chase. They get it down below 10 and over required. Raheel, though, he's having a very good day with the ball. He's taken a hat full of wickets. And here he is in over number 2. Keeper up to the stumps. Srinivas, he's having a good day as well. This is driven. It's actually pretty well done by the batters to not run. Because often when it's hit hard, you run out of instinct. But there was no run there. Kitty Hundy saying, well, I said, that's the $64,000 question, who will win? Because people tend to ask that all the time as if it's pre-written. It isn't. And he goes straight here. And does it have the legs? Oh, it's going to be 4. It's actually pretty clever by Kashif, who just basically watched it. He knew it. His only way that it wasn't going to be 4 was if it stopped by itself. So he just watched it. He didn't want to tap it over the line or anything like that. In the end, it does get for four. Get for four, just get to the boundary. Yeah, so Kitty's saying, I think it's more like the $1 million question, adjusting for inflation. Yeah, maybe even more than that, I'd say. Maybe not. $64,000 question. Let's just say $1954. Let's say back then. Because there's calculators you can use for this kind of thing. So $64,000 in 1953 would now be $733,000. There you go. So not quite $1 million, but not far off. Full toss, adios pelota. Not a good ball from Raheel. He's much better than that. And that's an easy put away. And we'll check it out in the replay. The roundaway side actually is higher than I thought, but I guess, you know, he's not a tall guy. No, it's about top of the pad height. But there it goes. Brilliant start for Bond Blue Stars. Remember, they chased down that 147 at the start of the day, but that was really all on Harun Khan. He ran out, Zahir, early on the piece. I don't think so. Coming back down the leg side. Good bowling, though, from Raheel. Desperate kind of a shout. It's called a leg bite, but we'll check it out in the replay. Just see how it's breaking a little bit left to right. You can actually see the leg stump there. That's an indication that that ball's not going to hit the leg stump, because it's already maybe hitting outside the leg stump and going further down. I often like to see what prices. So the year I was born, 1981, if you had $100 then, it's worth $236 today. Yeah, this is another slightly slower ball than Raheel. Can they stop this? They won't. So he removes to 30 off just 6 balls. So a supersonic start from him, and Bond Blue Stars are out of the box in the first 2 overs. 43 without loss. We have seen some good first overs today, and then innings get derailed, but yeah, good decision to hit that in that area. The fairly safe way to hit the ball, plus there was no long off back, so had a bit more margin for error. Not really timed, but still good enough to get 4. Well, these two teams, you can see where they are. They're tied on 7 points. Having said that, on Blue Stars, they have played more matches. In fact, after this, they've only got 2 matches to go. So on Blue Stars, they'd want to win this, and then when you look up their last game, who they've got. Last game, they'll play. They've got 2 more after this. They'll play Bayer Spartans, and they'll play VfB Gelsenkirchen. As Kashif Shahab comes on. Kashif's a good player. We've got to know him a little bit. I particularly like his fielding. He's very good at all 3 aspects of the game, but I just think he's such a weapon on the long on boundary. The Bond Blue Stars. Oh, this is a bit of a dodgy run, but they'll get away with it. Bond Blue Stars, ideally, what they'd be wanting to do is win this game and then win their last 2 games when we see them on day 10, which is Wednesday. And then they'd have 13 points. Feel like 13 points should get you in. It's not 100%. This is called a wide. Bit of a tight call, but it certainly did break away a little bit off the pitch, which didn't help Kashif. Check that here. Remember, if the ball's not completely inside that tram line when it passes. See, this one does stay inside. So yeah, he makes the adjustment. That's good bowling from Shahab. You have a look at this one by comparison. This one certainly does stay inside completely. It was probably easier to call because it didn't have that away movement, the right to left movement. On the charge and tries to turn it into something drivable. Harun misses out. He's been pretty good on the charge today, actually. They're throwing caution to the wind here. Well, Dave Beat is saying, as I said, I played trumpet in the first innings. He said that my
if I picked it up again now, this is 25 years since I really played trumpet. And my lips would chap if I started playing again. That's one thing I do remember about playing trumpet is that you get really fatigued in your lips and your mouth. That's a pretty good shot. That explodes off the bat. Is it going to make it? It will. So Haroon stands still this time. And it's basically a half volley from Shahab. And he's searching for a Yorker, but it's just short of a Yorker, but not by much. Small margins, isn't it? As this opening partnership is worth 49 already. Into a very good power play. Short and pulled, but I mean, you can't really bowl this short one if you don't have the field for it. And I think they want to check this one to see if it's 4 or 6. I didn't see it bounce. Let's have a look at it on the replay. You'll have one. Let's have a really close look. I think that is, well, I can't really tell because it's, if I had to guess, I'd say it's 6. Well, let's see what they call it. They've gone for 4. Well, if they're not sure, they'll probably call it 4 because you can't really see the rope down the hill there. So they've gone with what the umpire saw. So that's probably the right thing to do. It will be the end of the over. 53 without loss after 3. Have a look at the first innings. We did have that magical over in the 7th, but apart from that, nothing to write home about. And then we saw the biggest over so far in the game, in the first over of the second innings. 28 runs. These guys had a good day though. Puneet Kumar. And don't forget as well, you got the lightning gloves of Rahul Srinivas behind the stumps, who took 3 stumpings the last time we saw him. And he got 2 of them off Puneet. A little in-swinger first up. This is pretty clever bowling. Almost goes to the boundary, but it doesn't. It'll just be 1. Yeah, but Puneet can bowl both in-swingers and out-swingers. I think he's a natural out-swing bowler, but you see that one actually came back in. He's actually very clever. He's a craftsman, really. Black Caps on 5 games. They've got plenty of games still to come and try and entrench themselves in that top 4. Well, this one comes in slightly, and it is out of the ground. Maximo. Have a look at how his hand actually comes off the bat as well. See how well he's hitting him. You don't really see it there, but he kind of just lifts it up and out of here. Look, I just picked up one hand coming off the bat in the swing. Yeah, kind of. Right hand came off, but excellent contact. 60 off 20 balls this partnership. Really need a breakthrough here, Düsseldorf. They won't get one here. There's Mohammad Zayat. Long day for these players, isn't it, really? Black Caps. Seen them play in the 3rd match, or the 1st, 3rd and 5th. Upon Blue Stars in the 2nd, 4th and 5th. It's called a wide. Again, I'm really liking the hands. What makes Srinivas quite good as a keeper is that he stays low, long. So a ball like that, that's not easy. If you get up early, then it's going to be a hard ball to get across to. He stays low as long as he can. He kind of moves like a crab. Low and sideways. There you go. A fake step. Fake hit as well. Yeah, I think you're just going for the fake charge here. Swings too much again. It's a good take. He's having a really good day with the gloves, Srinivas. Hello to everyone in the chat as well. Oh, Kitty's got a good random question for me as well. There we go. There's that fake step again. He's missed again. So, yeah, everyone just needs to get back to basics here. They're in a very good position. Yeah, so with Jimmy Buffett passing, I wasn't aware of that actually. For me, I always like the one. It's 5 o'clock somewhere. That's probably the one I would pick out. You hear that all the time. All right, lift it up. Now, does this have the legs? It does. Maximo! Well, Penitball's pretty good over, but he ends up going for 13. Or was that 14 in the over in the end? It wasn't that many in the end. Maybe actually was. Maybe it was 15 off the over. Just checking, doing my sums. Yeah, 15 off the 4th over, and the score is 68 without loss after 4. So they're flying at the moment. James said that I was doing a great impersonation of Nish. What did I do then? Nish has a very good voice, I think, for commentary. Do we like Nish? Nish will actually be joining me for the second half of the Rome ECS and also be doing the ECIs. I'll do the first day with him, but then Saturday night I've got to fly to Malaga because I have to prepare for the ECC. BT Dubs, didn't even realise this, but Harun Khan brought up his 50 with that shot. He snuck up, didn't he? 50 off 15 balls. Well batted, Harun. What a day. It's now his... Well, technically it's his first 50 because 100s don't count as 50s. But it's the second time he's passed 50 on the European Cricket Network. What a fantastic result. And this is going to be more runs, a little bit too short. Mehtab being given a bowl. So, their first one a little bit short and it gets the treatment. Blue Stars don't look like a team that lost their first 3 games, do they? Remember, Harun Khan, he's a guy who only scored 1 run in 11 matches back in 2021 when he was used just as a bowler. I mean, he looked okay with the bat. I mean, didn't really get an opportunity, did he? Only faced 1 ball. And now this next one slammed, and it's going to be 4 more runs. Oh, Abbas getting in on the action. I mean, Abbas is a pretty good player as well. So really, runaway freight train. Abbas is a guy typically we see behind the stumps. Abbas has a top score of 36. This is his 27th match on the network. So occasionally he's roll the arm over. We saw that earlier in the tournament. This is another one which is basically a stand-up sweep from Abbas. He'll get a single. You've got to tell yourself if you're the Black Caps here, look, if we can get these 2, really no one else has had a hit today on Blue Stars. He leans on this and gets 6 more. Maximo! What a day for Harun Khan. Quite honestly, it's been the day of his life. He had 135 runs leading into this. He hasn't been dismissed yet. He just must feel invincible. So he's up to 191 runs for the day. Look, he's loving life out there. He get the 200. If he gets to 65, that's 200 for the day. Wow, gets this wrong, but he's going to get a bit lucky. Or is he? Wow, it's good effort there from Vagela. We'll come back for 2. Srinivas tries something a bit fancy. He's had that little bit of luck as well. I said it as well with Moaz Hassan, who scored a ton earlier in the day as well for PSV Aachen in the same game that Harun scored his century. But got to have that little bit of luck. And not to say it's a lucky innings, but without that bit of luck, you know, you can go prematurely. It's a rare miss. Gives Srinivas something to do. It's the end of the 5th over. They've got it down below a runner ball. Now cruising BBS. They are 87 without loss after 5. Well, don't forget, Bob Blue Stars, they won a game without taking a wicket earlier on. Black Caps having the same issue here, not being able to find the breakthrough. If you want to find us, you can always go to EuropeanCricket.com and have a look at where we are. Currently, we're in Germany, in Krefeld, which is just outside Dusseldorf. And then we'll be in Rome for a couple of weeks. I mentioned that Nish will be joining me from, I think it's the 17th of September, but 11th to 16th, you'll get the dulcet tones of Corey Ruckers, who's very excited to be back in a pairing. And Corey's been doing a bit on ECN, but it's all been in the Netherlands, the women, and most of it on his own, except for a couple of days with Joe. Then we've got the ECC. Really looking forward to that. myself as well as Corey and Rico, and Rhino will make a cameo in that. 31 nations, and then we'll finish the year with series in Croatia, Malta, and Spain. Right, here's Jamshad. See what he can do about it, where he gets around the wicket and he gets absolutely pumped. Well, Maximo. Right now, it could be an early finish. Yeah, that's gone miles over the fence. So here, how many runs to get? I was going to say, could he get his first 50 on ECN, but he'd have to hit all of them. Having said that, if you can keep hitting sixes, you'll do it here. Grabs him, hits the pad. Don't really see a window back now for the Black Caps. So yeah, it was a battle of the two teams that had each won 2 matches today. So no matter what happens for each team in this game, it's still, I suppose, you've got to put down as a successful day to take 4 points out of it. But on Blue Stars, kind of atoning for the sins of earlier in the tournament. As this is drop kicked away, and this guy is just so good. That's 199 for the day for Harun Khan. Maximo. He's just looked super organised. I've got to say, I've liked him better when he's just stood still. Not so sure about the tactics from Jamshad to come around the wicket, though. I suppose maybe you want to try something. Yeah, 114 not out, followed by 21 not out, followed by 64 not out. That's 199. Hundreds up as well for Bomb Blue Stars. And if you want me to be more specific, so he's 135 off 43. Now he's 199 off 63. So it's pretty much 10 overs. So imagine scoring 100. He's going at 190 pace. So if he was a team, his team's scoring 190 today. If he faces 60 balls. Good shot, even that. Solid. And well, everyone, no one will know this, but that's your 200 for the day. And he hasn't been dismissed. So to get 200 in a day without getting out is quite remarkable. You'd have to say it's like the perfect day, really. I mean, no, we've seen some things before. We saw Padam Singh in Belgium last year getting 200 in a day, but he was out a couple of times. He made 120 and 80. That was just in 2 games. But really, Harun, he only got to face 9 balls in the second game, so this is only 2 and a bit games. We've also seen Karanbir Singh of Vienna Eagles in Austria get back-to-back centuries earlier in the year as well. Right now, 102 without loss. Long way back for the Black Caps. I think they know the writing's on the wall here, so they'll walk away with 4 points today. That's nothing to be sneezed at. They're in a decent position. This is what's coming up tomorrow, 7:15 a.m. GMT, which is 9:15 in Central Europe, 12:45 in India. As we come back to the live action, we'll look at that in a sec. This is leaned on through the offside. This is going to be 4 more. Abbas, 4 carreras. And it's almost all she wrote. So who we see tomorrow? Clone CC get to play their 8th and 9th game, so they're almost done. Aachen Rising Stars have an opportunity. VF beat Gelsenkirchen. They've got a lot of games to make up. Also, my personal favourite uniforms, Golden Star Bond. Last couple of games, by a Spartans game. Last game would be a good one as well. That's our Sunday action. Now we might have a run out finally, and so Harun, it's the only way he was going to get out today. And there's a little bit of yin and yang about this because Abbas got run out earlier by Harun. Now, whose fault's this? Well, hard to say. I mean, he was a bit of the statue of David there, wasn't he, Abbas, who took a step and then decided he wasn't going any further. But well, at least he brings up the milestone, 200 runs and run out, Harun Khan. As he departs 106 for 1, just a slight miscommunication. But the biggest problem there, they lost eye contact. And when you lose eye contact, then sometimes you're doing what you shouldn't be doing. And you don't have the visual cues to make the best decision. Anyway, Abbas now slices over. I think he stopped this. He won't be doing the follow-up fielding. Just bats it back into play. Like I said, Black Caps, not a bad day for them. 2 out of 3. Let's run into a red-hot Bond Blue Stars. Yeah, I think he just tapped it back in before that foot landed. A bit hard to tell, but I think that was fine. Amadi gets a bat. Well, it gets across, and we almost had his poles rearranged, but instead it goes down the leg side harmlessly. What a shot to try first up. I mean, there is no fine leg to speak of. Shahab gets second over. Now, this is high in the air and, well, gone eventually. That was a bit of a funny one, wasn't it? He just felt himself leaning back and was almost going to lose it over the rope. We'll see it here on the replay. Look, watch the feet here. He said, uh-oh, am I falling? Just, yeah, well done. Just was pretty safe about it. So, yeah, I think this will be gone. Get the message now. There we go. So it's a short stay at the crease. Like I said, if there's a negative, and I suppose there's no real negatives when you win 3 out of 3, but Harun Khan's made runs, Abbas has made runs. No one else has really had too much of a hit. So I wouldn't so much that I'd say they've batted badly, but yeah, they haven't really had too much of an opportunity. As this looks like Honeyjeet Brar, who's coming out. With just 6 required. Well, can he finish it with a bang? Yeah, hit back and bowler makes a partial stop. They have a ping anyway, but they'll get through for a single. Oh, well, Dave. Okay, maybe I sound like Nish when I said Australia, eh? Because Nish has an American, Irish, Canadian accent. I think he sounds more American than anything. But he's got a real international accent, Nish. That's the kind of accent they teach English in. Most of the time. Internationally. Now this gets through the fielder in the circle. It's not going to end too well. There's 4 runs. That ties the scores. End of the over. Abbas now with his high score on ECN. He's moved to 40. But I have a feeling he may have faced his last ball of the afternoon. As that's the end of 7, and the score is 113 for 2. A few people asking if we'll be back in Barcelona. We will be back in Barcelona for the last ECS of the year. If you are leaving us, then I hope you have a wonderful evening. Join us again tomorrow for day 7. If you are sticking around, then we'll just wrap things up here. We'll go into some of the highlights of the day. Probably my player of the day today. I think it's actually Rahul Srinivas. If you want a little snapshots of his keeping. Obviously, though, the headlines will be stolen by Harun Khan with his 200 runs. And then, yeah, Muaz Hassan kind of consigned to history, isn't he, with his 100 earlier in the day. So we have had 2 centuries. Here's Rahul. And this will be the end of the game. That's a really good shot by Honey Brar to finish things off. And it's game, set, match. Black Caps just frustrated. They got outplayed there when it's all said and done. Bond Blue Stars were able to choke their innings at some key moments, keep them to 113. Then Bond Blue Stars do it with 17 balls to spare. Pretty good effort from Bond Blue Stars to go 3 for 3. Gets their tournament back on track. Remember, they did lose their first 3 matches. And now they basically won their next 4. They did have a washout in there yesterday without a ball being bowled. As the players shake hands, exchange pleasantries. Pretty good contest that. I just think didn't quite live up to billing. The Black Caps weren't able to swing it the way they wanted in the first half of the match. So coming up tomorrow, 5 more matches. It is a Super Sunday of action, starting with Clone CC versus the Arkan Rising Stars. That match starts 7:15 a.m. and 9:15 in Central Europe. 7:15 GMT, of course. And 12:45 in India. And join us as we keep putting together the puzzle picture of which 4 teams will make it to Finals Friday. Let's have a look at the highlights of this one, and I've got to say, Haroon, he batted well, but they didn't bowl particularly well to him early. There was a bunch of short balls and full tosses that got him off to a flyer. In fact, 28 came off the first, and it was written really, wasn't it? As no matter who came on, they had similar issues. Rahil's had a very good day with the ball, but I mean, that wasn't his best effort either. I like the shot selection here most of the time. Even that, it's good power play batting, and then really, even that, Kashif didn't get that very wrong, but it was just short of a York and was driven nicely and powerfully through. Paneet had a good day as well, but couldn't find the breakthrough here either. Sixers kept coming. I think good signs there with Zahir getting amongst the runs as well. Tried Nata, but he had similar issues. Blue Stars were pretty effective with their spin, but you still got to bowl well. I think that's the thing. As the Maximos were piled on by Bond Blue Stars, who were really making a run. Well, they couldn't get Haroon out. Eventually, they run him out for 200. 200 in the day, that is. But he's had an amazing day. When you consider that he never even made a 50 before on the European Cricket Network. This was a bit of a creative catch late in the piece by Pratik Vagela, who just tiptoed around the boundary, but a nice looking shot from Honeyjeet Brar to finish the game as he moved to 5 not out. And he had Zahir Abbas for company. He finished on 40 not out off 19 with 3 Maximos and 4 fours. But the star of the day, without doubt, had to be Haroon Khan. 65 off 21 in this one, going at over 3 a ball. So it was just outstanding batting. Don't know how else to put it. He scored 200 runs in the day, and 34 plus 9 plus, so 64 balls. 200 off 64. That's pretty good going, isn't it, for a day's work? 1 for 21. Shahab did take a wicket late in the piece, but it was a consolation wicket, and really no one bowled their best. Rahil had a good day, but again, even he couldn't really stop the bleeding at the end. Jamshad with his round the wicket attack, he found that hard going as well. So, Bond Blue Stars go 3 for 3, and the Black Caps, well, they won't be too disappointed with their day. I know they'll be disappointed with losing that last game, but they still do take 4 points out of the day. So it's all about accumulating those points. I have a feeling 13 points. 13 points and higher, you probably make the 4. I say probably because you never know. You might need 14, which is 7 wins out of the 10 games. But all you can do is really play the games in front of you. Both those teams had some momentum, but Bond Blue Stars, they're really flying. They've won their last 4 now after losing the first 3 matches. Black Caps not in bad shape either. They were also cost a point, I think, in a washout a couple of days ago. I want to say a big thank you to everyone out there, including our Spring Productions crew. They've been outstanding once again today. Good to see you guys out in the middle having a bit of a game as well. Helena, she shows a lot of promise. I think it's not far. She's not far away from getting her first Maximo with these Latvian crew boundaries that we've got out there. Also to Martha, to Valentines, big thank you to you as well. To all the blue crew here, the players, the officials, and everyone else, all the spectators that came down as well. Being a weekend, we had a few extra spectators today. A quick reminder before we go, if you're watching on YouTube, please like this video, give it the thumbs up, subscribe to the channel, tell your family, tell your friends about the European Cricket Network. Also, don't forget our social media at European Cricket, and finally, EuropeanCricket.com. That is the place that you can go to take on all of the information, including this series, all our future series, and if you want to go back into the past, you can go back into the past and have a look at old games, old events, also the stats pages for all the players. So if you want to know who will win, go there, make an educated guess. Also, all the previews are on EuropeanCricket.com. Hope Rico enjoyed his day off. He's going to have one more day off tomorrow. I'll be here to take you through day 7 of action. But for now, enjoy these highlights today put together by our wonderful crew at Spring Productions. On behalf of the European Cricket Network and everyone that's in the European Cricket family, have a happy, have a safe Saturday night. Enjoy yourselves, but not too much. I'll see you tomorrow here for more European Cricket Series. Auf Wiedersehen and hasta mañana.